And we are live. I didn't realize how dramatic that countdown was going to be as well. It was quite intense. Good morning, everybody. My name's Chris. I am the founder of Your D&I. We're a diversity and inclusion consultancy. Today, we are bringing you a charity event, which will be streaming live all day on YouTube Live and through the Dink platform as well. And we are raising money and support for a fantastic organisation called Freedom4Girls, who support women around period poverty and educate people around menstruation and breaking the taboo around the topic of menstruation as well. So yeah, thank you for joining us. I know it's quite early, but I really appreciate you all being here. You'll see there's two very handsome chaps sat next to me, if I move my head that way. So we have Ross Kendrick and Jack Nichols, who are the founders of Dink. Good morning, boys.
Morning, Chris. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you for joining me this morning. I know I've kind of got you out your bed, so. So in a second, we'll be performing a live episode of Diversity, which is our podcast, where we talk about all elements of diversity and inclusion over a good cup of tea. And I see Jack's on brand, and he's got his mug all ready to go. These mugs are like hot property, so if you're interested in getting one, we still have some left, so please drop me a message if you're looking for a mug as well. Just a little bit of information about today. So as we go throughout the day, we're going to have a number of speakers, a number of presenters delivering different sessions. So after us, we have a really good friend of mine, Tom Finn, who runs an organisation called Edwards and Finn, and he'll be doing a session on soft skills. We then have Katie Neeves from Cool to be Trans, who will be running a session about her journey and her story, and her kind of her long journey to womanhood, as she puts it. So we've heard Katie's story before, and it's really empowering and a really great topic for her to be talking about. Once Katie's finished, we'll then have Sophie Turner from Yes You Can, another really good friend of mine who I met through the D&I circle within Nottingham. And Sophie will be running a session on the importance of role models. Making sure I got that right, because when I was trialing this earlier, I got it wrong. So the importance of role models, Sophie will be talking about later. We then have a fantastic organisation called Lexic, who are a neurodiversity consultancy. Lexic will be talking about the importance of neurodiversity in women and actually discussing the psychology behind that and perhaps why some women don't come forward or are undiagnosed when it comes to neurodiversity. So a really interesting topic, which ties in quite nicely with International Women's Day. And then Freedom4Girls are going to come on for about 20 minutes or so to give us a brief introduction into what it is that they do, a little bit about the book that they're going to be releasing, and a bit more about the work that they carry out as their charity. And then we're rounding off the day, and I know the three of us have seen Tony Kent live within the last couple of weeks. So Tony will be doing a bit of stand-up to round off the day, which is absolutely fantastic. She's absolutely hilarious. I was proper like belly laughing when she was doing her session last week. So I'm really looking forward to watching Tony again. So to kick off, this is Diversity, the Diversity and Inclusion podcast, where we spill the tea every week about different elements of D&I. We're joined by Jack and Ross from Dink. Dink is a social media platform designed for diversity and inclusion. Does that sum up about right, boys?
Yeah, we've adopted social media and social learning now as our tagline.
Well, I like that. Yeah. It's good. So throughout this episode, we're going to be talking to the chaps a bit about how they know each other, where Dink came from, some of the work that they've been doing around the platform, and some of the features, and how you yourself can get involved as part of Dink as a community. And then there will be a quick fire round at the end, which I've only just told them about. So this should be fun. So I suppose to kick things off, if you both want to introduce yourselves a little bit about kind of who you are, what you've done in the past.
Yeah, I'll kick off. So yeah, I'm Jack. I'm the co-founder of Dink with Ross. my background has been very much a corporate background. I've worked in financial services across some sort of boutique wealth managers and large private banking institutions. Most of that time was spent in a trading role, trading equities and fixed income. And I, about 18 months ago, turned my head towards diversity and inclusion as an area that I wanted to explore with my future career, based on the fact that my career up until then in the corporate world I was surrounded by so many people that looked like me, that spoke like me, that came from Essex and Kent and surrounding areas of London, and very much sort of middle class areas. And it didn't sit right that I was in the biggest industry in the country that supports the most towards GDP in the country, and yet it was so poorly represented, particularly within trading. So I turned my head towards creating something within B&I, and we came up with the idea of Think, which will no doubt tell you the story behind it as we go on.
Yeah, I suppose just before we kind of pass on to Ross, why do you think the industry that you were in, kind of trading and things like that, was so had such a lack of representation? Like, what is it about the industry that just doesn't draw diversity?
I think particularly within trading, it's spillover from like the 80s when trading was done as open outcry. So that's when, if you've seen any of the old Wall Street movies or Trading Places with Eddie Murphy, and it's people in a pit shouting at each other and doing hand signals. And a lot of the lads that went in and became traders were actually working class Romford Market, like traders selling fruit and veg stalls. And they came in sort of the early 90s because they needed that sort of brashness, shoutiness, and it just became a bit of a lads club from there, a bit of nepotism, bringing in your mates, bringing in your family. And we're just sort of 20, 30 years on from when that whole open outcry thing ended. We're still sort of the children, grandchildren of those guys and friends of family and people that it is hiring practice. It's people looking at, oh, he looks like me, I'm going to get on with him in the pub, sort of thing. It can be a bit of a boys' club, as it were. And I enjoyed my time in it, but it didn't sit right with me towards the end, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose it's kind of one of those industries. It's not what you know, it's who you know, and that's kind of how you get into it.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, that's been like financial services as a whole. I've worked with some very diverse institutions, but it's particularly within trading that I just found there needs a bit of a kick.
Definitely. Sorry, Ross, I feel like we cut you off a little bit there.
That's all right, no problem. So, hi everyone. My name is Ross. I'm the co-founder of Dink as well. I have also been involved in financial services, but then went from there into life coaching. I wanted to just dedicate my life to helping people and to make a difference consistently, and really start making some noise for mental health. So I've been working in that for some time, and then, as Jack said, 18 months ago, he opened my eyes to just how much there is movement to make a difference in this field as well. So yeah, it's been a journey and really enjoying it.
Nice, excellent. And you've just celebrated a year since kind of your first conversations or kind of first soft launch, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, it was Christmas time we came up with the idea. So yeah, just over a year now.
Excellent. And we've already seen like some amazing traction that you've had on the platform, and some of the people that you've had to speak on the platform as well. It's just been absolutely incredible, which is something we can get into a little bit further down the line. So I suppose the two of you have known each other for quite some time. How did you both meet? Because that's something I don't know either. I've been talking to you both for quite some time now. I have actually no idea how you met. So
Jack and I met on our first day of secondary school.
Wow.
So we was about 11, 12, Jack?
11, yeah.
Yeah, 11 years old, and yeah, we got on so well, hit it off, and here we are, many years later, for my sins.
I'm sure you love each other, really. So I suppose, just to touch on it, so the reason why, I suppose, from a personal reason that I love Dink is it's an amazing platform, and I've got so much belief in it, and it's something that we've spoken about quite a lot, and we've partnered up on a number of things in the past. But what I love the most about it is the fact that you're, and without this sounding negative, two white, middle-class, heterosexual, cisgendered males who have set up this platform. You've noticed that there's been an issue around representation with places that you've worked before, and you've wanted to create a space where people can come together and feel like they belong and openly discuss diversity and inclusion and give resources and things like that. Yeah. That's amazing. I mean, does that kind of resonate for the two of you, the fact that what you're doing is actually super powerful?
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, it is that whole sort of allyship piece. And when I knew that I wanted to do something within D&I, the first thing I did was start adding loads of people on LinkedIn, and I was adding D&I practitioners, D&I managers, a lot of HR people, and I did start to notice that there wasn't so many people like myself, being, sort of, I would say, white, middle class, cisgender, heterosexual, neurotypical, and we're working within that field. So yeah, it did sort of resonate that actually people like me probably are slightly underrepresented within D&I, I guess, and through no fault of the D&I industry, more people need to get on and become sort of push that allyship piece, I think.
Yeah,
that's the whole point, though, right? That it doesn't matter where you're from. If you're all part of the same movement, it gains traction a lot faster, and through allyship, more people notice. You know, I saw something this morning about allyship with the unlearning and then relearning of social practices, and that's the whole point with the programming and conditioning of lots of these industries. You know, if the more people like you know, Jack and I, unsuspecting characters, get involved, then there's more noise around it, and that's really what we want to achieve with the purpose of Dink.
Definitely, I think it's such an interesting piece, and it's something that I've spoken about quite recently with regards to the D&I industry, if you will, or kind of the community that we have. Is I've been called out recently on, well, why is this white cisgendered guy delivering stuff on D&I, or why is he running a workshop on unconscious bias and things like that? I mean, obviously, I have my own characteristic, like I've discussed before, like I'm gay, and that's my characteristic. However, I'm not very forthcoming with my sexuality because I feel like I shouldn't have to be, because I do D&I because I'm passionate about it, and I'm passionate about making a difference. And that's the same with the two of you as well. You really want to make that connection and make that difference, and be that true sense of ally. So I think we all need to kind of stop almost like fighting against each other, and actually realize that regardless if you're straight, you're gay, you're lesbian, you're trans, you're non-binary, or anything like that, we just need to come together and actually work together in helping the world become more of an equal place, and a place where everyone feels like they're included. Yeah. So why is being an ally so important? So obviously we touched on it a little bit just now about kind of allyship and the fact that the two of you are allyship. Why is it so important to be an ally? And I suppose that it touches on what's happened this week and what's been featured quite heavily in the news about the unfortunate murder that happened. And there's now this kind of calling out of men, which is completely founded like it needs to happen, that all men need to be held accountable for if you are walking in a street, for instance, and you're walking behind a female who's walking alone, like cross the road and kind of think about how is she going to be feeling just now. So actually one of the people at my gym, she messaged me last night and she said, can I just ask you a question? She said, what would you do if you were walking behind a woman at night? Like, would you just carry on? Just be like, oh, just forget about it, like it's her problem, or would you cross the road? Now, I'm very aware of my size and my stature. So I'm 6'4", I'm like 20 odd stone. I'm a big bugger. And I know the presence that I have can be quite daunting if you don't know me. Like, I'm probably one of the friendliest people you'd ever meet. But if you didn't know me and you just saw that presence, you'd instantly be worried that something could potentially happen. So I'm always very conscious of that. And I cross the road if I feel that actually she might think that I'm going to attack her or something like that. So to you two, obviously, what's the importance of an ally, or of being an ally for you two? And I suppose with everything that's happened this week, how's that impacted the way you're going to carry on your allyship?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you bring up this tragic case that's happened this week, and yeah, I think it is interesting that you mentioned the whole piece of crossing the road and being just educating people to be more aware of men, to be more aware of how threatening they can be perceived within, late at night down, and it's a tough one because so much is put on the woman to be protecting of themselves, to make sure that she isn't walking down the road without street lights, that she doesn't take the shortcut across the park, that she has her phone close by, or she's got a set of keys in her hand or something, and it really is incredibly important for men to, like Ross was saying earlier, unlearn and reprogram their thought processes and how they can support that whole piece against, we're talking particularly on women here, but that whole piece against violence against women, and just being very aware of what is going on. It's very easy for men to go down that sort of almost like a protector route, I think.
Yeah.
So you see a woman in distress, it's very easy to go down that, I'm going to be the hero sort of route or protector route. And I think if you educate and reprogram and don't need to go down that sort of side of things, if you see what I'm saying, just
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's just the awareness of it. I'm sure we've all been in situations where you might be called out on something trivial and then go, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even realize. But then if you transfer that to some of the things that we're experiencing socially, in this instance, and we're going, I didn't even think about that. Now I'm more aware. Now I can learn. Now I can be educated on the best course, So it's super important that and maybe to preempt situations as well, and seek out the information as opposed to waiting for something to happen to then go, I didn't even realize. Like, seek it out, grow as a person, and contribute to the changes that are so desperately needed.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, Jack.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah. I mean, as you say, sort of seeking stuff out. I think educating young men as well, and boys, as they go through adolescence, to make so that they know that certain stuff is just not okay. And there was a piece, I don't know if you saw, the Looney Tunes have binned off Pepe Le Pew this week.
Really?
Remember Pepe Le Pew, the character in the Looney Tunes? It was this stereotypical French skunk who just wouldn't say take no for an answer when he was around girls or female skunks. And I didn't even think anything of it. And then someone shared a video of it, of like a scene. And this guy's just like all over a woman. The woman's pushing him back and he's trying to kiss her. And then he runs past her and like locks the door so she can't escape, and then comes back. And it's like, why is that okay for like our kids to see?
Have you have you guys heard of that saying? It's show me the boy and I'll show you the man. And one of the biggest things that I emphasize in my life coaching is our programming. Like what have we been witness to? What have we been conditioned to believe, to understand to be true, to be acceptable? And again, I didn't even know that, Jack, but you think about that and you're exposing, young boys and girls to this, and like what beliefs become solid in their unconscious mind about what's acceptable and isn't. So although that might sound trivial to the uneducated, if you actually stop and think about it, like that would make a huge difference to the cartoon industry or the children's entertainment industry. Small changes like that has a huge impact ongoing.
Yeah, I think it's much like they've dropped I think one of the voice actors who was doing Apu and Dr. Hibbert in The Simpsons, because it was done by a white guy. So they've now come away from that and they've hired someone who is Indian, someone who is black to voice these characters. So it's more authentic. But why is that taking, Simpsons been on air for 30 years now? Why is it taking till now for someone to be like, oh, actually, might be a little bit racist? I suppose it's one thing we've got to be kind of grateful for over the last 12 months with everything that's happened with the Black Lives Matter movement, and it's brought so much to the surface that I suppose now, sooner rather than later, we're starting to see things and actually being able to change things. And I know there was a lot of conversation about Mr. Potato Head a couple of weeks ago, and how they were removing the Mr. from the Potato Head, and then apparently it was just, I fell for it, it was just clickbait. They're not actually removing the Mr. from Mr. Potato Head. You're still going to have Mr. Potato Head and Mrs. Potato Head, but the brand will be Potato Head, just so they can have both characters underneath one brand. So it's funny how quickly you can jump to that assumption. But yeah, so how could you use your position, I suppose, then, as two guys who are quite prominent now, I'd say, within D&I, to help educate other men or other people in general about being more inclusive and kind of being more of an ally? What sort of advice could you give?
I would definitely, just my input, I would say one thing to really self-analyze is awareness. Yeah. Like, just become aware of things that you perhaps would never have thought about, and preempt any situations. And I think that just in itself will be a huge part of allyship.
Yeah. And I'd probably follow that and say that allyship, for me, I've felt like is a journey. It's not a destination. Like, you are continuously learning, and that whole self-education piece would be my biggest tip for anyone. Is what's got me through sort of the last 18 months to where I am now. Like, potentially, like if you look much further back, maybe sort of 5 years ago, and look at me then, I wouldn't have considered myself an ally. I probably would have been one of the sort of All Lives Matter crew.
Totally unaware of it, right?
It's completely, totally unaware of. And just not opening my mind up and seeing what's going on in the world, and then sort of going, hang about, something's got to give. And actually, that whole self-education piece is what's got me to where I am today, and I totally recommend it. Yeah, and for us, I just quickly, that's the reason we created the platform. Really, the Think platform was just so that we can connect people within the D&I industry, but eventually we want a lot more people just to use it to go on and say and educate themselves and find lots of resources and stuff.
Yeah.
That's just it. I think resources these days is it's so easy to find things out, and it's so easy to educate yourself, and yet you still see lots and lots of people on LinkedIn and things like that relying on other people to educate them. But actually, just watch a TED Talk for 10 minutes, or pick up a book if you're into reading. Like, there's lots of books out there that, yes, are very heavily intensive when it comes to D&I, but there's also some books, like if you like reading biographies, for instance. So I read a book last summer called, and I always get it wrong, where's it gone? The Short and Tragic Life of Robert Peace. And it's a semi-autobiographical book. I put my teeth back in. And it's about this young chap, and it's about his life growing up in kind of poverty in America. And he lived in a predominantly black community. And his dad was like a drug dealer and things like that. And the book was kind of leading up that he was going to kind of achieve nothing within his life, but actually he was hyper intelligent. Like, he was so intelligent that he got a scholarship to university. And it was all about kind of how his childhood shaped him. And when he went to university, like, he was like, oh, actually I can take a different path. And then when he graduated, he moved back home, fell in with the wrong crowd, and fell into drug dealing and got shot and was killed. And the book is written by his best friend that he met in university, who is very much the white privileged male poster boy. So he went back to where Robert Peace was brought up and interviewed everybody within his community about the type of person that he was, and told his story, but also showed what privilege looks like, because he was like, I've never experienced anything like that before. So it was educational for him to do that, but also he was using his position of privilege to help educate other people on what could happen in certain people's lives if they're kind of involved in the wrong crowd or within a certain kind of community or area that they live in. So it's a really hard read, but it's certainly something that triggered something in me, and it was very educational by the end of it. And you've got things like Diversify by June Sarpong. Now we're all roughly about the same age, I'd say. I mean, I know I'm a few years older than the both of you, but if some of you might remember, June Sarpong used to present T4, and I had no idea until last year that she was a huge advocate for D&I, and she's done talks with like Barack Obama, and she has worked with the government and things like that on diversity and inclusion and racism. Her book gives some really good tips about how to diversify yourself and actually how to improve your learning and things like that. And there's some amazing TED Talks that, I mean, if you're not into watching like an hour and a half's worth of TED Talks, then there's a really good 10-minute one. It's called, it's just gone from me. Rent a Minority, it's called. Which sounds ridiculous to start with, and it's about this Asian woman who is doing a TED Talk. She's also a lesbian as well, and she was just sick of being the poster girl for her company, like, because she's lesbian, she has different skin type. They're like, she's great for the front cover of her website, or she's great for the brochure and things like that. So she was like, you know what, I'm going to set up this website as a bit of tongue-in-cheek. And she set up this website called Rent a Minority, where businesses could come on and hire a minority for the day for a photo opportunity or anything like that. Everything was very tongue-in-cheek. She did it, the language that she used, like, you knew when you're reading it that this was a bit of a piss take. But she said that she got like 5,000 organizations and some of the biggest companies in the world contacting her about how to go about renting a minority, because they were that clueless. And it's ridiculous. But she said what the worst thing was the amount of people who wanted to sign up to become a minority. She was like, that's the saddest part of the story, is that people wanted to do that because they thought it would get them into a company. And she was like, that just shows how much further we still have to go. The fact that we did this as a joke, but people took it so seriously. And yeah, she's really funny. Like I said, it's about a 10-minute long TED Talk. It's one of my favorite TED Talks that I've seen on D&I. Because I quite like, when we talk about D&I, I think it's quite important to have that kind of humorous spin sometimes, because it gets people's guards down a little bit and makes them more open and kind of open to learning. And I suppose when Tony's doing her stand-up,
you just don't need to be don't be ashamed about the fact that there's lots of us that are uneducated. We don't need to be ashamed. The only shame comes from noticing it and moving on without doing anything about it.
Yeah, I completely agree. So yeah, highly recommend that. Like I said, there's lots and lots of books and some amazing documentaries on Netflix as well. Disclosure is fantastic, and it's about representation of trans people within media. And for instance, so you've seen Ace Ventura: Pet Detective, right?
Yep.
Great film.
Yeah, great film. But there's a scene at the end where they uncover that the baddie in the movie is trans. So when he pulls her skirt down, and you can see that she has a penis. And back then in the film, like it was ridiculed for being like that, because like they were mimicking that they were being sick, and they were like, "Oh, that's disgusting." He was completely outraged that had even happened. But you don't think that actually that's really offensive to people who are trans, that actually just because you are trans and you have a penis, there's nothing wrong with that. It's part of the process. So it's looking at things like that within media and actually going back to and be like, oh, actually that's not quite right. And how the representation with trans across history is always been a bit of a joke. So it's a really, really interesting documentary to watch. It's got some really fantastic people who are involved in it. So it's another one I highly recommend. Do you guys have any recommendations? Anything that you've watched or kind of read up on recently that you think's helped?
I tend to stick to sort of news stories, stuff that people post, blogs that I read. Your blog is always a great piece for me. But yeah, we've got some. We've recently added a few sort of new podcasts and blogs, and I tend to sort of stick to the people that have jumped on the platform and sort of find them where they're coming from and get an understanding there. I don't actually watch that much television, and I'm not onto TikTok. So yeah, I guess there's been a couple of great podcasts that we've recently added. The Social Mobility podcast from Making, that's been really useful for the last sort of few weeks that I've been listening to that. What else was there? 21st Century Change Agents, a new one we've just added on.
Yes, yeah, I'm started listening to that this weekend.
Yeah, that was a really good one, and I found that quite a good piece to listen to. Yeah, I'm more of a podcaster, I think.
Yeah. What about you, Ross?
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree totally with Jack. In regards to the educational side, just don't be embarrassed about it. Just go online. Just go online. All the information that we need is at the end of our fingertips. We just need to search for it. I saw something the other day, a platform, and it just had a list of everything. Like, do you want to become a florist? Cool, we've got something for you. Want to learn how to bake? Cool, we've got something for you. And when it comes to this subject, it's all there. It's all there. Just go on Google and look, and don't forget to use Dink.
I mean, obviously,
it's good start.
Definitely, and I'm a huge fan of Dink. Like, I feel like I gush every time I talk about Dink. I think it's quite embarrassing sometimes, but when I'm talking to people, I'm like, it's amazing.
Cool. Keep going.
It is cool. So yeah, I suppose talking a little bit about Dink as a platform. Can you tell us about some of the features that you have on there?
Yeah, sure. So you've got sort of multiple networks within that, and within the networks you then have a chat facility, so you can comment, post your own content, upload videos, photos, hashtag. So we've got multiple networks surrounding different themes. A lot of stuff goes within the sort of community hub chat, and then we also have within the resources section an area for podcasts, as I've mentioned, where we've got up to, I think, 5 podcasts on there now live. We've got the video section where we have past live streams that go through on the app get added there. So we've had some brilliant speakers come on board and do some great stuff since we fully launched in October. So they're all saved there. We've got some
they're on today as well, right, Chris?
What's that, sorry?
Some of the speakers that we've had that on the live streams on Dink are on today as well.
Yeah. So we've got Tony and Katie.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's a few others that are on this afternoon that would be more than happy to do a live stream.
Yeah, they can expect an email from them.
Yeah.
We've also got a lot of blogs. So we run our own blog on there, but we've also linked in your blog, and we've got about 10 other blogs on there, all great stuff. And as I said, the live stream functionality that's up rather than just. And we're launching, with yourself, we've got the job section. That's relaunching springtime, and there'll be a lot of careers focused content on there as well. Job search engine on there.
Yeah, definitely. You've also got champions on there as well, haven't you? For speakers.
Yeah. So we also, as we try and build out the platform and try and get more businesses to adopt it and have their own private networks within the platform where they can, contact their staff, they can post their initiatives that they're doing in the D&I space, they can have their own podcast live there, their own video live there. But we've also partnered with Champions, the speakers agency, who've got some incredible list of premium speakers that can live stream directly into your own business's network. Once your business has its own network, it can have we can have anyone live stream from Champions directly into that.
So there's a lot then.
Yeah. There's a lot going on.
It's like what Ross was saying. It's good to have that
functionality. The functionality is reasonable.
Oh, I think
we've lost Ross.
Oh no, he's back. He's back.
We lost you there for a sec, Ross, or have we lost you again?
Technical difficulty. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. You were just looking very moody and distant in that freeze picture.
Sorry.
What I was saying there is just touching upon what Ross said, is that it's great to have a one-stop shop for everything. So if you are interested in getting into D&I, it's something that I get quite a lot of messages on LinkedIn saying, I'm really interested in getting into D&I. How do you go about it? I just direct them to the platform now, because there's so much resource there that people can take up. And it would have been really handy a few years ago when I was looking to kind of go out on my own a little bit, or kind of start thinking about it, to have everything there. And that's the biggest thing. If you want to get into the D&I space, is education. I had my own experiences when I was younger about discrimination and things like that, and always wanted to do something. And I had, when I was at the university and working within the careers team, I had a 5-year plan, and that was elevated and escalated really quickly when we hit COVID and kind of lockdown and furlough and things like that. And I was like, you know what, if I don't do it now, I'm never going to do it. But during that time, I was kind of watching TED Talks. I was looking at YouTube. I was speaking to D&I practitioners and things like that. People are really open to having conversations. And if you've got a question that's kind of relevant, then just drop someone a message. But what I'd say, if you're going to connect with someone on LinkedIn, is connect with a message. Because sometimes you get people that connect and then they just get lost because you've got that many requests and things like that, that if you are going to do it, drop a message and say, this is why I'm messaging you, and things like that. I think that's really important. Or go into Dink and just drop a message in the community chat and say, hey, can someone chat to me about D&I? I can definitely do that. So what's next for the platform? I know obviously we talked a little bit about the jobs board, and it's something that we're exploring at the minute. But what else? What's the goal? What would you want to do next?
Yeah, I'd say the jobs board is going to be hopefully a big piece. The private networks really to home in on that sort of internal communications piece for businesses, where they have something where their staff can pick up all the free resources and everything that's going on the platform, but then to also have their own dedicated network where they can, for big businesses, maybe there'll be multiple chats to meet the different internal businesses networks, and where people just find out what's going on within the firm, within D&I. Like when I was working at one of the big banks in Canary Wharf, internal comms around D&I gets lost within your inbox because you get hundreds and hundreds of emails a day, and you scroll down, and by the time you see something, but you're in a busy day at work, you miss it, and then it's just become sort of backed up in your Outlook inbox. Whereas
this is why that multi-functionality is so important with Think, because we want it to be fun. We want people to look forward to logging on and looking at the resources and the internal chats and see what's going, the updates, as opposed to just seeing the spam inbox just filling up and then not even attempting to educate themselves or to look into how the company is changing practices. Whereas if we can create that social element with Think, it's super fun. People want to be a part of it. They want to learn. They want to just make an impact, as we all do.
Yeah, I think what's quite good about the platform as well is that sometimes when you're working for an organization, you're kind of hounded with, like you say, with all these emails that just go into your spam. And D&I is not for everybody, as much as it kind of should be everyone's responsibility to be an ally or kind of get involved in some way, shape, or form. You can't win them all. So having a platform where you can direct the people who are really interested for that resource, where it's not going to get lost, I think that's super important that that you've made that readily available. So you can see on the screen, you can download the Dink app. So if you go to www.wearedink.com, that's right, isn't it? Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. And also you can follow them on social media as well, on Instagram and LinkedIn as well. I think LinkedIn's the Dink community, isn't it?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Right. So we've spoken about everything to do with Dink. We've spoken about how you two met in school and kind of the reason why you wanted to set it up. Now we come to the quick fire round question. So who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Okay, Ross, you ready? Favorite band?
Queen.
Queen. That's a good answer. Favorite drink?
Long Island iced tea.
Ah, good choice. Favorite movie?
Do you know what? I think I'm only going on the last week, but I'll say Bohemian Rhapsody. Fantastic film.
Interesting. Favorite TV show?
I don't even want to answer that. It's a guilty pleasure. My partner got me into it. I'm going to say Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
You know what, though? I'm a massive Real Housewives fan, so I'm kind of with you there.
You rescued me there, mate. Thank you.
I don't know what's worse, actually. Favorite quote, if you have one?
Favorite quote? You'll have to get back to me on that.
Okay.
There's a list.
Cat or dog?
Dog.
Dog. Good answer. Favorite song?
Favorite song? At the moment, I'd have to say one of Drake's songs called Elevate.
Okay. I'll have to take your word for that. Favorite book?
Favorite book? there is a book called The Power of Positive Thinking by Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, and it's a really, really incredible book, just about subtle changes that you can make in your thinking, which is really the operating room for our reality. Fantastic book. Yeah.
Nice. And if you were to have one final meal, what would it be?
It's got to be steak and chips. It's got to be.
Is that such an Essex thing, though, isn't it?
I think so.
Chips.
Stereotypical.
Right. So going back to quote, have you got a favorite quote? Anything you can think of?
Do you know what? I'll go back to what I said earlier, just because it's so prominent in my life, and that was if you show me obviously this is like gender neutral, but I'm saying it for how I remember it. Show me the boy and I'll show you the man, because everything that we experience from birth up until about 7 years old is just imprinting on the unconscious mind. Like my daughter's 4 years old, and if I'm giving her a little bit of a telling off or whatever, and she's looking up at me and I'm saying, "You're not going to do that again, are you?" And she's like, they're sponges, you know, they really are. And I think that if we take the initiative now to, obviously in the right way, in a playful way, in an engaging way, if we can start educating young people, obviously it goes on from that, but that's quite an important age, then it just makes a huge difference, you know. So I would say that quote really sticks with me, because I know from my own upbringing, you know, if things had been different during that time, or if I had maybe a different conditioning, obviously I wouldn't be the person I am today, and I'm proud of who I am. But I know how powerful that programming and conditioning is. So I'd say that quote.
Nice. No, I like that. I heard this is really geeky of me, but I'm like a huge Marvel fan, and I don't know if anybody's watched WandaVision on Disney Plus. But there was a fantastic quote that was on that a couple of weeks ago, and it's something me and Jack have been speaking about quite a lot recently. Is we're coming up to the anniversary of my mum's death at the end of this month, and there was an amazing quote that says, "What is grief yet love persevering?" And I just thought that was like,
wow,
beautiful and quite powerful. And for it to come from a TV show, it was just like, you should have seen the state of me. There was one of the characters is like red, and one of them's a witch, and this red guy said to the witch that what is grief yet love persevering? And I was sobbing as that kind of came out, and Mother Half walked in and he was like, what? But quite a powerful quote. But I do love show me the boy and I'll show you the man. I think that's quite powerful, and I think that is something that really resonates, especially at the minute with everything that's going on and what's happening. We have a question. So from Edwards and Finn, so from Tom. Good morning, Tom. He said, I really enjoyed this panel discussion. I wanted to find out what the panel thinks the biggest challenges will be for D&I over the next year, but also what you've seen in terms of positives. And then we'll do Jack's quick fire round.
I think the biggest challenge is, I think 2020 was such a big year, and I think the biggest keep that momentum going, really. I think there's so many positives to draw upon from last year, through some dreadful tragedies. But I think as we approach the new year, it's going to be keeping that vigor, keeping that sort of flag flying.
I don't know if you agree with me, chaps, but I feel like one of the challenges that we're going to need to face head on is getting people to be accountable. You know, I think accountability is huge, and in the last 20 years, really, only up until recently, companies are kind of like, it was his fault. There's just no accountability, and it's a challenge. But I think if we can get through that together, then there's going to be a real movement here and a huge shift in our space.
Definitely. I think just touching on that a bit for me is, I suppose, it's going back to physical events and things like that. So it's something that I've always envisaged when I first started Your D&I, is creating this event, and it's something that I'm kind of manifesting at the minute, and it's something that I want to kind of come true next year. But I don't know how people are going to be about physical events next year. I think that may be one of the biggest challenges that we might have, is actually getting people into a room or kind of into an event space, because we've all adapted quite quickly, I suppose, when it comes to virtual events and whatnot as well. So yeah, I think that'll be one of the biggest things. And in positives, I suppose everybody's talking about D&I more, I suppose. We're still not seeing a huge change. We've seen a little bit of a change, but I suppose that comes with time, and the more we talk about it, the more we start to see change. So definitely. Right, Jack, you're not getting out of this. Are you ready? Favorite band?
Rolling Stones.
Oh. Favorite drink?
Lager. Oh, Guinness.
Oh, do you not think it tastes like a roast dinner? It's something I always think whenever I drink Guinness. You're drinking a roast dinner. Favorite movie?
I don't watch that many movies, or I haven't seen anything good recently. I can always watch The Notebook. Titanic.
Just me.
I thought I knew you. Favorite TV show, if you have one?
I just rewatched Breaking Bad.
Nice. Favorite quote, if you've got one?
Don't put off tomorrow what you can do today.
I like that. Is that by you, or is that by someone else?
I've heard it before. I don't think I made it up.
Just trademark it, Nichols, you'll be fine. Cat or dog?
Cat.
Cat. Ooh. Favorite song?
Right now, I guess Tiesto, The Business.
Oh, nice. Big difference between the two of you as well. And favorite book?
Not much of a reader. I probably last read The Rogue Trader by Nick Leeson, which is just following how he lost loads of money on the stock market.
So not what not to do then.
Yes.
And if you were going to have one last meal, what would that meal be?
It's a tough one. As Ross said, steak and chips. I'll go with Thai.
Thai, nice. I just want to say a big thank you to you both, not only for taking part today and being such huge advocates for the event, but also for your friendship that we've kind of had over the last few months, and the continued partnership that we've had and will continue to hopefully have in the future. But yeah, thank you so much for taking part in today's episodes. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. Oh, I'm glad we did it.
Good. I know Ross was a little bit nervous about technology, but we got there.
Eventually. 1 minute two.
1 minute two. I love it. If anyone's got any questions, we've still got a few minutes before Tom joins us for his segment. But if anyone's got any questions, please feel free to pop them into the chat. Donations can be made throughout the day as well. So you've probably seen the link for the YouTube live event, which is probably why you're here. There is an Eventbrite link on our page as well. If you click that and pay for a ticket, you can make a donation from £1 up to £1,000 if you wanted to. But recommended donation is £9 for a ticket. We have already made, so we started some fundraising last week for my birthday, and we raised £150, and we've raised about altogether almost £200 so far for the event. So really grateful for everyone who's donated so far. But please keep on donating. Donations will continue to be open for the foreseeable. So yeah, if anyone's got any questions, do you guys have any questions for me or for kind of the rest of the day?
No, nothing off the top of my head.
Looking forward to watching all the speakers. And yeah, thanks again, Chris, for having us. It's been a real pleasure.
Maybe one question: are you going to look to do more of these style events?
Yes. So as some of you might know, we have the Friends of Ours committee, I'm now calling it, which features a number of businesses. As part of that, we've set up a charity committee. So we had our first meeting in January. So Jack was there, Tom was there, and a few others. And we're hoping to do this every quarter. So the first one being for Freedom4Girls as part of International Women's Day. We're looking at our second one, so we'll have a meeting probably in the next couple of weeks for Pride Month. So we're looking at grassroots charities. So we're able to make more of an impact to these organisations than perhaps some of the larger ones, which do quite well anyway. So yeah, we'll be looking at LGBT charities. And then we'll be looking at social mobility, which will more than likely be Making a Leap, which I know is a charity both of us support. And in December, we'll also be looking for a disability charity as well, our charity that supports people with disabilities. So yeah, that's the plan. So we're going to continue this. So and hopefully when it comes to the third event, it'll be in person. Touch points. That would be quite nice. But yeah, so super excited about what is going to happen today. Like I said, up next we've got Tom, who I know is eagerly waiting in the wings. I can see him just sat there. And after Tom, we have Katie Neeves from Cool to Be Trans. We then have Sophie Turner from Yes She Can. Following Sophie is Lexic, where we're talking about neurodiversity in women. Then Freedom4Girls will be doing a 20-minute talk about their upcoming book and a bit more about their organisation. And then we'll be rounding off with Tony Kent with a bit of stand-up at the end of the day. So yeah, I just want to say a big thank you again, chaps, for joining me today. You are free to go and carry on watching for the rest of the day. But yeah, just a big thanks again for taking part.
Thanks for having us the rest of the day.
Thanks, boys. See you later.
Bye.
Good morning, Mr. Finn.
Hello. How are we?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. That was such a cool panel. I was saying to myself that's actually resonated with me quite a lot. And apologies for how red I look right now. It must be absolutely boiling in my house apparently. So apologies for that. But no, a lot of that actually resonated quite a lot with me. And in terms of sort of the educational piece, I've been on a sort of, in fact, probably since meeting you, I think that's probably one of the best things that happened in 2020 was meeting you, mate, because it opened my eyes a lot. It really did. And it sort of made me question a lot of the practices, obviously, within my industry in terms of diversity. And obviously, you know, my background with regards to sort of age discrimination and sort of the connotations around how young somebody is for certain situations. So no, I just wanted to say brilliant panel there. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I have to apologize about my hair throughout the whole thing. So I was noticing that throughout the whole section, it was just kind of like going, it seemed to have a life of its own today. So anyone that's watching, I apologize.
Just sort of swipe it to the side. There you go. You'll be fine.
Oh, I don't know. It's just, yeah. Anyway, thank you for joining us, Tom. Appreciate it. I know how busy you are. I suppose just to give people a little bit of background. So we met, last summer?
Yep.
Is that about right?
I did an interview, didn't I? And then you sort of watched it.
I did, yeah. So Tom did an interview with Rita Varga, who is the founder of, now Rise Up, formerly WHTT. A bit about his background and story, and it really resonated with me, some of the things that Tom said, and we connected, and we became beautiful friends ever since. So Tom's a huge advocate for D&I, and just like a great all-round guy, and has been a wonderful friend to me over the last few months. So how's that for an introduction?
I was going to say, but yeah, that was a lot nicer than I thought it was going to be. No, but I appreciate it, and thank you very much. And as I say, though, as I said at the start, it's, we've obviously been speaking ever since that interview. Really, I remember when you commented, and I was like, yeah, I'd love to connect. And ever since, it's been one of these educational pieces. Now, again, I think a lot of people might think, well, like you said, not in a bad way, but like you said to the guys on the last panel at Dink, 30-year-old white guy, straight as got a girlfriend and everything else, and it's kind of like, why is he here? And I do, as you say, I'm sort of a huge advocate, but I'm also, like the guy said, still on a massive learning sort of curve. I'm on a bit of a journey myself, and that's something to be sort of proud of in itself, because we're not, just like the guys, we're not looking to just sit within our bubble and our cloud. We want to learn, and what better way to do it than getting involved with stuff like this and trying to support where we can. So yeah, that was my sort of 2 pence with what was said, because it really did resonate with me.
Absolutely. And that's the thing, like having that willingness to learn. I think as long as you have that, then that's the first step. And everyone should really have the willingness to learn. Because everyone has a position. And I was having a discussion last night about this kind of the hashtag that's going around is all men, and the amount of comments guys are like, it's not my responsibility. Well, yes, it is your responsibility. Like, if you're like me, you're a big bugger and you're walking behind someone, like that's pretty daunting to people. Like, because they don't know that you might be the happiest, nicest guy in the world. All they know is that there's this huge guy behind me who could potentially attack me, which is terrifying to say the least. That even exists in the thought process.
It's sad. It's really sad. Do you know what? I mean, Danny, obviously you've spoken to my partner, and we were having this conversation not too long ago, and it was before, of course, the tragic situation that's happened, very recently. But I was we have these long conversations, these sort of very deep, and they go into themselves. But part of it was basically, I was at a point where I was saying to myself, if I saw, and it didn't matter whether it was what gender they were, if it was a girl or a guy walking down the street in the rain, in the dark, and I was in the car, there would have been a time where somebody would have gone, do you know what? Do you want a lift? Do you want a lift home so you're not getting wet? You're not going to get, whatever. The problem is if I rolled up, and Danny sort of made this sort of comment, but if I rolled up, black Mercedes, and just rolled upside to them and said, hey, do you want a lift home? They wouldn't not only just say no, they would probably run a mile. And it would be with the best intention. But of course, we don't live in a world that will allow that anymore. And that is, to have that realization, it's just sad. I mean, if we just go down to I know this is obviously a bit off topic, but, I remember when I used to go out and play curbsy with my friends, bounce a ball off a curb, right? And you wouldn't have your parents around you or anything else. But would that happen these days? Probably not. Kids going out on their own and all the rest of it. There's just a lot of unfortunate situations and a lot of unfortunate sort of mindsets right now, and it sucks. It really does. And it's down to us, as you so rightly said. It's down to us.
Definitely. It's funny you say that. Like, I remember going out as a kid and playing like Kirby and stuff like that, and going to the park before mobile phones, and you didn't really know when to come home until like it was dark, or you could hear your mother screeching across the housing estate that it was time to come in for your tea. But I don't think that exists anymore. It's kind of like text me when you get there, text when you get home, and text when you get back, and that it shouldn't happen, but obviously it does, because obviously it's been instilled in these women that their safety's at risk. I think I saw a statistic last night. It was like 97% of women have feared or experienced attack whilst they've been out. And that's just like, and like I've got 2 younger sisters, and that just made me instantly think like, God, that could be my sisters. So it's terrifying. But we've got a position within our position within society to kind of be real advocates and actually let's think about our actions whilst we're out. And actually, if we do see someone walking on their own and we're walking behind them, let's just cross the road. It could be something just as simple as that to kind of make them feel a little safer. And
it's
if
just
we can
being
do that,
conscious.
yeah,
exactly. It's just being conscious about your position and oh, no, not even your position, almost their position. What position are they in, and how can you make that easier? You know, just, and as you say, if it is simply by crossing the street, and which is a sad thing in itself, but if it's what needs to be done, then that's what needs to be done right now. So no, I just think, I can't remember who said it, but it was accountability. And that is a huge thing that I think a lot of us need to take in a lot of parts of our lives, to be honest with you. So yeah, I believe that's a big thing, big thing.
Most definitely. Right, so we'll let you get on with your session. So what are you doing for us today?
So something that I, obviously within my area of expertise is, of course, in recruitment, for anybody that doesn't know. And with so many people, due to obviously the COVID pandemic and the situation that comes with that, so many people are out of work or they're looking to obviously develop skills. And one of the big ones that I see within senior leaders within my industry anyway was that soft skill element. It was always sort of, in a lot of cases, lacking, unless it was within a specific environment like sales or something where you're constantly customer focused, where your soft skills will naturally become better and better. But with a lot of people, they seem to take the back seat. Their profession or their sort of way of working has never really resulted in them needing a lot of people skills. And that's the reason basically I created this a little while ago. And I thought soft skills can go across all industries. So it doesn't matter what industry you're in. And it might just help with not only work environments, but also just social environments as well. If you feel a bit nervous, or you're that person that generally stays behind everybody else or whatever, this might just bring out a little bit, a little bit more personality that you want to put across. And that's why it's sort of called the beauty of being human, because I think the human element in a lot of cases in our day-to-day lives has been completely decimated. I don't think I think COVID has actually brought it back, to be quite honest with you, in a really strange way. And I know that sounds weird because we've got less contact with people more than ever, but I genuinely do think that the human element has crawled back in a big way because of COVID, which I think's a positive in itself, to be honest. So yeah, that's what we're going to be working on today.
Amazing. So I shall let you get on. I will drop back in at about 10:02. Okay. And we can have a chat and take it away, Tom.
Perfect. Okay, so let's select the window screen. Entire screen. There we go. Allow. Has that done it? Whoa, that's gone weird. Share screen. Forgive me here. I'm trying to share screen at the moment. I'll show you to select the window or screen. StreamYard. The browser can't access your screen. Try capturing a different screen. What the? Chris, I might need you to come back on. Share screen. So I've got entire screen.
Yeah.
But it's not allowing me to do it. Only share screens with. Oh, my camera's going a bit weird now as well. Allow this sites browser. So just maybe. No, it's not allowing me to for some reason.
That is weird. Your cameras, yes.
I was going to say my camera seems to be going a bit strange as well.
Yeah. Do you want to try coming out and coming back in, see if that does anything?
Yeah. Okay. Let me try that.
Okay. So we're just having a little technical difficulty with Tom's presentation just now. Will just be a second. Feel free to use the chat section on YouTube if you have any questions for Tom or any of the presenters throughout the day. Please feel to drop a comment in the chat. And you can also donate. So if you go to our Eventbrite link on our LinkedIn page, on your D&I's LinkedIn page, you can purchase a ticket. That ranges from £1 upwards. Any donation is greatly received. As you might have heard earlier, we've raised almost £200 so far, so really exciting. You back?
I'm back. Again, though.
Yeah, your camera's a bit funny.
A bit odd. Okay, 1 second. Let me try something else.
Okay. Isn't technology amazing?
Honestly, mate, I have no idea what's going on because it's been absolutely fine up until now, which is really odd. Right, so I'm trying to share screen at the moment. Don't show this to again. So share screen. Select window of screen. So I'm doing entire screen, and then it says only share screens with sites you trust. Sharing can allow. Yep. Okay, so allow. And then it comes up with saying the browser can't access your screen. Try capturing a different screen to use this. And I don't get why.
That's so weird.
Yeah, really odd. I don't quite know what's going on.
Because I've changed the setting on the video, so you'll be able to see you and the screen.
Yeah, and again, my camera seems to be playing about.
Yeah.
Hold on.
How bizarre. So yeah, we're just having technical difficulties at the minute, so you're stuck seeing my face for a little bit. And if anyone's interested in a diversity mug, drop a comment, let me know. And hopefully we shall have a resolution for Tom's issue. Camera seems better.
Yeah, there we go. So I'm using sort of the laptop one now rather than a webcam. Again, though, I'm trying to share screen and it's not having it.
That's so weird.
I don't know if it's worth me sending you the slideshow and then you try sharing yours and then you click through it when I say, can we go to the next one? Yeah, for anybody watching right now, apologies for this. I don't know. I don't quite know what's going on. So let me just send this to you.
Technical tests with everybody else this week, and it seems to run okay. So
yeah, don't quite know what's going on here. All right, I've just really weird.
So weird.
Yeah, you might have to be my slide man.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Your glamorous assistant for the morning.
Next slide, please.
I knew I should have wore that sparkly number this morning.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting on it to come through. There we go. Right. Is it better to do it on PowerPoint or on Google Slides or either?
I did it on mine's through PowerPoint, but it's completely up to you.
Okay, cool. All right, so I share my screen. Share screen. Application window. Can you see it?
Yeah, there you go. Really strange. There you go. Yeah, you'll have to be my Mr. Click. So yeah, for anybody obviously still watching after that technical issue, as I say, so this sort of workshop, it's a pretty bite-sized workshop because the last thing I want is for anybody to just sit there watching me go through some slides and sort of talk through stuff because I want this to sort of be something that we all get involved in. So with regards to this presentation, it's, as I say, it's all around the beauty of being human and those soft skills that come with that. So if we want to go through with it, I'll talk about obviously what we're going to be going through in terms of content. So Chris, if you want to take through to the next slide. So we're going to be covering building strong relationships, objection handling, influencing, and negotiating. Now, these, if you like, are the four main pillars of soft skills. You know, it goes all the way from the sort of building the relationship, the initial relationship, all the way through to negotiating to try and get, I suppose, what you want, but ultimately get everybody happy with the negotiation process, which can always make or break, one, a relationship, but two, in many cases, in a business sense, a deal. Okay, so let's go through to the building relationships then. Okay, so building strong relationships, it all starts with you being who you are. Be yourself. With anybody trying to be something that they're not, it will immediately become apparent, because all somebody needs to do is just have a very simple conversation with you, and if you're trying to be something you're not, it will come across. It's absolutely integral that you be yourself. It's as simple as that. The reason for this is because, one, you'll become so much more comfortable with what you're saying, the content, how you're saying it. If you're trying to be something you're not, or try and be somebody else that you've seen, and you think, wow, they present so well, I'm gonna mimic that, you're immediately, taking away from your own personality and your own potential to get that relationship going. Especially later on down the line, if you suddenly start changing who you are and sort of going back to maybe your own personality, the person might start thinking, hold on, what's just happened? So it's all about being yourself, getting across your personality, your character, what you love, what you hate. All these types of things are integral to building that relationship. And you would hope that obviously the other party would be doing the exact same thing. Now, part of that is, of course, being honest and transparent. I think with regards to, this is actually quite a good example, and Chris is obviously on the call, but when Chris and I first met, it was, as Chris said, due to an interview that I did. And that was probably one of the most honest and transparent interviews I've ever done. I spoke about things that I never have spoken about before on any podcast or any interview that I've done. And Chris will attest to this. I've done a few of them. And we brought up things about family. We brought up things about my upbringing and my sort of past, that in a lot of cases, in a business sense, I've always been very self-conscious about. But that enabled me to build a relationship with Chris immediately, because I was honest. I was transparent, and I was exactly who I was. There was no, hi, I'm Tom. I'm this businessman, and I don't have a personal life, and I am very much a successful individual. No, I went through a journey, and Chris heard that. Be creative. This is a common trend that we're going to be touching on throughout this very short sort of presentation. But the creativity piece is arguably probably one of the most important parts of this, especially in a post-pandemic market that we're going to be going into, or within your social circles. Now, the creativity element, this could be anything. This could be you just getting creative with how you introduce yourself to somebody. Now, within obviously these social media platforms, you've got the likes of, if you're looking at a professional perspective, we've got the likes of LinkedIn. We've, of course, got Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. We've got TikTok. We've got Snapchat. We've got all these different social media platforms that we can utilize. Now, I'm not saying we start creating small TikTok videos to get to know somebody, because obviously that's not going to be the case. But if we use LinkedIn, for example, rather than just sending them an invite, why don't you send them a little message in that invite saying, hey, I just saw you feature on this. It looked fantastic and it really resonated with me. I thought we could have a really good conversation. Maybe we can pick a date and time that works for you. I'm happy to work around your diary. It's these types of little messages that can really push you in the right direction with that individual. We've also seen the climb, if you like, and the popularity of short videos through LinkedIn. Putting together a very short video where you're saying, hey, this is me. This is what I'm about. This is what I do. This is my experience. Or if it's a more personal thing, this is what I love. This is what I enjoy doing, whatever it might be. And it can be a really short skit, if you like. You send that through LinkedIn, or you send that through a social media platform. Hey, presto, rather than you just being a white background, black lettering, it's you. It's your personality. It's your character. So that creativity piece is paramount. Get creative with how you do things. Look online at different software providers. I'll tell you what, I don't know if Chris has already utilized this, but I started using Canva for pretty much my whole life. Have you heard of Canva, Chris?
I use it every single day, like for everything. Yeah. So it's amazing.
Honestly, it's made my whole sort of platform look better. It's sort of it's seamless. There's the sort of continuity there in terms of branding. And it gives you an opportunity to get creative with your Instagram posts if you're trying to create something on there. But that is a really great platform and a really great piece of software to give you a bit more of a boost in terms of your creativity. Be knowledgeable. Now, be knowledgeable is much more a case of looking at your professional circles, if I'm honest with you. Of course, you could be knowledgeable about your potential person you want to become friends with, but there's an area there where it might become stalkerish. You know, you go onto there and you say, oh, I saw that you got a lovely mum and dad, 2 brothers, a sister. It seems that you like that holiday you went on, and this is the first time you're meeting. That's going to seem quite odd. So avoid that. But in terms of your professional circles, be knowledgeable about what you do. Be an expert in your field, okay? I know that Chris, for me, is my go-to guy in terms of D&I. He is the person that I see most active. He's the person that I see to be a real, not only an advocate, but a proactive, almost activist for it. It's one of these things where he is the guy that I go to for information. If I have a question, if I want to support a certain objective within D&I, he's the guy I go to. He's that knowledgeable person that you just trust. And that's what you want. You just want to be that expert. And that all comes through your personal branding, which is, of course, something that we can, of course, come on to. But you need to be knowledgeable in your field. If you're seen as an expert, you'll be treated as such. And people will listen to you. Being empathetic. Now, being empathetic is all around sort of, rather than having an understanding, you're basically almost having the feeling. You know, you're understanding where it's coming from that sort of empathetic side of things. Now, building a strong relationship, if you don't have empathy, you don't have a relationship. It's as simple as that. That empathy has to be there, almost ingrained, laced within every conversation that you have, every post that you put out. Everything has to have that ingrained in it. There is no question about that. Okay. Now, actively listening. This, again, is going to be something else that is going to be a common trend within this. Active listening is something that you have to be able to, for anybody that doesn't know what active listening is, it's effectively you actively listening to what the other party is saying, but you're also taking in the information to be able to use that information at a later stage, whether that be at the end of the conversation, whether that be at the end of the month when you're recapping things. If you're not actively listening, which is a more proactive part of the listening process, you're again missing a massive trick to be able to build a relationship. If somebody says to me, oh, it's my child's birthday in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, I have an opportunity, if I write down a little book or something, to say, hey, by the way, just wanted to say, I hope that your child's birthday went well at the weekend. I know obviously we're just at the start of the week, but I just wanted to drop you a message to say, I hope they had a great birthday. That little piece of information just goes a further sort of way of building that relationship, because I've done it myself. I've caught up with people after they've dealt with difficult situations. I've dealt with people, I've communicated with people that have had brilliant sort of things going on at the weekend. And I'll just catch up with them after that week to say, hey, just wanted to see how the weekend was. How was that walk? How was that experience? It's all that comes in with that active listening piece. So that's something to really focus on. Chris, if you want to take us through to the next slide.
Of course.
Thank you very much, my dear. Okay, so objection handling. Now, objection handling, again, is one of these things where we've all been in a situation where somebody has said, no, I don't feel this is right for us, or not right now, maybe another time. All these types of objections, these are not a negative thing about being in relationships, and they're not a negative thing in any process. They're simply just a challenge that we have to figure out how to overcome. Okay, so let them talk, and again, actively listen. When anybody is objecting to a situation, they want to be heard. That objection needs to be listened to and understood completely. How many of us have had a sales situation you know, where, I don't know, you get a cold call from somebody saying, hi, I've got this great credit card, or hi, I've got this great loan, and we think that it's absolutely perfect for you because we're going to be able to clear all your current debts. And all you need to do is talk to me. And then you immediately say, look, no, I'm not interested. Or look, yeah, it could be something I'm interested in, but I'm at work right now. I can't talk. And they, before you even finish your sentence, they go, so what I can do for you today is this, that, and the other, and that, and the other, and that, and the other. Before you know it, they've spoken for 5 minutes. You're at work, or you're in a situation that you really can't talk in, and they haven't listened. If you're in that situation, you already hate this situation. You don't want to talk to this person anymore. Even if they had the best product in the world that's going to clear all your worries, you would not want to continue that call because they have not listened to what you've had to say. So that objection handling piece has to start with you listening to the other party. But not only listening, but taking in that information. Because as I said in the last slide, we're going to use that information at the end of the conversation. Or we're going to use that information at the end of the month when they said, look, call me in a couple of weeks because right now isn't great. You use that information. Understanding why the objection is there. So it's all well and good listening to why, but if you don't then understand what the objection is, how are you ever going to be able to overcome that objection? Arguably, it's impossible. You can't overcome an objection if you don't understand what it is or why it's there. So if somebody simply said, this is a really simple scenario, but somebody simply says, look, I can't talk right now, but I'm available at 6 o'clock. That's your way of saying to yourself, right, I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to say, look, I completely understand. You're at work or you're in a situation that you cannot talk right now. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a call at 6 o'clock, like you've said, and we can catch up then. Have a great day, and we'll talk then. There you go. Dealt with. You've understood that the reason they can't talk isn't because they don't like you, isn't because they don't like the potential product. It's simply because they can't talk. And you take a step back, and you think to yourself, right, understood. I'll give you a call back when you've said it's right, and we'll continue the conversation. So in terms of you getting creative again, what we could then say as a backup to that, okay, I completely understand. You can't talk right now, but rather than me just giving you a call later on, why don't I send you something in between now and then so you can take some time out, maybe of your lunch break or when you finish work or whatever the situation is. You can take a look at it. And then when I call you later, we can get your thoughts. Rather than me looking to sell something at you like everybody else does, why don't I just send you some information and then you can let me know your thoughts? That's you getting creative with an approach that at the moment is incredibly cold, where you can then say, look, let me provide you something completely free. You can take out of your own time and look at it and then come back. We can catch up later. We can talk about it. We can see what you found really useful and other things that you don't find useful. Provide a solution. Now, providing a solution, obviously you can probably see if you're sort of watching this right now, you'll see a trend here. So we've obviously listened to what the objection is. We've understood what that objection is. We've got creative with our response. And now we're looking to provide that solution. We're looking to provide the solution that not only deals with the problem that they've got, but we're also dealing with the objection that they originally had. Okay, so let's say the solution to it was that the price was wrong and they were looking for something slightly cheaper. Okay, fine. Well, why don't we adapt something, or why don't we change something, or why don't we take something out that you might not need, but you do need this? So I've got a very good situation right now, actually. If we want to go into sort of a real world situation, very recently I launched a brand new product range as part of my business. Now, this product range immediately got traction in the industry that I'm in. But of course, within the hospitality industry, there's not a lot of cash out there right now. In terms of costings, everything is gone through with a fine tooth comb. And therefore, things will not happen until properties start opening again and revenues start being generated. It's just one of these things. But my product range is all about getting the hotels opened as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So we're in a catch-22 here where a lot of properties can't take a product because they're not open yet. But the product's designed for them to take it before the property is open. So immediately we started seeing objections, which were, I'm sorry, we can't take this right now because we can't have the cost. Now, there's two things we do. We either go, right, okay, no problem. We'll catch up with you in May when you start opening, and we can catch up then. But what we basically sort of dealt with was saying, right, their objection was that their cash is not there right now. They would love the product, but they just can't afford it. So all I did was say, right, well, let's look at a support now, pay later scheme, where we support you now. We give all the products right now, but you don't pay an invoice until the property is open and we're starting to see revenues come in. That was somebody in that situation getting creative. That was somebody that actively listened to the objection, understood what the situation was, got creative with the response, and then provided a solid solution. Confirm that the solution works for them, right? So you've got to say, this is what we come up with. How does this sound? Now, this person will either say, yeah, actually, that's exactly what we needed, and that is exactly what we want to do. Or they might say, yes, but we don't need that. Or yes, but we need to deal with this situation. And their immediate response was, okay, but when will the fee need to be paid? When will that actually need to be paid? Is it the day that we open? Because we're not going to be able to do that because we haven't got any revenues coming in from the day we open. So we then had to look at creating a date or creating a payment scheme where they paid a certain amount this date and a certain amount that date, and we created it like that. So you have to confirm that your solution to their problem is the right one for them, because you can't then assume just because they've said the cost is a problem, we can't afford it until the property's open. I go back and then say, well, I've created the solution. There you go. Now we're ready to move ahead. No, you need to go back. You need to confirm. You need to actively listen again and deal with anything else that is there that it could be an issue. And then move forward collaboratively. That collaborative piece is huge. I mean, Chris and I today, and everybody else that's in this agenda today, we are working collaboratively to create a great space for people to maybe learn new things, maybe understand different ways of thinking, different ways of working. These are all collaborative ways of working together that are for the higher good, for the greater good, or for the good of the people. And that's what this is all about. In terms of your objection handling, it has to move forward with the person saying, no, I don't want it, to then moving forward with you on a collaborative basis, not only taking the product, but actually collaborating with you and sort of talking to you about how it could be adapted, how they could do it, how we could do it. It's all about being that consultant. I know, Chris, again, you're on this right now. I am sure that you have dealt with things where you've moved forward on a collaborative basis, where you've worked with the client rather than just working for the client. That's a given, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's something that we've done quite recently, and I think you get creative really resonates because we work with a number of SMEs, and we have a lot of conversations with SMEs, and one of the biggest things for businesses like that is finance, because obviously there's not a huge amount of revenue, and obviously they want to look at things like diversity and inclusion, but cost just is one of their biggest stumbling blocks. So we have come up with a SME D&I starter kit, which runs over 6 months. The SME pays bi-monthly. So it's split into 3 phases. So phase 1, they pay for that up front. Phase 2, when they're ready to go ahead, they then pay for phase 2. And then phase 3, they then pay for that as well. And it's about, instead of kind of saying, this is going to cost you X amount up front, it's just about spreading that cost, making it easier for them. And actually the work's less intensive for them as well, because we know with SMEs as well, it can be, you don't have enough people within the business to focus on one thing at one time. So we've spread out the whole process with them, spread out the costs with them, and it's already started to work. We've had one company who we spoke to in January who were like, it's just too much. We've now had an email back from them once we told them about the solution, and they said, yeah, what's the next steps? So it's just collaboration and listening to what your clients are saying, and I suppose that when it comes down to empathetic listening as well. But yeah, let them talk, listen to what they have to say, get creative, and then collaborate with them moving forward. It's super important.
This is it. And again, for a lot of people, it could almost seem like basic, but if somebody, I think any of us need a bit of a recharge, a bit of a kick to say, are we actually doing all these things, or are we just following the motions that we've just seen work all the time? And this is what this is all about, is it's just giving you a bit of a kick to say, are you doing all these things? Because if you're not, why not start doing them again? So, Chris, if you don't mind, if you click us through to the next slide, please.
There we go.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Thank you. Influencing. Okay, so influencing. We've all heard of influencers online that are sort of influencing sort of the way that people buy things or the way that people experience things. Influencing is all down to your soft skills playing a part where you are guiding somebody in the way that you want them to go. Okay. Now, influencing in recruitment is huge. Influencing is one of the biggest things that we rely on. It's sort of a bit of a power play in the backdrop. But if you're doing it right, people don't realize that you're doing it almost. Okay. So make what you want clear. Okay. There's nothing wrong with you saying, this is what I want from this situation. In fact, in a lot of situations, if you actually avoid making it clear what you want, people might become quite skeptical of what you're trying to achieve. Why is he keeping that from me? If he's obviously wanting to attain, let's say, a sale, why is he not saying, look, I've got this product? Why is he leaving that to the end? Is it because there's a cost involved? Is it because the cost is huge and he's trying to move that to one side? So make what you want absolutely, unequivocally clear. Okay. Adapt the message to the audience. Now, again, this is about knowing your audience. And again, from looking at that sort of building relationships and objection handling, we would have already looked at active listening, understanding who they are, understanding what the situation is, and how we're coming up with a solution. This influencing side of things is very much the same. You have to understand your audience. You can't put one sort of objective on one group of people and expect that to work on all groups of people. At the end of the day, the point of us being human beings is we are individuals. Things are not just a case of one size fits all. This is a case of you understanding who your audience is, who the individual is in front of you, and adapting what you're doing to them. Use open and closed questions. Now, for anybody, again, that doesn't know, open questions in recruitment are huge because these are what, where, how, why, when, okay? It almost rolls off the tongue in a lot of cases where these are questions that you want information from. These are deeper questions that do not require just a yes or no. These are the questions that you will gain so much information from, but it's about you using, as I said before, that active listening to actually put those into practice, put that information into your strategy. So that active listening bit always comes down to a point when you're asking these questions. Because if you ask a question and then you're just sort of going in one out, in one ear out the other, or you're fiddling with something, or you're not focusing on the person, the whole point of it goes completely out of the window. So we need to be looking at the types of questions we're asking. So the open question, as I said, what, where, how, why, when, okay? The closed questions, these are your yes and no's. So do you want to take this opportunity up? No. Why? There you go. You got your open question. But you could say something along the lines of, how would this proposition work for you? You can't just say no to that, because if they did, it would just sound strange, right? How would this opportunity work for you? No. Right. Okay. So it's one of these things where you're immediately using a slight tactic to be able to get more information. Acknowledge opposing perspectives. Now, this comes back to the objection handling, if you like, and it's a very simple process. You simply, again, actively listen to what that other perspective is, be empathetic to that, and then come up with a solution as to what or how you can collaborate effectively. The influencing side of it, you need to understand what the other perspective is to bring them into the situation. If they are completely opposed to it, why are they opposed to it? Does it compromise maybe their social standing? Does it compromise their values? Is it something that they fundamentally do not agree with? We need to understand the perspective of the other individual. And again, everybody is different. It's not a one size fits all. So we need to be understanding what that other perspective is to be able to move forward on a collaborative basis. Use logic and evidence. With any influencing, anybody is going to want to see evidence of why this is going to work. How does this thing, how will we achieve these certain goals. If you've got evidence in terms of data or in terms of information, fantastic. That sort of backs up what you're currently saying. But if you're coming at it from a passionate, emotional perspective, there's no reliability there. There's no reassurance that you know what you're talking about. It's just something that you're incredibly passionate about. You know, I want to make a pair of trainers that are, you know, blue because I absolutely love the color blue. And blue is the color that I love. And blue is the color that all my friends love. When really red is the trainer that people are actually buying right now. That's the trend right now. Over the last 6 months, people have been buying red trainers. You are coming at it from an emotional perspective rather than a logical and evidential perspective. So logic and evidence is paramount again to your influencing skills because it's a quantifiable piece of information that you can cut that situation with. Provide solutions that people can agree to without compromising their position. Okay. Now, this is where you use everything almost that we've come up with so far. That solution has to be right for everybody. Now, that's where we bring in those perspectives. That's where we bring in that empathetic sort of listening. That's where we bring in our negotiation skills. That solution has to fit everybody's goal, but also their values, what they see as important, and they cannot compromise on who they are or what their business stands for. So with that influencing side of things, that has to be at the forefront of that. Where is their position and where is yours, and is it aligned? Chris, if you want to take us through to the next one.
Of course. There we go.
Thank you. God, you're so good at this. I should get you on board with all these things.
I think I've got a new career.
We'll go on tour together. So before we go off on that one, negotiating. So negotiating. Now, negotiating, again, as I said at the start, actually, can be the make or break of any sort of situation, deal, or sale, if you like, whatever it might be. Okay. And at the end of the day, it's a weird one because a lot of people find negotiating quite a difficult thing to approach. You know, if we look at it, because I did a Clubhouse podcast very recently. If we looked at it from a perspective of a candidate, right, who's wanting a certain salary, but they're not being represented by anybody, they're just going in on their own, and that opportunity to say, what is the salary, or I wanted this salary, or whatever, that's an incredibly uncomfortable situation to be in, and not a lot of people know how to deal with that. Negotiating in that situation can make or break a deal because the employer might think, well, they're just focused on money, or the candidate might feel, oh my God, if I say something wrong, I might, blow this, or they might think that I want something less, or, all these questions that then create anxiety don't need to be there. If you simply follow some simple negotiating sort of steps, you can mitigate all that anxiety straight away. So we're always negotiating, right? So say, if you've got, we're all children or we're all parents, right? So if you've been a child, you've been negotiating with your parents to let you stay out a little bit longer, or to let you have a takeaway when you've already had one yesterday, or, these are all the reasons why I should be allowed to have a sleepover at the weekend. All these types of things, right? You're negotiating. Or if you're a parent like I am, you've had situations where you're trying to get children in bed, or you're trying to get them to not watch that, another episode of God knows what. You're always negotiating. Okay, so don't see this as a brand new operation. It's just you adapting what you currently know as negotiating and putting it to another situation. Okay, so take the perspective of the other party. Okay, now again, it's about understanding where the other party is in this. Where is their position? Okay, are they in the stronger position, or are you? Or are you at level? Are you sort of at the same position at the same time? You then need to understand what's their gain. We need to have a win-win situation here, what their gain is and what your gain is. Can we create a win-win, or is it going to go down at the moment as a lose-win or a win-lose and so on? Okay, so we also need to look at the information. Now, anybody in any situation understands that information is power right now. Knowledge is power, information is power. If you're in a situation where a certain, let's say, okay, So let's say in my situation in recruitment, I know the client is offering £40,000 on the basic salary. And I know for a fact that the candidate is actually looking for 35. So in that negotiation bit, I can say to the client, look, if you offered the candidate 37,000, okay, so you're not hitting your top mark, you're not having to offer them the whole lot, and you say to the candidate, look, I think they may offer you 35. If they offer you 35, that's obviously where you want it, and I think we'll be in a really good position. But then you've got the client that comes back to you and says, right, yeah, fine. If they want 37, we can go at 37. You've then created a situation where the client's happy because they're paying a little bit less than their top line. The candidate's happy because they're getting a little bit more than their top line. You're then in a situation where you've got all the information and you've created a situation where everybody wins. That's where you want to be. You don't want to be in a situation where, in recruitment terms, you don't know what that client wants to pay. Or you don't want to be in a situation at the end of that where you don't know what that candidate wants. You have to be in a position of power, and the only way you can do that is to have the information in front of you. Knowledge and information is absolute power in negotiating. Active listening again. Now, active listening comes down to you, again, understanding where everybody sits, where everybody's stance is, and where everybody's position is. What do they want? How do they get it? How can you make that happen? That only happens with active listening. I can't stress how important active listening is, especially in the market that we're going into, because everybody is looking at their situations in terms of employment and trying to find ways to make it as effective as possible, but with the least headcount as possible. If you're skilled in all these soft skills, if you like, you're already above the rest. Understanding your audience, what they want and what they need. So what their wants and what their needs are. Okay. Now, again, if you understand what these wants and needs are, ultimately, you can then come up with a solution that suits all without compromising their positions, without compromising their values, and by attaining everything that each party wants. Now, of course, there is always going to be that argument where you can't please everybody. I would argue to the fact that if you're good at what you do, you can. If you've got all the information, you can definitely tick more boxes than not. But if you don't have all the information, if you haven't listened carefully, if you haven't implemented certain strategies and certain situations to allow you to attain and achieve these goals for everybody, you haven't done your job right. If you do all the other little steps that we've already spoken about, the negotiating bit actually becomes incredibly easy and incredibly straightforward. So that's what it's one of these things where if you're building your sort of blocks of a negotiation, but with all the parts of the soft skills element, the negotiating bit is the really easy bit at the end because you've already done all the work. Chris, the next one, please. Questions. So obviously, I don't know if there's any questions in the group, or Chris, if you've got any questions for me, I don't know if that is how this is going to work, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions that anybody might have at the moment, or if you want to talk about something completely different, I'm completely up for it.
So I've got a couple of questions. So obviously you run your own YouTube channel as well. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes. Yeah, of course. So ENFTV is basically a YouTube channel that brings on basically commercial leaders, or to be fair, I would say various leaders within the hospitality industry, whether that be large corporate brands, hotel management companies, we've got holiday businesses, tech companies, you name it, we've had it on there. And we've got about 60 episodes now. And what this show is all about is actually bringing the world of sort of hospitality, if you like, and the intricacies of it and the complexities of it to the audience and making it incredibly accessible. Because I saw a gap where there was nothing out there that was like it. So, yeah, that's pretty much what the show is. We also have we've given opportunities. We did a mini series that basically brought candidates on the market that were looking for a job, and they didn't have sort of, I suppose, the platform to say who they are and what they're capable of. and their experience of being on this really turbulent sort of job market right now. So we sort of did that. We've done some stuff on site where we've taken a crew with us, and we've gone to these beautiful hotels like the Ritz in London and the Royal Horse Guards and the Royal Lancaster. Yeah, we sort of take people with us to certain events, which is always great. So yeah, and more recently, we put out an episode where we're doing one with the CEO of a large hotel and sort of resort company who was basically eating hot wings with me. So we're basically burning our mouths off for the pleasure of others. So there you go. That's something for the greater good, is it not?
Absolutely. And I've seen a sneak peek as well, and it does look hilarious. Yes. And if you'd come to me beforehand, you could have got that cure for the spiciness after eating a hot wing.
Of course.
Yeah.
For anybody that doesn't know, though, because obviously I've always thought milk, but you came up with a brilliant one that I'd never even heard of before.
Yeah, tequila.
I love it.
Tequila is the best remedy for anything spicy. I only found this out, I think, the start of last year, and we were at a friend's house and we were eating really hot chilies, and he was like, yeah, take a shot of tequila, take it away, because we were drinking milk and water and all this kind of stuff, and did a shot of tequila, gone. So, it's just it's another good excuse to drink tequila.
That'll be on the next episode. Because this is a mini series. So I'll make sure I have some tequila at hand.
Exactly. We have been trolled. There was a comment that came up in the chat box, which was a bit of a trolling comment, which we have removed.
Okay.
So, yes, we're not even going to give it the time of day.
No problem.
Empathy. So, obviously, you touch on empathy as part of your workshop. And I think that's something that's really, really important, especially it's really been brought to light over the last 12 months as well, as actually having that empathetic ear. And empathetic listening is so vital to understanding our staff and actually understanding where people are coming from. And I think that it plays a big part, I suppose, in recruitment as well, when you're talking to a candidate. And actually, if that candidate is, for instance, autistic, for instance, actually listening to what they need throughout the recruitment process, as opposed to an assumption or just not even listening at all, is super, super important. So,
it's one of these things where I think the problem is, and I can obviously only go off, recruitment elements, right? The problem is we get into a stage where we're just going with the motion, and we treat candidates like they're everybody else. You submit your CV, we'll get your CV across them, we'll give you an interview confirmation, we'll hopefully fill the job. There's a problem is we get to a point where there's a situation where we're not actually getting to know who the individual is, but more importantly, what their challenges have been over the last however long, and how we can make sure that those don't become challenges again. Now, whether that becomes with certain sort of guidance, certain advice and so on, or whether that just simply comes with, as you say, an empathetic ear, taking a moment just to listen to that person. Because as I said to you before, mate, I think it's one of these things where I believe, and I strongly believe this, is that although the pandemic has driven us apart, in terms of social interaction, I believe that it's brought that human element back, and we've started to realize what's going on. I'm really sorry. I've got a little dog that's basically moaning at me. 1 second. Come here. There you go, just in case the audience wants to see him. He's a pup, and when he wants attention, it doesn't go away. So he'll be quiet like this. So yeah, apologies for this. I do believe, though, it's about having that empathetic ear. It's about taking that moment and understanding who the person is that you're talking to, because I think that's been lost for such a long time, and it really does need to come back. So yeah, that's my 2 pence on that.
And my other question is, obviously there's a lot of conversations happening at the moment regarding Gen Z and their, I suppose, ability to kind of ask questions that people haven't asked before throughout the recruitment process. And when you were touching about negotiating salary, for instance, there's lots of TikToks out just now with Gen Z out there talking about how to go about doing it. And actually, it's really informative.
And I was just wondering if that's something you've seen an increase of like recently. Yeah.
Yes. Only because, and we again, this is something that I've spoken about in a Clubhouse podcast. I think it was last week or the week before. Yes, because recruitment agencies are being used a lot less right now, because of course there's so many candidates on the market. Now, the reason I think that we've seen an increase is because a lot of people, Gen Z, if we're going down that route anyway, they're a lot more confident in that space. Okay, somebody that has worked, and it's funny because somebody that's worked in the industry for a long period of time, they almost feel a lot more self-conscious about it. Yeah, and they do need that guidance because they're sort of thinking, well, we don't do that. I've never done that. Why would I start doing that now? And it's one of these things where something that I say to all my candidates is, you are, whether I'm representing them in an opportunity or not, is you are a professional at the end of the day. If you are going for a job, you have to understand what is on the table. And if you don't ask that question, nobody else is going to.
Yeah.
Be in and you've heard me probably say this before, but be in the driver's seat of your job search. Stop putting it on an agency. Stop putting it on somebody else. Be the driver of your own job search. Be that person. So that, there's a number of reasons why it's becoming more popular, but to answer your question, yes, it is a massive thing right now. And so rightly so. I think these questions need to be answered. And also, I love the fact that there is a community coming together to find solutions. I love that. And that's something else I love about where we're at right now, is that people are so ready to help each other, which is awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, most definitely. Right, before you go, and thank you so much for your session. Really informative. I learned so much every time I speak to you.
Thank you.
About revenue management, which was something I was completely clueless about before. But just like with your skills session and just in general, like, I just think you're marvelous, as you already know. But I'm going to be doing this with everybody throughout the day, so we're going to do a quick fire question round, if that's okay with you.
Sure, go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Favorite band?
Favorite band? Oh man, because I've got so many. One that's always stuck with me is Incubus. I don't know if you've ever heard Incubus.
So I've got a little nugget for you about Incubus. So when I was 18, I wasn't an Incubus fan. One of my all-time favorite bands is a band called Brand New, and they're like a proper like post-grunge emo like band, and they were supporting Incubus, and I paid like £50 just to go and see the support. And my plan was to go home, but actually after watching Incubus, and it was the Megalomaniac tour. So you're talking like a long time ago, and actually Incubus like blew me away. They were phenomenal. So
honestly, they're just again, I switch between bands quite a lot, but they're just a band that has just stuck with me through my childhood and where I am now. So yeah, Incubus is always one of those ones that I can just put on and just love it every single time. So yeah, Incubus.
Most definitely. Favorite drink?
Favorite drink? Alcoholic? It's probably. Well, I was going to say, if it's non-alcoholic, there's a brand called Crostons that do like a pressed rhubarb and apple sort of drink, and it's so good. Or if we're talking alcoholic, it's probably going to be a tequila sour that I drank with you on my show, actually. Yes. So there you go.
Lovely. Favorite movie?
Oh, by the way, somebody said one in the panel before, Bohemian Rhapsody. Incredible film. I thought it was amazing. Now, anybody that knows me knows that I'm a movie buff as well, so this is going to be difficult. But I'm probably going to have to go with the one that I've always said, which is Hook, with Robin Williams and Dustin Hoffman.
What a film. Favorite TV show?
Favorite what? I didn't hear that one.
TV show.
Oh my god, Breaking Bad, because I watched it like 2 or 3 times and it was incredible. That or The Office.
Really interesting. Do you have a favorite quote?
Yes, I do actually. It's from the because I've got it. Hold on, because I've got it. It's basically from the dictator that was played by Charlie Chaplin. And he was basically mimicking or taking the mick, a political satire film of Hitler. And hold on, because I've got it. Okay, here we go. Ready?
Yes.
Because I've basically listened to this sort of speech about 12 million times, and I send it to everybody I can. So let us fight let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for the world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all our happiness.
Oh, I love
and I think
that.
to me, honestly, after this, I'll send you the full video sort of that speech, and it gets me every single time. So there you go. That's mine.
I was going to ask cat or dog, but obviously I think I know the answer to that.
I do. Do you know what? I love cats as well, but yeah, as Dexter is here, I kind of got to say dogs.
Yeah. Favorite song, if you've got one.
Favorite song. Oh God, favorite song. Oh my God. The Greatest Song in the World by Tenacious D.
Oh yeah, what an album! Good album.
That is an incredible album. Incredible.
Favorite book.
This is the thing. I don't. Oh, what am I talking about? Be More Pirate.
Nice.
Change my mind.
If you were to have one final meal, now I know you're like an avid chef, but if you were to have one meal, what would that meal be?
It would have to be street food style sort of tacos. Whether that be sort of the beef or chicken, like basically really small pockets of absolute flavor. So yeah, tacos is probably my one, and I mean like proper ones, not these like hard shell rubbish ones that you buy in the shops over here. I mean like taco stand in the middle of like LA or something, like serious. But yeah, that would probably be mine.
One of the best tacos I've ever had actually was this like random little car park in LA, near West Covina, and it was just like the shack by itself, and it was just the best taco I've ever had in my life.
There you go. See, they do it right. They do.
Tom, thank you so much for taking part. I really appreciate it. I'm sure you'll agree it's for a fantastic cause. So if people can keep on donating if they can, really means a lot. I'm going to bring in Katie. But yeah, Tom, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys, and great sort of this whole thing has just been brilliant, and I'm continuing to share it. So I hope the rest of the day goes well. I'll be tuning in on my mobile. So yeah, thanks very much.
Cool. Thanks, Tom. Cheers, mate.
Bye.
Bye. And hello, Katie.
Hi, Chris. How you doing? All right.
How are you?
All right, thanks. Yeah, lovely to see you.
Jay, you too. And again, thank you so much for taking the time to support this cause today. I know you're a very busy woman, so
it's been crazy this week.
Yeah, every time I see you on LinkedIn, like Katie's doing like this amazing thing. So thank you so much for taking the time.
No, you're very welcome. No, it's been a crazy week. I've had 6 speaking gigs this week. So,
wow.
Yeah, this is my last one. I can have a lie down in a dark corner after that.
And then perhaps a gin tonight, maybe to round off the week.
Oh yes.
Yes. I don't know what's happened this week in the world of D&I, but everyone I've spoken to, it just seems to have gone crazy. Like everyone's so busy. There seems to be a lot more engagement from businesses and employers and things like that. So it's great to see that more and more people are interactive and getting involved.
Yeah, I think it's funny. It's like over lockdown. Like initially at the start of the first lockdown, everything stopped.
Yeah.
Obviously, everybody was just in survival mode, and nothing happened. And of course, prior to that, most training things were physical. So there was a big change, obviously, to go online. But it took quite a long time before people actually got online. But I think actually what changed things was the Black Lives Matter movement and everything that happened around then, and I think that got people switched back onto D&I, but then they were very much focused on race. But it's interesting. I think certainly over this week, with International Women's Day / Week, I think it's been really good.
Yeah, I think it's also International Women's History Month as well this month, isn't it? So I don't know if that's more in the States, but yeah, it's great to see that there's still so much activity. So I'm going to leave you to it. Shall we check just before I go, just to make sure your video works? Because you played a video at the start, is that right?
Yeah. Oh no, it's not at the start. It's halfway through. So I can see there is a share option here. So I'll, in fact, actually, I forgot to open it up at this end. So let me, if you bear with me, let me just make sure I can do this. Sorry, I wasn't prepared. I should have done that. I have plenty of time.
No, that's fine. Because we had a bit of a technical issue with Tom's presentation, so just in case.
Oh, I did a couple of presentations yesterday, and the first one went fine, but the second one I had major technical problems. As you can see from the screen behind me, I normally share my slides that way, because my slides are only incidental to my story, so I prefer to do it this way. So I've got a separate laptop here, and that laptop froze up, and it was a nightmare. I was like, oh God. And I had 76 people on the call there, hanging on everywhere. I think, oh no. We got it going eventually, but oh God, it's just this is the worst thing about doing live streams.
Oh, I know.
It's the technical side of it. It's just nightmare.
Most definitely. I'll be in the background, so if you do need me, just shout my name and I'll be there.
Well, you've got my video, so if I struggle to share it, I've got it set up ready. But if I struggle to share it, then I'll give you a shout and I'll just get you to share. It's only that 1 minute video, so and if it can't be shown, it's not a problem. So
perfect, excellent. So take it away, Katie. Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks ever so much, Chris. Well, and thanks ever so much, everybody, for coming along and watching. So what I'd like to do is just run you through what's going to be happening over the next hour. So I'm going to just be, first of all, I'm going to be telling you my story, the story of my long walk to womanhood. And then I'm going to give you my top tips for being a trans ally. And then I'm going to finish up with a Q&A. And this is your safe space to ask me any questions that you like. No holds barred. I might regret saying that, but it is your safe space. So you ask me absolutely anything. So my long walk to womanhood. So I'd like to tell you my story in the hope that it inspires you. Well, no, first of all, the fact that it's not a particularly unusual story. I think I need to point that out first of all, but it's a story that many people feel unable to tell for fear of being ridiculed or even abused. But as I'm such a big show off, I'm going to tell it to you anyway. So you can probably tell from the deep tone of my voice that I've either been a heavy smoker for the last 30 years, or in fact, I am transgender. Well, frankly, I couldn't cope with the stigma of being labelled as a smoker, so I decided to go for the easier option. However, being trans isn't easy, and it's definitely not optional. No one chooses to be trans. They really don't. So yes, I used to be a bloke. I had pretty awful dress sense too, but that's another story. So I'd like to tell you my story in the hope that it inspires you to be whoever you want to be in life, and also in the hope that it equips you to be able to support any trans people that you come across, in your work, with your work colleagues or your friendship circle, or even in your family, because it's not an easy journey, and we need all the support we can get, frankly. So I was born 51 years ago, and as is still the established custom, I was assigned a sex based purely on my physical sex characteristics, i.e. what was between my legs. I was assigned male at birth, and I was given the name Martin Albert Neeves. So that was me, labelled. However, at the age of around 3 or 4, my head and my heart were telling me something very different to the label that I'd been given. And one of my earliest memories was of my mum catching me trying on a pair of my sister's knickers. And I remember when I did it, when I tried them on, it felt so right. I felt right, but then my mum caught me and she told me off, and she told me to take them off. And for every day of the following week, she would pull my shorts down and she just checked that I was wearing my own pants. And it was humiliating, but it sowed the seeds for a very long time that what I was doing was wrong. It was dirty. It was naughty. It was not what respectable people did. However, the urge to cross-dress, as it was then, would always be with me. So I had a happy childhood, well, apart from the lifelong trauma caused by my mum cutting my hair like that on the day the school photographer came. I don't know what she was thinking of. I think the pudding basin must have slipped. She's probably on the gin that day, actually. But mind you, it was the early 70s, so I think lots of people have got school pictures like that. So, you know, it didn't seem to be embarrassing on the day, but there you go. Different times and all that. But I was mostly happy as a boy, although I had more friends who were girls than my boys, and I was never into football or any sport for that matter, preferring to have music as my main hobby. And throughout my childhood, I used to secretly dress in my sister's clothes whenever I had the opportunity. And whenever I did it, it felt so right. But those feelings of feeling right, but very, very quickly superseded by feelings of guilt and shame and self-loathing. And so it was many years before I'd even admit that I was then a cross-dresser, many years. And so every time I did it, I would promise myself that I would never, ever do it again. And I tried so hard to stop myself doing it again. I really did. But every time, the urge and the need would always come back, and usually with a vengeance. So this vicious cycle went right on until my mid-20s. And so by that time, I'd trained to become a press photographer. I was initially working on newspapers in Kent before moving up to the Midlands when I got a job as a senior staff photographer with the Coventry Evening Telegraph. And I stayed there for 5 years before leaving to set up my own freelance photography and video business, which I called Martin Neeves Photography and Film. So by my mid-20s, I got a successful business and I got married for the first time. And it was only in my mid-20s that I finally accepted and embraced the fact that then I was a cross-dresser. And as soon as I did that, it was like a whole weight lifting off my shoulders. I no longer felt guilty about it. And I realized that I had a condition called gender dysphoria. And what that is gender dysphoria is a great feeling of unease and distress caused by a mismatch between how I felt in my head and my heart, i.e. my gender identity, as opposed to my physical sex characteristics and the label that I'd be given at birth. And the thing about gender dysphoria is that it can vary in intensity and it very often increases over time. And that's exactly what happened with me. And I was completely unprepared for it. I really was. But at the time, the occasional cross-dressing was enough to satisfy the level of gender dysphoria that I had. And so that was it. I was happy as a man who needed to cross-dress. And that was it. I treated it more like a hobby that I would always need to do and that would always be part of me. And I never in a million years thought that I would need to transition. I really didn't. Now, my first marriage lasted for 13 years, although we should have split sooner because my first wife never accepted my cross-dressing as it was then. But there were other reasons which I'll go into in a minute as well. But during those 13 years, my business flourished and my photos were regularly published in national magazines and newspapers. And I photographed many notable people and events, such as the 1990 poll tax riots in Trafalgar Square, Princess Diana's funeral, the Yugoslav civil war in Croatia, and I was even twice commissioned to photograph the Queen inside Buckingham Palace. So, I really had built up a great reputation for myself over that time. But say my first marriage, failed because my first wife never accepted my cross-dressing as it was then. But also, I always wanted to be a dad, but the thing is, my first wife never wanted kids, and I always thought that as she got older, she would change her mind on that. But sadly, she didn't. And so, as I was approaching my 40s, I thought, well, if I want kids, then I really need to do something about it now. And also, I was unhappy in the fact that my first wife never accepted my cross-dressing. So those two really big things against the marriage. And so we tried counselling and stuff, but it only papered over the cracks. It didn't really work. So I instigated the first divorce. And while I was going through my first divorce, I then went on to meet a woman who would eventually become my second wife. And I decided to tell her about my cross-dressing on our second date. Thought the first date was probably pushing it. Hello, do you come here often? Oh, look, we've got matching knickers. Doesn't really work, does it? But to my surprise and to my delight, she was okay with it. But there were conditions attached. So she said, as long as you don't do it more than once a week. But in those days, I didn't. Once a week was enough to satisfy the level of gender dysphoria that I had. So that was okay. That was a tick in the box. That was fine. And then she said, as long as you never want to transition. And I absolutely didn't want to transition. You know, I was happy as a man who needed to cross dress, and that was it. So that was another tick in the box. But she also said that if if ever we had kids, that she didn't want them seeing it. And I thought, well, I didn't really agree to that, because I didn't really want to lead a double life, because I'd already done that in my first marriage, and I didn't really want to do that. And I'd want any kids to know the whole me. But I thought, well, 2 out of 3 isn't bad, and let's face it, I'm fishing from a smaller pond here, aren't I? So I thought, okay, well, let's see how it goes, and we'll face the third one, if we do end up having kids. So our relationship blossomed, and then 9 years ago we had a beautiful baby daughter who is the absolute center of my universe. God, it's funny, she doesn't look like that now. I suppose that does make 2 of us, though, doesn't it? But it was many years before we got around to getting married, because of the after the cost and the pain of my first divorce. I always said I'd never get married again, but eventually I weakened and I proposed, and then we finally got around to getting married in August 2017. That's it's not my wife there, that's my mum. So yeah, but however, a few months before we got married, I happened to meet a clairvoyant and spiritual guide at a business networking meeting. Now, this is the point that you have my permission to have your eyebrows fully raised. I can't see any of you, but I'm assuming they're all suitably raised, so that's fine. I don't know if any of you have ever gone to any business networking meetings, but you tend not to meet people like clairvoyants there. You meet lots of people like accountants and financial advisors and utility warehouse salespeople and all that sort of thing. And nothing wrong with those people at all. Lots of my friends are those people. However, clairvoyants are really, really interesting to talk to. And I was just fascinated by her. And I was talking to her for most of the evening. And I was so intrigued by her that I decided to book up for a reading. Well, I didn't feel up the need for a reading or anything, but I thought, well, I'll just go along and see. I went along, and she blew me away. She was incredible. She said so many things that were so true, so pinpoint accurate. The things that she couldn't have guessed, and she couldn't have found out from my website, or from my social media. She just couldn't have found out at all. But she also said lots of other things that just didn't make sense at the time. Now they make perfect sense now, but they didn't at the time. So she said things like a new way of being, and there's an issue that you've always known about, but that you're not fully in integrity with. And she said, Spirit want you to go off into the countryside and go for a long walk and talk to yourself, talk to nature, and talk to spirit, and they will show you what you need to see. So I thought, all right, well, I like walking. What the hell? But I was really busy at the time, because I was busy with my work, and it was the run up to our wedding. And so, I was really, really busy at the time. I see Julian just said we never met at networking events. No, we haven't. There you go. So I was really, really busy at the time. So in the meantime, we got married in August 2017. And then it wasn't until very early November 2017 that I finally found the time to go off for a long walk. And I took myself off to Rutland Water, because I love it over there. And I worked out this really long route around the countryside, around the southern part of it. I thought I didn't want to go just around the water's edge, because I wanted to meet as few people as possible. I went midweek as well. And then I just came back along the South Shore. And I remember it now. It was a beautiful day. It was a blue sky. The sun was shining. It was a very cold, crisp, clear day. And I went off with my map and my compass and my walking boots and my backpack. And I was on a mission. And I was talking at the top of my voice. I was talking to myself, talking to nature, talking to spirit, whoever they were. And I remember feeling disappointed at the time, because I was naively expecting some sort of light bulb moment or some sort of big voice to say, this is what you should be seeing. Strangely, that didn't happen. Can't imagine why. However, strangely, whether it's a coincidence or not, I really don't know. But around about the same sort of time, my gender dysphoria increased dramatically. It went through the roof. So much so that I just didn't know what gender I was at all. I hadn't got a clue. I really didn't know. And so much so that I was so desperate to find out that I was even typing into Google, what gender is Martin Neeves? No, no, that's crazy, because the answer could only come from me. It couldn't come from anyone else, particularly Google. But I was desperate to find out, and it's what desperate people do. It really is. So I just didn't know. So I was just in complete turmoil. But the thing is, I couldn't tell my wife about my inner turmoil because I didn't want to stir up a hornet's nest unnecessarily. If it was something of nothing. But also, if I did tell her, it would lead to her asking me questions, which at the time, I just didn't have the answers to. I just didn't know what gender I was at all. I really didn't. So I thought, I've got to face this on my own. So the first thing I did, I decided to get some counselling. And I found a counsellor who had experience of dealing with people with gender issues. And I had 4 sessions with her. And in hindsight, I think I should have had more sessions with her. But at the end of those 4 sessions, I wrongly concluded that I was gender fluid. Now, I'll explain what that is. So we're brought up to think of gender and sex as being the same thing, but they're not. So first of all, sex is about your primary sex characteristics and the label that you're assigned at birth. And the thing is that as babies, we're all born with various different bits between our legs, bits between our ears, bits inside us, bits on the on the end of our arms and legs, bits everywhere. But the only bits that count for your birth certificate are the bits between your legs. And then the doctor or midwife has to decide this binary choice, boy or girl, and that's it, nothing in between. But sex itself isn't binary. There are lots of intersex people about, and I know that's a separate thing to being trans, but I need to explain this. So there are very, very many people with an extra chromosome, and so it's not just a simple thing of XX or XY chromosomes. There are lots of people with extra chromosomes. It's roughly about 2% of the population, or just under 2% of the population, are intersex, and that's just about the same number of people who in the UK have got ginger hair. Not necessarily the same people, but it's about this. That gives you an idea, so you can quantify it. So it's quite a lot of people, and so sex itself isn't binary. Nature doesn't do black and white. Nature does whole spectrums of things. Nature's very messy, and it's the same with gender. So gender is about how you feel in your head and your heart as a person. It's something you just know. You just know who you are. And so nobody is 100% male or 100% female in terms of their gender either. So there's a whole spectrum, and it's not linear either. So many people are what's called agender, so they don't have a gender at all. But for simplicity purposes, think of it as linear for the time being, with 100% male at one end, 100% female at the other end. And in the middle, people in the middle, they're non-binary, so they don't identify as either male or female. But for gender fluid people, they're roughly in the middle. But some days they can feel male, some days they can feel female. And all these things are a perfectly acceptable and perfectly natural and perfectly normal way of being a human being. And the people aren't the problem, it's the labels that are the problem. So I thought that at the time that I was gender fluid. But I didn't just take that conclusion as read. So at the same time as doing that, I was working through a self-help workbook called You and Your Gender Identity by a brilliant gender therapist from the States called Dara Hoffman Fox. And it's like psychotherapy in a book, really. It's a brilliant, brilliant book. And there's a lot of work involved. It took me about 2 months to work my way through the book. And by the time I got to about 3/4 of the way through the book, it became obvious that I wasn't gender fluid and that I was, in fact, a transgender woman. And then by the time I got to the end of the book, that conclusion hadn't changed. So now I had 2 conclusions, but they were different. So what can I do now? So I know. I'll send a text back to the clairvoyant and see if she can shed any light on it. So I sent this text back, and then she sent the text back saying, "Oh, it's funny. I was expecting your text." No, she didn't. That was just a cheap joke. It was just a complete cheap joke. Sorry about that. I couldn't resist it. No, but I should point out at this stage, she's not just some sort of mystic Meg sitting in a caravan with a crystal ball predicting the lottery numbers. Although, to be honest, with the state of my finances at the moment, that might be quite handy. So if anybody knows anyone like that, then if you can drop their phone number in the text, in the chat there, I'd really appreciate it. Yeah, no pressure, but no group so far has come up with a phone number. So yeah, I'm expecting high things of you. But no, she is actually she's a spiritual healer specializing in clairvoyant healing, and she's a healer member of the National Federation of Spiritual Healers, which is recognized by the NHS. So she's got some credibility about her. And she suggested that I go along for what she calls a vision quest session. And that's a 4-hour interactive process. It's a big old process, it really is. And she uses techniques such as deep meditation to get you into a really relaxed state and to allow you to get past all your fear so you can access your inner truth. And so I went along for that session on the 11th of January, 2018. It's a date I'll never forget. And during that session, she didn't give me any answers at all. She just asked me a series of questions. It was question after question after question after question. It was relentless. Now, whether she got the questions of spirit or not, I haven't got a clue. I don't know. She just asked me the questions, but she allowed all the answers to come from me and from my inner truth. And it was such an emotional session. I cried buckets that day. I really did. And yeah, I've just seen that link from Julian's put up there for the gender bread. Yeah, that's a very good link. Yeah, well done, thank you. But yeah, I cried buckets that day. I really did. And it was at the end of that session that I admitted to myself that I am a transgender woman and that I needed to change my body. And that was the point that I really felt female, and I really felt that Martin had stepped back and allowed Katie to take over. And it's felt right ever since. It really has. So now, after all 3 different approaches, I had discovered my true gender identity. So what now? What was I going to do with this new piece of information? I had a happy home life and I had a successful business. Could I put all of that in jeopardy just for this new piece of information? On the other hand, could I go back to living as I was before with this new piece of information eating away at me? I didn't think I could. The trouble is, once you know your true gender identity, you can't unknow it. That particular genie just wasn't going back in the bottle. It really wasn't. And the thing is, I didn't want to be trans. No one does, as it invariably involves a lot of loss, pain and heartache, and as well as dealing with prejudice and bigotry along the way. So nobody chooses to be trans. The only choice I had was whether I did anything about it or not. And the research that I did showed that most trans people who decide to transition after the initial loss, pain and heartache and bumpy journey along the way usually go on to lead happy and contented lives. Whereas sadly, many trans people who decide not to transition and to live their lives for other people, they very often end up in a spiral of depression or often worse. So the urge to live my truth was just so overwhelmingly strong. It really was. Because I was finally at peace with myself. I knew who I was. And, I just felt that I just had to do this thing. I had to face it head on. I would say man up, but that's probably the wrong thing to say. And I will really get told off for using that phrase. I only do it to wind up everybody else. I'm such a devil, terrible. So my next challenge was to tell my wife about this. And that's the hardest thing I've had to do. Well, apart from admit to myself I was trans, that was the hardest thing, but good grief. Julian, I'll come to that question at the end if that's okay with you. The first challenge was to tell my wife, and I was so frightened of telling her. It actually took me a whole month to pluck up courage to tell her. I was so frightened that I actually wrote a letter to her just in case my words didn't come out right. In the end, my words did come out right, but I gave her the letter at the end anyway, because she was in shock and she needed something to refer to. And I felt awful because it was such a bombshell that I dropped on her. It was terrible for her. I felt so guilty about it. It was awful. But suffice to say that news went down as badly as you would expect. And I should point out that sexuality and gender are completely separate entities and they're not linked. So in my case, I've always been attracted to women and I still am. It's been one of the constants in my life. So for me, I went from being labelled as a heterosexual man to being labelled as a lesbian. Well, it feels no different to me. I'm just attracted to women. It just feels exactly the same. But that's just the most appropriate labels for me. Yeah. But obviously for my wife, her label hadn't changed. She was still attracted to men. And so there's obviously a mismatch there and there was a problem. We tried some counselling, but unfortunately that didn't work. So sadly, that meant the end of my second marriage, and so it was a very short marriage, that one, even though we'd been together for a long time. So the next dilemma I had was what to do about the name of my photography and video business when I changed my name to Katie, because as you can see, it's very boldly branded after my old male name. But the trouble is, at the time, it had been an established brand for 22 years, and I was, and still am actually, ranked second in the UK of photographers purely on, this is on free index, purely on customer reviews. And so, I just felt that I built up this great reputation for myself, and I just felt that if I changed the name of the business, nobody would know who that was, and it would be like starting from scratch. So I really didn't want to do that. So I just felt that I had, as a business protection exercise, I had to keep the name of the business the same, but I had to try and detach myself from the name of the business. So instead of being Martin from Martin Neeves Photography and Film, I'd be Katie from Martin Neeves Photography and Film, and just view it purely as a business name. But in order to do that, I would have to come out very openly and very honestly and very publicly as being transgender, and continue to do that. So it was a big decision to make. So what I decided to do was to make a coming out video. So what I'd like to do is just play you the first minute of that that coming out video now. So I'm just going to see if I can share my screen. So hopefully I will be able to. Let's have a look. Screen sharing. Okay, I think I might need your help here, Chris, if that's okay. I can't hear you at the moment. Are you on mute?
Oh, sorry. There we go. Yeah, I was on mute.
Yeah. Do you want to share the video that I sent you, please, Chris?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Hi there.
There we go. I can hear me.
Yeah. Right. Share screen. Application window. Share.
Oh, that's it. It's working. There we go.
Yeah. Cool. So there's the play button.
I expect you're wondering what the hell I'm doing in front of the camera instead of behind the camera. I'm beginning to wonder that myself, actually. But I've got some big changes coming up, and I wanted to tell you about it, and I thought video was the best way of doing it. Basically, over the last few months, or since about October last year, I've been in complete turmoil in my personal life. Basically, I've just admitted to myself and accepted that I'm actually a transgender woman, and that I need to change my body. So commonly what most people call as a sex change. Sorry if that's a real shock to you. It's a shock to me as well. But here's a bit of background.
Thanks for sharing that, Chris.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
So on the 26th of April 2018, I decided to make that video public. And what I did, I sent it to all my clients, and I put it on all my social media. And I remember now my finger nervously hovering over the mouse. Facebook was the first one I put it on. My finger nervously hovering over the mouse, knowing that as soon as I make that click to make the video live, my life would never be the same again. Anyway, I clicked the mouse and I waited, but then I had to go out on a job. my mind wasn't on the job because I just was so worried what the reaction was going to be to that video. So I, because my whole livelihood, my reputation, everything rested on the reaction to that one video. It's the most important video I've ever made in my life, and probably ever will do. Anyway, I did the job as quick as I could, and the client was very happy with the pictures, but I couldn't wait to get back and see what was happening on Facebook. Anyway, when I got back, I needn't have worried, because I was inundated with literally hundreds of messages of support. It was amazing. I felt so loved. I really did. I didn't do any work for 3 whole days because I was so busy replying to all these lovely messages of support. And as well as having messages of support from friends and from clients, I also had messages from other trans people who said that they'd been struggling with it, and that they thanked me for what I said because it had really helped them. And I thought that was brilliant. So that was lovely. So that was me, well and truly outed. But I say, with all these messages that came in, there was one particular message that really struck a chord with me. And that was from a woman whose son had gender issues when he was going through puberty. And he was being treated for it at a gender clinic for kids at the time. And anyway, she said to me, she said she was worried that at the time he'd either be bullied or he'd self-harm or attempt suicide. And she was right to be worried, because Stonewall's Trans Mental Health Survey of 2012 shows that 48% of trans people in Britain have attempted suicide at least once, and 84% have thought about it. And I'm sorry if you can hear a coughing. My cat is down with me at the moment, and he's just decided to have a bit of a cough. I suspect it might be a fur ball, and I might end up with a load of sick on the sofa in a minute. So, but I'm going to keep going. You all right? Oh, no, apparently not. All right, I'm going to keep going. The joys of working from home, eh? Right, okay. But I say, I'm one of the lucky ones. I've never thought about but most of my trans friends have. But anyway, this woman said to me, she said, if only there was someone like you out there at the time that that her son was going through it, just to let him know that it's okay to be trans, because it really is okay to be trans. And so that really got me thinking about it. And I thought, oh, what can I do? So I thought, I know, I'll vlog my whole journey, and bring people along the journey with me, so I can reach out to trans people and let them know that it is okay to be trans, but also show other people that trans people are just ordinary people who want to be safe, loved, and happy, just like everyone else. And that's it. That's the main story. Yeah. So that's what I was doing, and my story was then picked up in the local media, and I started doing interviews initially for local radio and newspapers, but then it escalated, and I started doing stuff for national radio and television and national newspapers and magazines. So all of a sudden, I'd become this trans ambassador, if you like. Yeah, and I think that a lot of prejudice and bigotry comes from a fear of the unknown. So if you can take that unknown away, then you're doing a really good thing. And so I think education is the key here. So the more education there is, the more acceptance there will be. Then the more acceptance there will be, the easier it will be for other trans people to admit to themselves that they're trans, because that's the hardest thing. It really is. And then B, actually do something about it and start to live their best lives, as ultimately that's what we all want to do, isn't it? Now, with waiting times at NHS for NHS gender clinics, to actually just get a first appointment after your referral from the GP, of between 3.5 and 6 years. I did say years, not months. That is years, 3.5 and 6 years, just to get a first appointment. Then you don't get treated then. It's just a chat with a nurse then. You then have to wait probably about another year before you get to speak to a psychotherapist. And then you have to wait for your third appointment before you actually start getting hormone therapy. And then it's your fourth appointment. Then you start talking about surgery, if you choose to go down that route. And then you have to get 2 sign-offs for that, and then you get put on a really long waiting list for that. So it's a really, really long process, But I just felt that I couldn't wait that long to get on to hormone treatment, because it was like a pressure cooker in me. A pressure cooker over 48 years, building up, and all of a sudden, boom! I wanted to go out there at 100 miles an hour. I decided I was going to make this change, and I was going to do it. And so I just felt I couldn't wait that long. So I was in the fortunate enough position I was able to afford to go to a private gender clinic, and there are a long waiting list. So you can wait up to a year to get seen by a private gender clinic. There's so much demand, and not enough supply. But I was very lucky. I got a cancellation appointment. I was able to get onto hormone therapy within a couple of months, which is really, really lucky. So I've now been on hormone treatment and hormone blockers now for 2 years, 10 months. I changed my name to Katie in July 2018. And I've been living full time as female for about 2.5 years now. And it's been such a whirlwind over those 2.5 years, but it feels so right. It really does. There hasn't been a single day that I've got up in the morning and thought to myself, oh, I'll pretend to be Martin again today. Not a single day. You know, it just feels so right. It really does. And even though I've got a different appearance and I've got a different name, and different identity, I'm still exactly the same person on the inside. You know, I've got the same skills, the same experience, the same sense of integrity, the same sense of humor. However warped, I'm still exactly the same person, but far, far happier. Yeah, I also have cravings for chocolate now too, but it's a girl thing. Yeah. But I then went on to form Cool to be Trans, to do trans awareness training and public speaking and media appearance, just to educate the general public about trans issues, and just, you know, show them that we are just ordinary people. And then obviously to reach out to other trans people to let them know that it really is okay to be trans. But then also, because I'm getting reasonably high profile now, I get a lot of trans people contact me for a bit of support, and often it's they're in the stage of self-denial, and often they just need a bit of hand holding, and just to let them know that it is okay and it's fine, and the world won't just collapse around them. The world will actually open up. That's certainly what's happened with me. And it's lovely, and you see them blossom, and it's great. I mean, sometimes they need a bit more help than that, and that can be quite traumatic at the time. But very often it's just a little bit of hand holding, just a bit of mentorship, and that's all there is. And I'm so excited about this venture because I never thought that so many positive things would have come out of that emotional session with the clairvoyant on 11th of January 2018. Now, fear often stops people from doing things that they really should do for their highest well-being, and it could have easily have stopped me from A, admitting to myself that I was trans, or B, from doing something about it. But I've found that reality is usually a lot easier than you fear. And one of my biggest surprises in all this is that the vast majority of people are absolutely okay with it. They're very supportive. Okay, they often use clumsy language and everything, but that's okay. That's just a lack of education on subjects, and that's where I can help them. I can help educate them. That's okay. That can be fixed. And another big surprise is that white van drivers stop to let me cross the road now. Now, that never used to happen. But it's funny, when they do that, I just put my hand up and I say in my deepest voice, "Thanks, mate." Yeah, it really shocks them. You want to see their faces. Yeah. You don't have to lose your sense of humor when you transition. You really don't. So my biggest piece of advice to you is, if you're planning on doing something big, whether it's in your personal life or whether it's in your business or whatever, but you're planning on doing something big, but you're worried about it, just acknowledge that fear, because that's normal, that's human, to be worried about big changes. Just acknowledge it, but then go for it anyway, because most people regret the things in their life that they don't do, not the things they did do. So that's my story so far. So what I'd like to do now is just share with you some of my top tips for being a trans ally. Because if a friend or colleague or family member comes out to you as being trans, firstly, treat it as a compliment, because it shows that they trust you with such sensitive information. And it will have often come after years of self-loathing and self-denial, and before they actually get to that point where they actually can tell somebody. And so it really is a very big deal when somebody comes out to you. So acknowledge that, and I'd say the first thing is just to show your empathy and support. Tell them that you realize how hard it was for them to admit it to themselves, and then also to come out, and so show that support and continue to do it. It's a very tough journey, so they're going to need all the support they can get. Never out a trans person to a third party. They should be the ones in control of who they tell and when. It's not your information to give. Coming out is usually a gradual process. I know mine was pretty extreme, but I did actually just tell a small circle of friends before I did my coming out video. So I did do it gradually from that point of view. So you usually tell a very small circle of friends, and then you show just go out to a slightly wider circle until you get right out to the outer edges, when you're telling people who you know won't get it. But by then, it doesn't really matter, because you've got your support network all around you. And that's what it's all about, building your support network. So if you do out someone before they're ready, not only are you breaching their privacy, you could be putting their personal safety at risk as well. Never confuse gender with sexuality. And a lot of people do. And I've already explained earlier, but who you are has got nothing to do with who you're attracted to. That's it. They're just separate. They're completely separate, and they can be fluid as well. So that's what all it is. Now, pronouns can be quite tricky, especially if you've known someone for a long time. I mean, many people, when I came out, many people had known me for 30, 40 years, longer. And so it's really hard for them. They'd been calling me he and him, and they'd been calling me Martin for years. And so all of a sudden, I'd asked them to call me she and her, and calling me Katie. And so it's difficult for them, so it is tricky. But please try, because it feels amazing when people do use your correct pronouns, because it validates your identity, it validates who you are. It really does. And conversely, if you misgender people, then it does hurt them. And I equate being misgendered to being jabbed with a knitting needle. If you do it once or twice, it doesn't really hurt. It doesn't really hurt much. Oh, thanks, Tony. I really appreciate your comments. It doesn't really hurt much to begin with, but if people constantly do it, it builds up and builds up, and it really, really hurts after the time. So, please try not to. And if you're unsure about which pronouns to use, then just ask. Most trans people like being asked, because it shows that you care and that you've got a willingness to get it right. And if you get it wrong from time to time, don't worry, just apologize and move on. Don't beat yourself up about it. You probably will beat yourself up about it, but don't, because as trans people, we know who is supportive and who isn't. And if somebody who is supportive, genuinely, misgenders me by mistake, then that's not a big deal. I'm not bothered about that at all, because I know that didn't mean it. It was just a slip of the tongue. That's okay. But if somebody continually does it and deliberately, then that's abuse, and I just won't stand for that at all. So that shouldn't be tolerated at all. Now, language is really important. So when you're talking about somebody who's not trans, then please don't refer to them as real, biological, genetic, or normal, because that implies that trans people aren't real, biological, genetic, or normal. Or certainly on the last count, I was all 4 of those. Well, 3 out of 4 isn't bad, isn't it? Normal's overrated, isn't it? But it's much better and much more accurate to use the word cisgender, or which is often shortened to cis. So cisgender man, cis woman. Yeah, that's how it's often used. And most people actually don't know what that word means. I'd say probably 95% of people don't know what that word means. So, but that's okay. If you use it and somebody says to you, well, "What does that mean then?" It's your opportunity to educate them, and you can tell them. That's fine. That's good. Please don't use such words such as transgendered or transgendering, because it's impossible to be transgendered or transgendering, just as it's impossible to be gayed or to be gaying. We are transgender, or trans for short, and we're transitioning or in transition. And when you're talking about a group of trans people, please don't refer to them as a group of transgenders. We're not a condition. We are people. Don't dehumanize us. We are people. Call us trans people or transgender people. When you're talking about a trans person, please don't sort of say that they were born a boy or born a girl. And that's a mistake that I made actually in my coming out video. So if you want to, I didn't say that earlier, if you want to watch my coming out video, the whole thing is actually on my website at calltobetrans.co.uk. It's on the About Me page. It's on there. So it lasts about 10 minutes. But that is one of the mistakes that I made. But that showed the level of education that I had on the issue at the time. But it's, as I've described earlier, it's much more appropriate to recognise the fact that that the sex is assigned to us at birth, and it's a binary thing that's forced on the medical profession. They have to give this male or female, boy or girl, thing. That. Oh, thanks for putting the web link up there, Chris. That's great. But yeah, we are just assigned male or female at birth, so it's much more accurate to recognise that. Okay, dead naming. I'm quite unusual in the trans world in the fact that I am comfortable with my old name and with my past. I don't like being called Martin because it's not my name anymore, but I'm perfectly comfortable talking about Martin and talking about my past. I'm proud of what I achieved as Martin, and I'm grateful to Martin for stepping back and allowing me to be Katie. So I'm very, very comfortable, and I think very fondly about Martin. He will always be a part of me, and he'll always be in my heart. And so I am completely at peace with my past. But I'm quite unusual in the trans world in that respect. There aren't many trans people who are so comfortable. And so much so that they tend to call their old name their dead name. And it's a really big thing. And it's quite a trigger for them. It can trigger off their gender dysphoria if you do start talking about their old name. And if somebody does come out to you and they do tell you their dead name, then please treat that with confidence, because again, it's not your information to give to anybody else. Now, this one is one that happens all the time. So often when I come out to somebody as being trans, so often the first thing they ask me is about my genitalia or operations. Well, you wouldn't ask a cisgender person about their genitalia or operations on the first meeting, would you? Well, I think you'd need to at least buy them a gin and tonic first, wouldn't you? You'd need to know them very well. So, yeah, why ask a trans person? But I don't think they ask it out of malice. I just think it's a lack of education. I think what it is that so many people think that all there is to transition is lower surgery. But not. There are so many steps along the way, so many steps. And lower surgery is one of those steps. It's a big step, but it's one of those steps along the way. But there are so many steps along the way. And many trans people don't take that step for lots of different reasons. They're just as valid as people who do take that step. And they're just as trans as people who do. I know some people may like to think in the trans world that there is a hierarchy, but there's not. But so I think the reason that people ask it is that because they think that that's all there is to transition, is that and they want to keep the conversation going, and so that's what they're doing it. So I think that's why they're doing it. So I've just been a bit distracted there. We've got a question coming. There's been big issue calls in the USA with regard to Dr. Rachel Levin, where deliberately used the wrong pronoun. Yeah, he did. Yeah, that was awful. That was awful, Julian. Yeah, it was a terrible thing. Yeah, no, I did see that video. It was a disgusting thing. Yeah, there's been so many things like that happen. Yeah, so we go on to the next one. Please don't judge trans people by how they look or how they sound. So, as in my case, there's a mismatch between how I look and how I sound. And obviously with non-binary people, they're never going to fit the gender binary norms just by their very definition. So just accept that some women have deep voices, some men have higher voices. Just accept it. That's it, really. I'm very lucky that I very rarely get misgendered when I'm out and about, because I think the visual aspect tends to sort of override the audio aspect. But then when on the phone, I get misgendered every day, and I think it's really bad that companies still get their salespeople and their call handlers to call people sir or madam on the phone, because it means that it forces those staff to guess someone's gender on the end of the phone by the sound of their voice. Well, I can categorically tell you that I have never bought anything from a salesperson who's phoned up and called me sir. The phone just goes straight down. Definitely. And you can be perfectly polite without calling someone sir or madam. You really can. And if you could find yourself in a position where you could offer style or makeup advice to trans people, and if it's offered in a friendly manner, then most trans people would accept it, willingly, and they snap your hand off for it. I've benefited greatly from my cisgender women friends who have offered me advice, and I'm very, very grateful to them. But just because you are cisgender, don't feel that you're entitled to criticize what a trans person was, because just as cis people come in all different shapes and sizes with different styles, so do trans people. They really do. So yeah, so I think that's a good thing to remember. Okay, the old chestnut toilets. Never force anyone to use a gendered toilet that they're not comfortable with. Just assume that most people know the most appropriate loo to use. And public loos can be a constant source of anxiety for many trans and non-binary people. So many trans people and non-binary people get a lot of abuse in loos, particularly in the ladies' loos. I'm very lucky. I never have, but I'm very careful when I go, and I make sure that I either don't speak or I speak very quietly, and I make more of an effort with. But I'm not really making an effort with my voice now because, yeah, I think you all know I'm trans by now. I'm not really making an effort with my voice, but and I'm thinking I'm on a bit of a journey with my own voice, and that I'm much more comfortable. This whole journey is about authenticity, and this is my authentic voice. So why should I need to change it to please other people, to make other people feel more comfortable, just to fit in with those gender binary norms? Well, I don't think I should really. It probably might make my life easier if I do, but I shouldn't have to really, should I? So the thing is that a lot of my non-binary friends tell me that they don't feel right using the gents. They don't feel right using the ladies. They don't want to use the disabled loos because they don't want to stop a disabled person using the loo if they need it. So where do they go? They often don't go anywhere. And lots of my trans and non-binary friends have told me that when they go out, they don't drink anything because they're so worried about what goes in has to come out, and so they're worried about having to use the loo, and so they end up being dehydrated. It's terrible and really, really bad thing. So it shouldn't be the case. And the thing is, we've all got gender neutral loos in our own homes, so why not have them in public? As long as the cubicles and the doors go from floor to ceiling, so nobody can see over or under them, and the lock works, then you're just in a sealed room by yourself, and there's no risk there. That's it. And cisgender people aren't at any risk of being abused by trans people when they use the loo. We just want a wee in safety just as much as you do, and that's just it. That's it. That's all there is to it. Now, if you hear any transphobic remarks anywhere, please defend trans people, because it really makes all the difference. Because that happened with me a while ago, actually, before lockdown and everything, when we could all go to physical events. I can't wait for that time again. I tell you what, when we can, there's going to be a big hug fest. I'm such a hugger. Everyone's going to get it. I tell you. Fair warning now. If you know me, you're going to get hugged. So a year of building up to this. But yeah, I was at this black tie event, and there were a couple of there were lots of people in the room who knew me, and there were a couple of men who were at the other side of the room. And one of them, they were having this conversation, and one of them pointed me out and said to this other man, "Oh, you see that person over that? Oh, she used to be Martin Neeves. I don't get it myself." And was talking about me quite disparagingly. But luckily, the man that he was talking to had the benefit of seeing lots of my vlogs, and so he'd been educated about it through that, and it was brilliant. So he said to me, "Well, actually, there's a lot more to it than that." And he then went on to educate this other man about it, and it was brilliant. And I thought, that is what true allies do. It would have been so easy for that other man to have just said nothing, just out of politeness, and just let it pass over. But he didn't. He didn't let it go. He just went. He said, he educated them. So that's it. You're right there, Chris. You come on.
Yeah, good. Yeah, we've just got another few minutes left.
Okay, I'm getting to the end. I've probably got another 5 minutes, something like that. So, okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
And the thing is, I have been answering a few questions that I've been going along anyway, I suppose. So that's probably slowed me up a bit. So anyway, I just want to talk very briefly about employment. As there was a survey done recently that showed that transphobia is rife among UK employers, as 1 in 3 UK employers won't hire a trans person. And I'm not surprised about that, because most of my trans friends have struggled to get work. In fact, I would say that there'd be more than 1 in 3, to be honest. But anyway, but they have struggled to get work. And I think so often it's because they don't get past the telephone interview, because the voice doesn't match the name on the application form. And however, if employers do discriminate, they could land themselves in hot water, because gender reassignment is a protected characteristic of the Equality Act 2010. But let's not look at the negative side of it. Let's look at the positive side, because if given the chance to succeed, most trans people will be really loyal to their employer. If they find a really supportive employer, then they're going to be 100% loyal to them and supportive, because there's so much anxiety that comes with applying for a job as a trans person, you don't know what the culture's like in the new firm, you know, whether you're going to be abused or bullied or anything. And so if you find a supportive employee, you're going to stick with them. You really are. There's another survey showed that LGBT plus employees are 32% more productive when they are comfortable being out at work. So what's not to like about that? That's a win-win. So just remember that trans people are just exactly the same on the inside that they've always been, but far happier. So I'm assuming that you're all still there. I can't see any of you and I can't hear of you, but you know, I think Chris can probably vouch that there's still people there. I hope they are. So I'm assuming that you're all now fully signed up trans allies, and I really thank you for that. What I'd ask you to do is if you can tell at least one other person some of the things that you've learned today, then that would really help me and my trans friends. So now, if there's any questions, I don't know if there's time for questions or not. There may not be, but I will answer anything if there are. And there's all my contact details on there. It might be a bit too small for you to see, but my website's up on the screen anyway. But thanks ever so much for listening.
Thank you, Katie. As always, I always love listening to your story and what you have to say. So really appreciate your time today. I suppose I've got a couple of questions myself. We can put a link to all your contact details when we finish the day as well, so people have got access to that.
Yeah.
Are there any resources that you can recommend, perhaps for someone who is at the start of transitioning, like kind of at the start of their journey?
Yeah, well, I would say there's lots of links actually on my website. If they go to the mentoring page of my website, then I've got lots of useful links to people, to lots of different things there. And there are actually some really good support groups on Facebook. They can just search for support groups for trans people. There's lots there. So some groups are better than others. It's just a case of joining a few and seeing which suit you.
Yeah. Excellent. And one more question for me. What recommendations would you give to businesses to do more to support people who are trans within their organization or who are about to start transitioning, for instance?
Okay, I think the one thing is very important, that the businesses don't leave it too late until someone comes out as being trans, before you start thinking about your policy about transitioning at work. Have a transitioning at work policy in place ready, because you never know. This affects about 1% of the population. So if you've got 1,000 employees, for instance, then chances are 10 of them may well be trans. But they might not have come out, and you'd never guess who they are because they'll keep it very hidden. But I think education is the key here. I suppose I would say this, wouldn't I? But I just think trans awareness training should be mandatory for all employees. It really should, and you can create that culture of acceptance there. And also, I shouldn't have to make a business case for it, but it's a really good defence in court. If they're taken to our tribunal, because one of their employees is transphobic and starts discriminating against another one, the employer can be held liable for it, and they have been. There's been some very high-profile cases, like with Jaguar Land Rover recently, and Primark and Debenhams. They've all been done for it, So, so it's a really good defence. I shouldn't have to make a business case for it. I long for the day when you don't have to make a business case for it. But it's just get the training in place.
Most definitely. And before I let you go, it's something we've done with all our guests so far today. We're going to do a very quick fire round questions. So
I was hoping there wouldn't be time for this, Chris.
Who's your favourite band?
Favourite band? Well, I've always been into folk music. I love folk music, and I love the Kate Rusby Band. Love it.
Oh, okay, cool. Never heard of them, but I'll definitely check them out.
Yeah, you see Philistine.
Favourite drink?
Oh, it's got to be gin and tonic. Although if it's non-alcoholic, I would say tea, and particularly Yorkshire tea. Can't beat it. Yeah.
Favourite movie, if you have one?
Oh, there are lots. I tell you, I cry at any film these days. But I think The Danish Girl was for obvious reasons. Yeah.
Favourite TV show, if you have one?
Oh, can I have two?
Yep.
You might be shocked at the first one.
Oh.
Dare I admit this? Coronation Street. I love it. I don't watch much TV, but that's one that I just like to keep up with. It's just something that I can really relax to.
That's good. You need that sometimes.
And the other one, you may not expect it, but I really love Top Gear now as well, with the new presenter, because there's a new series starting on Sunday as well, and
Yes,
with the new lineup. I think they're brilliant. They've got such a spark between them. I didn't like the previous ones. I didn't think there was so much of a spark, but the ones now I think are brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I love it. So funny.
Favorite quote, if you have one?
Well, I think the one that I already quoted, the one that said that most people regret the things in life that they don't do, not the things they did do. I don't think you said it, but I love that quote.
This is an obvious one, obviously, but cat or dog?
Yeah. Sorry, Zebedee. Dogs. I do love dogs. I've grown up with dogs, and they do give unconditional love and everything. But there's obviously quite a tie, and when you're out and stuff, and you've got unpredictable working hours, it's so difficult. So I couldn't commit myself to a dog. So cats are a lot easier to look after. But yeah, but I love cats as well. So yeah.
Favorite song?
Oh, I've got loads. I do like Fields of Gold, Sting did. I love that song. Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah.
Favorite book?
Oh, blimey. I don't know. I couldn't think of one. No, I've drawn a blank there. I think I don't know. I'll probably think of loads afterwards. I don't know. Yeah.
And what would your last meal be if you had to choose one?
Oh God, I'm going to upset all the vegetarians now. I did that one time before when somebody asked that. I love beef Wellington. It's just
nice, good choice.
Gorgeous, and with a nice red wine and everything.
Yes.
Yeah, and then I love it. And then finish off with something like pavlova or something like that. Or having said that, or no, maybe not pavlova. Maybe something like I don't know, maybe rhubarb crumble with custard and stuff. I mean, no, don't get me. I can't even think. I've just put on 3 pounds by thinking about that now. And I'm struggling with my weight at the moment. This is not on.
As are we all. But yeah, thank you so much again, Katie, for taking the time. I know you're extremely busy, and I really appreciate you taking the time to support us today. So thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. It's lovely to see you again.
Brilliant. Thanks, Katie.
Brilliant. Thanks, Chris. Take care. Bye.
Bye. And there she is, waiting in the wings. Good afternoon.
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you perfectly. Yeah, you okay?
Yeah. Very good, thank you. Very good. Let me just turn up my volume. Yeah, very good, thank you.
Yeah, it's good. Let me just change a couple of things there. Oh, I don't know what that is. Cool. So again, thank you for joining us, Sophie. Really appreciate your time. I know again you're also extremely busy at the minute with new house and all that stuff, and with Yes You Can as well.
Yeah, definitely, but good busy. I mean, the house stuff has calmed down marginally now, but the Yes You Can stuff hasn't, which is amazing. So I am 100% not grumbling about being busy.
Amazing. So just before we start, do we want to see if you can share your screen first of all?
Yeah, no problem.
You today, so.
Right. So, can you see that?
I can. There you go.
All right. Fabulous. Okay. So I'm happy that it's blocked out my screen, but I'm all right with that because I have got another screen with the slide pattern on, so that's all good for me.
Okay. Cool. Perfect. Right. So I shall leave you to it. I'll drop back in about 10 minutes before you finish. Yeah. There will be a quick fire round of questions, just so you're aware.
I'll call fake Katie's at the end, so she's me. That's fine.
Good. And thank you so much.
No, you're welcome. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chris, for organising. Obviously, it's really, Freedom4Girls, really, really important charity, and really honoured to be taking part. My organisation is called Yes You Can. So our whole aim is to help women break their career glass ceilings. And one of the reasons why I picked to talk about the importance of role models is because it is so important for us to have role models. There are a huge amount of studies and research papers out there which show that the importance of role models as children, as work colleagues, professionally, personally, particularly for groups who are sort of the protected characteristics. Obviously, I can't really say women as a minority because we, are 50% of the population, but we fall within the sort of protected characteristics bracket. So role models are really, really important. Now, how I like to deliver and talk, yes, there will be me talking, but equally there will be times where we pause and there's some space for you to jot some thoughts down and take part. Really, I appreciate the interaction won't really be there, but if you've got a pen in front of you or how you can write down and jot some notes, then really want you to try and take something from this session rather than it just be information giving. I want you to really sort of us be in a position where we sort of learn. So first and foremost, what is a role model? A person who someone admires and whose behavior they try to copy. What we like to say at Yes You Can is, if you can't see it, then you can't be it. How can you aspire to anything if you can't actually see that someone has been there and done it before you? How can you believe that you can break that glass ceiling unless you've already seen someone break it? There will always be exceptions to the rule, but generally role models allow us to see ourselves in the future. We don't have to. One of the important things to remember about role models is it's not about following a career path. It's not about, imitating and copying that individual completely, but it's their values, their behaviors, potentially roles or businesses they work for that we want to try to aspire to. We want to emulate, as opposed to emulating and imitating the individual. We want to emulate and potentially outdo, in a positive sense, the values, the behaviors, the achievements that individual has done. But ultimately, if we can't see it, then you can't be it. And role models, that everybody can be a role model. Everybody is a role model to someone, which we'll get to later on. Bit of the background about role models. Albert Bandura came up with the social learning theory. Now, he was very prominent in the 60s as well, but in 1971, he came up with his social learning theory, which basically started the conversation about a role model. It sort of, the concept of a role model was born through this social learning theory. And it wasn't career focused. It was more about children observing adults and important people in their lives and modeling and imitating. But he essentially, decided and found that people learn from each other. People learn from each other through watching, through copying, and therefore modeling. Therefore, being that individual, trying to emulate that individual. So whilst, for years and years, far preceding 1971, the role models have existed. Actually, the concept, the word, the phrase that is very, very common nowadays was born in the 70s. And Albert Bandura essentially split the process of social learning theory, the process of emulating a role model, into 4 sections. So he split it into attention, retention, reproduction, and motivation. Okay, so in order to find a role model and then start to observe, imitate, and model yourself on that individual, we go through these 4 stages. And for me, it's important for us to recognize this, because if we are role models, when we realize that we are role models, actually it's important to appreciate how someone might then try to role model us. Okay, so attention, we see a huge amount of behaviors on a daily basis. You watching me do this is watching a behavior. You seeing someone take some money out of a cash point is observing a behavior. You seeing a parent chastise their child is observing a behavior. You see someone walking their dog and trying to train their dog, observing a behavior. So there are hundreds of thousands of behaviors that we will take in on a daily, weekly basis. The important thing is we have to notice that behavior in order to imitate it. Okay, so it needs to be important to us. Okay, so we're going to talk about skills and values, which will link back to attention, but we need to notice that behavior in order to imitate it. Okay, so it has to resonate with us, whether that's because it's a negative association or a positive association, but it needs to resonate for us to even consider starting the imitation process. We have to pay attention to it. Now, interestingly, we have to pay attention to the behavior, but also the consequences of that behavior, because ultimately, we're not going to do something unless we can see a benefit to ourselves. Okay. So that is our attention. The retention element is we've seen it, then we have to remember it, because we can't replicate anything if we haven't retained it in the first instance. Now, what tends to happen and what's really, really common is we might see a behavior once, okay, and remember it, but it isn't necessarily, we don't necessarily remember it with a mirror image, okay? Now that's where we have our level of authenticity, because we put our own spin on it, because we see a behavior and then we repeat that behavior, we retain the information in a way that suits us, okay? So a lot of the time we'll have to see that behavior over and over again, one, for it to gain attention, but two, for us to retain it, okay? It's like muscle memory. So I don't know if we've got any golfers, you know, people say that putting is simply muscle memory, okay? So it's on a pendulum. So when you swing that putter, it's on a pendulum, and all you do is practice that. So that weight never changes. What changes is how far back you bring the club in terms to get the power, but that weight, that pendulum never changes, okay? And that's what we need to get to when it comes to viewing a behavior, okay, from a role model, okay? So an action, a skill, a behavior, we have to be able to remember it. We have to be able to retain that information, retain that behavior, so we can replicate it. Right. Interestingly, from a reproduction perspective, we aren't always able to replicate the behaviors that we see. So I've put in, as an example, which is, I guess is pertinent to me, running a 4-minute mile. I've done a bit of running in my time, number of years ago, so I'm not going to get any faster, because I did commit to running. I don't believe that I would ever be capable of running a 4-minute mile. Okay. Now, the interesting thing about role modeling and the interesting thing about trying to reproduce a behavior is we have to be able to see a behavior that we can replicate. Okay. Now that may or may not prevent us from attempting that behavior. I know I can't run a 4-minute mile. Okay. That does not mean I don't respect and I don't, you know, think that Roger Bannister for running the first 4-minute mile wasn't, you know, that wasn't an incredible achievement. There are two options that I can take from that. One, I'm never going to run a 4-minute mile, therefore I'm never going to try. Or two, well, if he can run a 4-minute mile, I wonder what's the fastest I can go. So because we aren't always able to replicate the behaviors, it can either spur us on to continue and be the best that we can be, or it can lead us to not attempting it at all. And that depends on our mindset, okay? So there's no right or wrong with that, and it's not black or white. It is simply, how do we view a challenge? How do we view, you know, and that's the difference between having a role model and imitating, and having a role model and trying to emulate, okay, and trying to be the best that we can be. But ultimately, we have to be able to reduce a behavior, reproduce a behavior, in order for it to really stick. And like I say, that can lead us to not doing it. All right. So if we believe that we can't replicate that behavior, sometimes that means we won't even bother trying. Okay. So it's worth bearing that in mind as well. So when it comes to having role models, we need to make sure that what they are achieving and what values, you know, they are displaying, what behaviors they are displaying, actually, to an extent, they are achievable to us. Okay. Now, when we talk about skills and values, later on, we aren't going to talk about running a 4-minute mile. We're not going to talk about, you know, physical attributes. So in theory, there is no skill or value, certainly values that we can't achieve anyway, and we can't replicate. But just bearing in mind that it's part of the social learning theory, we have to be able to reproduce the behavior. And ultimately, we're only going to replicate that behavior if there's something in it for us. Okay. So we have to see that the reward outweighs the costs of performing that behavior. Okay. So if that positive reinforcement isn't important to us, we won't replicate that behavior. So when it comes to being a role model, or it comes to having a role model, there has to be something in it for us. And that's a very sort of crass type of thing to say, and not to suggest that we're selfish and we're not here for the good of everybody, but ultimately we need to see, there needs to be a reason for us to want to have that role model. There needs to be a reason for us to want to aspire to be that individual, or aspire to have the same values as that individual. Okay. Now, First thing is over to you guys now, and I appreciate there's not going to be a lot of back and forth because I'm talking at you, but I will pause and give you a couple of minutes just to think about the next 3 questions. So you'll see them on the screen. What I want you to think about, I want you to write down, whether it be, like I say, notes on your phone, laptop, jot it down, whatever. I mean, you might be able to retain that information in your head, which is fantastic. Write down 3 to 5 role models that have positively influenced you. Okay? I want to know, or I want you to consider why they are role models. Okay? So why those people? And then next stage is, what are you trying to emulate? So what about those role models are you trying to emulate specifically? Okay. And like I say, I appreciate that, you know, because I haven't got the back and forth, I'm going to allow you the headspace to think. So I'm going to set my timer on my phone. I'm going to give you just 3 minutes. I appreciate that's not a huge amount of time, but 3 minutes just to consider those 3 questions. So write down 3 to 5 role models that have positively influenced you. And I want to think positively because, you know, when we're talking about role models, specifically in the workplace, why they're important, you know, let's be positive, okay? I'm sure we can all point out people who've had a negative effect on us, but actually let's stay positive. Write down why they are role models, okay? So why, you know, have they positively influenced you? What have they done? And then think specifically about what are you trying to emulate, okay? So you've got 2.5 minutes left just to answer those 3 questions. Couple of minutes left. 3 to 5 role models, why they are your role models, and what are you trying to emulate? So think specifically. What I tend to find happens with this exercise is that, you know, we can say, you know, I say, so Serena Williams is a role model, okay? Well, why is she a role model? Well, because she's great. Well, what are you trying to emulate? And that's where it's really interesting, because that specific question about what we're trying to emulate actually poses, you know, it gives us the ability to reflect and say, well, actually, why that individual? You know, what do I admire about that? What actually in my, you know, personal and professional life am I trying to emulate? Why would I want to? I mean, no one's going to say, oh, look, you know, you're behaving just like Serena. But, you know, I would know, you know, what I'm trying to emulate from a Serena Williams perspective. So think about it, you know, what are we trying to emulate? We've got a minute left. And I'll save you from the buzzer, but we've got about 45 seconds where we can just really think about why they're role models and what you're trying to emulate. So if those 3 to 5, hopefully we've all been able to come up with 3 to 5, because, you know, it's really, really common to have more than one. You know, most people will have more than one role model because, you know, the different values and behaviors of different people and the different impact of different people and the different experiences of different people. Okay, fabulous. So hopefully, like I say, you've all been able to answer those questions. Now we need to think about what values and skills do they have in common, okay? Now, this is really, really important because values and skills are different for everybody, okay? Values and skills are the things that are very personal to us. So when I have my role models, and I write down, you know, what skills and values do I think they have in common, those skills and values invariably become important to me. So if you were to say, right, what are your top 3 skills and values that you look for in a role model that is common with across your role models that you have? Well, actually, it's integrity, it's hard work, and actually, it's probably persistence. And they're important to me, and I try and apply that, you know, in my particularly working world. You know, integrity is probably the number 1 value that I have. So from your list, what values do they have in common? And actually what we find is these are the ones that are important to you, okay? So the skills and values of role models that you have, the list the people that you have picked, the 3 to 5 people that you have picked, what do they have in common? Okay, and you know, to an extent, they'll all be successful. Well, you know, the fact that they are a role model would suggest they have a level of success anyway. I mean, success is subjective, because who determines success? You know, is it salary? Is it role? Is it you know, profile? It depends on the individual, but they will be successful at something because we have heard of them. At least they're in the public domain, or certainly, you know, we've heard of them enough in the world that we live in. Our sort of micro environment, but what do they have in common in terms of skills and values? And they're the things that are really important. In terms of really common skills and values from a role model perspective, obviously, you know, I wrote this slide. So these skills, and you've seen the 3 that I mentioned, integrity, hard work and persistence are on there. But quite clearly, because I wrote these, they're important to me. Confidence, communication skills, being knowledgeable, being trustworthy, being respectful, having humility, a sense of humor, being hardworking, showing persistence, positivity and accountability are important to me. There are other skills and values of a role model that you will have written down. Just bravery, okay? I haven't got bravery on there. Just because I haven't put them down doesn't mean what you have and what values and skills you recognize from a role model aren't just as important, if not more so, because they're important to you, okay? But there are lots of commonalities from a skills and values perspective when we look at role models. There are no right or wrongs. It's the ones that are important to us. Now, we don't need to go off piste and say, well, why are they important to you? Okay, what does that mean for you? They're important to you for valid reasons that only you know, okay? I won't go into why integrity is really, really important for me, or why hard work or why persistence is really important for me. But they are. What I want to think about now is how we can all be role models and how we all are role models. So the first port of call is who can be a role model. Now, this collection of photos is from Yes She Can. So what we do as part of our world is we showcase role models, right? So we will go and we'll connect with people and say, oh, you know, we might have seen a post on LinkedIn or a post on Instagram, say, oh, amazing, this is amazing. Do you want to come on board? People come in and contact us and say, oh, you know, I've just seen this. Would you be, you know, I'd like to tell my story. And we put them out there and we give a platform to some women who have never had a platform before, some women who are used to having a platform, some women who actually think, well, why would you give me a platform? But okay, yeah, I'll do it anyway. And we do men as well. We do have a lot of male advocacy posts, but you know, our name is Yes She Can. So we focus on inspiring women in their careers and we use other women to do that. The most common thing that we get back when we approach people is, well, I don't think I'm a role model. Everybody absolutely is. That everybody will inspire one person, okay? And if you're inspiring one person, you're inspiring somebody's world, okay? And that's really, really important. Anybody is a role model, but what we should potentially think about is the responsibility that we have as role models, okay? So, you know, the influence that we can have on other people. Now, that's not to say we take that on as a burden, but it's just recognizing that actually someone is going to look up to us. You know, when I was a kid, I played football to quite a high level, but when I was a junior, the women's team would come and help coach, and they didn't know my name. Now, that didn't bother me. Well, actually, I tell her it must have bothered me because of the story I'm going to tell. They didn't know my name. And I turned up, I tried really hard, and, you know, and that's it. But they didn't know my name, and they knew some of the other girls' names. As an adult, I got involved in coaching a girls' team. I made the point of remembering everybody's name, okay? And that was because I didn't know if any of those girls would look up to me. And if they were going to look up to me, I wanted to make sure they knew that I respected them and I took notice of them and I recognized them as individuals, okay? And, you know, in theory, I guess if you're a teacher or you are a coach, then should we try and remember everyone's name where possible? Absolutely. But I had an experience where I knew I wasn't recognized. Okay, and that was really, really important because, you know, being a girl playing football at that time, it wasn't particularly common. You know, I was in the first tranche of kids that played for Coventry City ladies. So that was the first year that the junior section was set up. I was in the first tranche of players. So, you know, it was a big deal to play for your city and represent your city at football. So, you know, I did look up to these women who were trailblazers, who had, you know, gone through all of the hardships and the abuse and the nonsense about, you know, trying to get funding, etc. We're all role models. We've all got responsibility. So the next couple of slides are questions to you. So again, we'll take a bit of time just from a reflection perspective, but you need to think about, what do you think it takes to be a role model? Again, I appreciate, you know, I'm not going to have any answers back, but just 2 or 3 things about what you think it takes to be a role model. I'm only going to give you sort of 30 seconds just to have a think about this, because, you know, it shouldn't take too long to jot down a couple of words about, actually, what does it take to be a role model? Okay, what do you think we have to do to be a role model? 20 seconds. Okay. So in terms of what do we think it takes to be a role model, it will differ through individual, okay? It will differ. Essentially, we've got things like success. You have to be successful to be a role model. Okay, well, define success for me. Because I guarantee you that a lot of the women that we talk to that you would all assume are, you know, unbelievably successful would say, well, I'm not successful yet. They haven't got there yet. Okay, so success, potentially, but what does that mean? Success to an individual. CV, you know, does someone have to have had, you know, hit a certain role or manage a certain amount of people or achieved a certain salary to be a role model? Everything it comes down to, for me, are values. So what do you think it takes to be a role model? Someone who, for me, is honest. Okay, it's those same values. Someone who works hard. Someone who treats people with respect. Okay, it is not about, and what we need to do is separate, you know, the fact that someone's, you know, a high achiever. Again, what does that mean? Separate someone who's a high achiever to actually someone who we look up to. And a lot of the time when we look up to the individual, it's because of the values and the behaviors that they exhibit, not because of the CV that they've got. You can get to the top, wherever that may be, and still be a horrible person. Okay, is that a role model? Probably good that you can't answer, but I'm going to leave that one out there. Okay, what type of role model would you like to be? Would you like to be that career one? Would you like to be the one that, well, look, you know, he or she has achieved this, he, she, or they has achieved this, but you aren't respected. You haven't taken anyone on a journey with you. When we think about our careers, being a role model is important because we will have to manage people. We will have to lead people, whether that be formally or informally. We will have influence over these people, again, formally or informally. We have to bring people on the journey with us. So when we think about what type of role model would we like to be, actually a positive one. Someone who people look up to, someone who people find, you know, can see as a confidant, or someone who people they can trust, an advisor, someone who they know understands, you know, their situation and supports them. Okay, so when it's what type of role model would you like to be, a lot of the time, again, that role of a role model is the type of role model you would like as well. Again, it's that emulation. So you emulate your role model. All right. Steps to becoming a role model. Okay, so we've identified 6 steps to becoming a role model. Firstly, positivity. Okay, and I said that I think on the first or second slide. Actually, it is about being positive. Okay, you become. I think that the statistic is you become. You become influenced by the 5 people you spend the most amount of time with. Okay, so if you spend time with a lot of negative people, you know, mood hoovers is a phrase that I've heard before, that will rub off on you. People won't come with you on a journey if you're not positive. Now, that's not to say we don't have to be realistic at times, far from it, but what we need to think about, we need to be a problem solver, okay? And we need to do that. We need to be a problem solver with a positive perspective, nothing can't be done. Okay, got a double negative there. I think it was correct. We need to build trust. We bring people on that journey. People have to trust us. People have to trust that we're with them. People have to trust that, you know, we've got, you know, the organization or the goal's best interests. Okay. Need to show integrity. If people don't trust what we're going to do, if we don't do what we say we're going to do, people won't join us on that journey. Okay. We will not be a role model if people don't believe a word we say. We have to lead and inspire. Ultimately, that's what being a role model is. It's leading someone, whether it be formally or formally, whether it be consciously or not, and it's inspiring in, you know, in the same manner, formally, informally, consciously or not. Being the best version of ourselves will lead people and will inspire people. Make time for people, and in brackets, listening. So we have to build relationships, and one of the only ways we can do that is actually listening. Remember the ratio that you know, in the saying of, you know, 2 ears, 1 mouth. And that's how we should approach conversations. Okay. Listen for double the amount of time we talk. And we need to support and encourage. If we don't support and encourage, then there's no way that people will join us on that journey. Being a role model is a responsibility. Being a role model doesn't mean we can't have bad days. Doesn't mean we have to be perfect. Far from it. If anything, you know, people need to, in order to build trust, in order to show that integrity, in order to lead and inspire, people need to see that we're human, and we need to be authentic, and we need to be our, you know, our true selves. So we will make mistakes. You know, we will have good days, we will have bad days, but actually if we stand by those 6 steps, we will be strong, positive role models. Okay, so when it comes to people in our organizations, when it comes to friends, when it comes to family, they will see the fact, you know, that we're positive, that we build, that we, you know, we are trustworthy, that we do have integrity, that we inspire, that we appreciate them as individuals, and that we support and encourage. And that is huge. In terms of positivity, positive attitude will absolutely help others to be problem solvers. Okay, we've got a problem. All right, well, that's annoying, isn't it? Doesn't help anyone. We've got a problem. Okay, well, what are we going to do about it? Have you got any ideas? How can we attack it? How can we approach it? How can we overcome it? That positive attitude goes miles. It is absolutely infectious. Okay. No one overcomes adversity by being negative. And I will stand to be corrected on that. You know, I'm going on the top of that hill, but no one overcomes adversity by being negative. Okay. And like I've mentioned about the journey, okay, when we're talking about being a role model, particularly in our careers, or, you know, if we're trying to influence somebody, if we're trying to, you know, get somebody to display the characteristics or behaviors that we really believe in as individuals, people won't do that if we have a negative attitude. People won't come on that journey with us if we have a negative attitude. We need to build trust. Again, bringing people on that journey. People just won't follow us blindly. People won't think, oh yeah, what a great role model. But are they here for me? Actually, I think they might have lied before. Well, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. They aren't sentences that we talk about when we think about role models and behaviors and values. Okay, so we need to bring people on a journey takes trust. People, you know, and actually think about the example of actually going on a journey. You know, if I were to say to you, right, get your passport, get a bag of clothes, we're going. Would you do that? No. I'm sorry, who are you? Where are we going? Why? Where are we going to end up? I just need to know a little bit more, please. How do I know that you're saying, you know, we're going to go on that journey to that place? Okay. People have to trust you. They have to trust your story, therefore be authentic, and your intentions. And when I say story, I don't mean, oh, I've made up this story of you. You know, how you got to where you are, the challenges, the barriers, what you've overcome, why, you know, what values are important to you, what individuals are important to you. Okay. What success have you had? That's your story and your intentions. You have to do what you say you're going to do. Okay. To build trust, you have to do what you're going to say you're going to do. People won't have role models, or you will not be a role model or a successful role model or a positive role model if you don't follow through. Okay. You have to do what you say you're going to do. We need to show integrity. We have to be for everybody, not just ourselves, okay? Particularly from a work perspective. If we're trying to achieve a goal, or we're trying to hit targets, or we're trying to change culture, we have to be for everybody, not just ourselves, because people will see that we are self-serving, and we don't want to be self-serving. I mean, you might, fair enough, but you know, in terms of the amount of influence that you will have, it won't be as broad as if you are, you know, for the team. You have to exhibit putting the team first, okay? Being a leader does not mean taking the credit. We delegate, we empower, we trust. A true role model gives credit and takes responsibility. So it takes responsibility for our own actions, our team's actions, and gives credit where credit's due. Okay, we can, I'm going to get the saying wrong, and Chris, I'm sure, will come back at the end and give me the right saying, but we can only succeed if we raise other people up. I think I've made that up, but he'll know what quote I'm going for. It's basically about, we're only all successful when we raise others up.
I mean, it sounds pretty good. So,
no, but I feel like it's not the right one, Chris.
I'm trying to think. It sounds quite accurate, but I don't know if that's just because you said it with such conviction.
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Well, there you go. Well, that was it's something like that. But ultimately, it is about lifting people up. A true role model will lift others up. Okay, so going back to the Serena as an example, she lost a couple of years ago to Naomi Osaka it might have been the US Open final. Anyway, and she didn't react particularly well. To the point where actually I think she made Naomi Osaka cry, or certainly her behaviour led to Naomi Osaka being emotionally a bit overwhelmed. She went back and said, "I'm so sorry." And so she apologised privately, and she apologised, you know, publicly in the press to say that was not a good reflection of my responsibility. I shouldn't have done that. I was totally in the wrong. Naomi is a true champion. She deserves it. I was annoyed at myself, and I didn't convey that appropriately. And actually, you know, adding that, yes, should she have done that initial behaviour in the first place? Absolutely not. But how she reacted, you have to applaud and say, because it is harder to take responsibility, particularly for mistakes. It's harder to give credit than it is to bury our head in the sand or take something as our own. Okay, so a true role model shows that integrity. We have to lead by example. Okay, so we have to believe that the behaviours and the values that we are displaying are worth being followed. Okay, if people are going to emulate you, you need to make sure that your behaviour is appropriate. Now, I've already said, look, people make mistakes, people have good days, people have bad days. You know, we need to recognise when that happens. In the main, we need to make sure our behaviour is appropriate. Listen, there will always be times where if their behaviour is inappropriate, then that needs to be dealt with in the most appropriate manner. Okay, and that is separate from what I'm talking about now. So sometimes there is behaviour that is not appropriate that we cannot come back from, and we should not be able to come back from. But generally, a good day or a bad day, okay, we need to make sure our behaviour is appropriate to be copied. We also need to be a motivator and not criticise. So again, it's that positive outlook, okay? Motivating and criticising can have a huge, will have a completely different impact on results and behaviours and trust and the team dynamic. That's not to say we shouldn't give feedback. That's not to say we shouldn't say to somebody, you know, if their performance isn't quite there or the output's not quite right, but we do that in a different manner. Okay, so we approach it to be a motivator from an empowerment perspective, as opposed to you've done a really bad job there. Okay, bring solutions. Okay, support people. And we need to make time for people. Okay, so we have to take people with us. Okay, we will not bring people up with us on that journey if they don't feel valued. How do we value someone? Learn about them, communicate with them, build relationships, build empathy. We share, we listen, we offer advice. Okay, true role models build relationships. Okay, they allow people to have access to them. They allow people to have time. They do offer advice. Okay. Share, listen, and offer advice. We have to make time for people. We have to listen. The only way we can learn about someone is by listening and actively listening, okay? So we might have some preconceptions about an individual, or we might think we know about an experience that individual has gone through. We won't know anything until they've told us, okay? So actively listen. Don't just think, well, I know all about them anyway, so I'll let them tell me, yeah, okay, yeah, fine. No, ask. Ask with interest. Actively listen. And finally, we need to support and encourage. We need to essentially pay it forward. Okay. One of the amazing things that I found with Yes She Can was how many women that we contacted, because a lot of the time they were essentially like cold calls, were willing to give up their time to write a blog for us or to do an interview for us, to give up their time for free to do that so that they could help somebody else. And that's what people did it for. People said, well, I remember when I was starting out in my career, or when I changed careers, or when I was going through a bad patch, and I would have loved to have been able to read some advice. I'll absolutely do that for you. What we also found was, as we were saying, oh, well, you'd make a fantastic role model, would you get involved? Yeah, fine, okay. Well, I'm not sure I am, but I will get involved because, you know, it would have really helped in my career. Actually, say, oh, I've got a friend. They might be willing. I think they're amazing. They might be willing to get involved as well. So we support and encourage. There are also things that we need to think about what not to do, okay? Do not tell yourself that you aren't worthy of being a role model. That is the biggest mistake we make. We talk ourselves out of it. Do not assume that people don't look up to you, because somebody will. Do not assume that your experiences are any less than others, okay? You are important. What you have done, what you have achieved, your current journey, that is important. Your experiences matter, okay? Do not devalue your experiences. And don't forget that you are human and we're going to make mistakes, okay? So even though we are all role models, that doesn't mean that we are perfect. Nobody is, okay? Things to think about. Who might you be a role model to? Okay, so who do you think you could be a role model to? And what could you do at work, university, home, to start to be a role model? Okay, so start those steps. What can you do to be more positive, to start to build trust, to show that integrity, lead and inspire? Make time for people, support and encourage, okay? Just a couple of things just to think about, to take away. Who might you be a role model to? Because you will be to somebody. And what can you do at work, university, home, to start to be a role model, okay? To start to bring people on that journey with you. Might only be one or two things, but definitely worth thinking about. And just remember that you've absolutely got this, okay? Role models are so important that we actually, you know, if everybody behaved like a role model, then the world would be a better place, okay? You're all role models. You're all worthy. You're all of value. Someone will absolutely look up to you, okay? And then we've got our socials on there. If you want to get in contact or give us a follow, you are absolutely more than welcome. Chris, I think I've given you enough time for some quick fires at the end. But yeah, any questions, then let me know.
So we've had a couple of comments come through whilst you've been on.
Yeah.
So when you were touching upon kind of almost embracing being a role model,
yeah.
I think I can take your screen down now. There we go.
There you go.
We had Julian, who's been an avid watcher all morning. So thanks so much, Julian, who said, not to blow my own trumpet, but some people consider me a positive role model, although I get quite embarrassed about it. Which is true. I mean, it happened to me a couple of weeks ago. Someone, I did a post about like my journey and kind of what brought me to D&I and things like that. And someone said, you're someone I look up to and you're a real role model for me. And I was a bit like, oh, shit. That's kind of, it's something that kind of took me back a little bit. But when you kind of, you own it,
then it can only be a positive thing, because now I now have people weekly messaging me on LinkedIn saying, like, how did you get into D&I? Like, I'm really interested in what it is that you do. How can you support me? All that kind of stuff. And it can really make a positive impact.
Massively. I don't think anyone should be ashamed, afraid to admit that they're a role model, because everybody is in some way, shape or form. And be proud that someone has verbalized that to you, because that's really amazing that someone's willing to say, actually, you really inspire me. I think you're doing a great job. Keep doing what you're doing. Like, I find it very humbling when people say it, to me, and it's one of those things that we don't talk about very often, to say, oh yeah, I was called a role model this 4 times this week or whatever. But actually, it's what internally, it's like, oh my God, I'm doing the right thing. Let's carry on. Let's push on. And I take that as a motivator. But yeah, it's not about blowing our own trumpet. It's recognizing our influence and actually saying, look, okay, I'm a role model. That is a level of responsibility, but amazing that someone has taken the time to say that. Now that just reaffirms what I'm trying to do, reaffirms, that motivation to succeed.
Definitely. And I don't think you saw the comment, but I did actually say, is it cheating if I say that you're one of my role models? Because
no, stay all day. No, and that's the thing with it, isn't it? Because I think when we almost get away from almost the taboo of being a role model, most people don't naturally accept someone saying you really inspire me. It is one of those, oh right, okay, amazing, but oh God, right, and we don't believe them, or we don't, but it takes us back. So it's really, we need to break down, almost that, and I'm not saying this is just a British thing, but we would call these British sensibilities of sharing emotions, sharing positivity, not just work is work, and I'm going to go on my results as opposed to anything else. Actually, the more we talk about the importance of role models and being role models and who's inspired us, then we'll break that down and allow people to accept it as the compliment and the motivator that it should be.
Yeah, definitely. Who would you say your biggest role model is in life?
Well, I do love Serena, and I probably made that quite clear. And so she's like, because I'm really into sport, so she is, because she is so human as well, and because she has made mistakes in the past, but equally she's been treated so poorly in many instances. So she absolutely is. But many people will say this, but my mum is for me, she had, having one child, now she had 3 children under 18 months because I'm a twin, which is just blows my mind. So just from a parent perspective, unbelievable. And she took a career break to look after us, and she went back and achieved what she wanted to achieve. And she worked hard, she grafted. Yeah, she's just phenomenal, really. And she didn't have the easiest of upbringings. She was comfortable. We always think about upbringings in terms of, socio-economic factors or absent parenting or whatever it may be. And she had 3 parents and she had a comfortable life, but she still had her own struggles. And to parent us how she's parented us and how the respect that we have for her is just testament to her character.
Oh, I love that. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice way to round it off. One of the things that you said really resonated with me as well, just before we move on to the quick fire round, is being a leader doesn't mean we delegate. And I think that's such an important message to people who are going into leadership or people who are in leadership, that it's not all about delegation. One of my role models personally is Simon Sinek. I think he just talks a lot of sense a lot of the time, and he's just very direct when he talks about certain areas. And he's got a book called Leaders Eat Last, and it's all about how to be a good leader. And actually, that's what any leader should do. All your team should eat before you if there's a staff buffet. And that's just something that sounds quite daft, but it's little things like that actually your staff take precedent before you do.
Yeah, definitely. It is about, absolutely. And that the buffet thing is a really, really important point, because, you go first as the big boss, you're defining the hierarchy. And actually, to do that, we are there to lift the people up. That's the whole point of a leader, and it isn't about, look at me, I'm going to actually, and looking at an army perspective, actually the leaders, and this is probably a really bad analogy, but, I'm not going to go down that route. Actually, I'm going to try and find a different one. But you're absolutely right. As leaders, it's about allowing others to flourish. And I think it was Karen Brady, and I've got a I value what she's achieved, absolutely. And she said in her autobiography, I only ever hire people who I think are better than me. And I know a number of people have made that comment as well. And I think that's so true, because a leader is about lifting other people up and making, we're only good as the team that we've got. So
yeah, most definitely. Right. So you ready? Hydrate, get ready.
Already.
Favorite band?
Destiny Child.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Although I'm not actually that surprised, but yeah. Favorite drink?
Coffee or at the minute it's Estrella Lager at the minute.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It reminds me of holidays, Estrella. Like
Exactly,
it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just getting that mindset. Favorite movie?
Oh, do you know Bridesmaids? I could watch that every day.
Again, love it. Favorite TV show, if you've got one?
I would probably ER. I know that's been gone for a long, long time, but I could sit and watch reruns of ER. Yeah, again, much like Bridesmaids.
Definitely. Favorite quote, if you have one?
I have to work at this because I don't do this naturally. But when they go low, we go high.
Yeah.
And I'm not good at that because I get so outraged. But yeah, Michelle Obama, when they go low, we go high.
Yeah. Also, going back to the quote that you tried to guess earlier, I think it's, if you want to lift yourself up, lift someone else up. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, there we go. We'll have that. Yeah.
Bit of Googling whilst you were on. This, I mean, I know the answer to this question probably, but cat or dog?
Dog, always.
Dog.
You're absolutely right.
Favorite song?
Oh. I don't know. Fleetwood Mac, Say You Love Me.
Oh, what a song.
I know.
Favorite book?
To Kill a Mockingbird. What a cliche, but it's amazing.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not working DNI. It's my favourite book. But there you go.
If you were to have one final meal, what would that meal be?
It would probably be a really nice Chinese.
Oh yeah, that would definitely be mine as well. I think definitely. Sophie, thank you so much for taking time at your very busy schedule. I know you've got another session starting at 2.
Yes, but you're welcome. Like I say, it's a really important charity, so really pleased that I could get involved.
Most definitely. Cool. Thank you so much. Have an amazing weekend, and I shall speak to you soon.
Fabulous. Thank you. Take care.
Thanks, Soph. See you later.
Bye.
Bye. So, I feel like we're firing through the day today. We're just about to welcome our next speakers. So the next session is by a company called Lexic, and they will be discussing neurodiversity, and in particular neurodiversity in women. So we're just adding Georgie and Pooja to the stream now. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello. How are we doing?
Very well, good. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Thank you. Really good. I can't believe we're almost 4 hours in. Like, it's just flowing in this morning, which has been so fun. So we've had some amazing sessions so far this morning. So had some really interesting comments. We've had some trolls, believe it or not. So I think that means we've made it. We've had some interesting trolls come through this afternoon. So yes, thank you so much for taking part again today. I really appreciate it. Georgie, I know this is your first time kind of doing this type of thing as well. So again, I really appreciate you doing this for us. And Pooja as well, thank you so much for helping deliver as well. Before we get started, so Sophie's share actually worked with her PowerPoint presentation. So I don't know if you want to try sharing first of all. And if that doesn't work, then I can share it on my side.
I'll try that. Don't worry.
Cool.
It's going to say checking in the internet. Can everything be heard?
Yes.
Is it clear?
Yeah, super clear. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. I can't seem to be getting it up, unfortunately.
No, does nothing happen? No.
No.
Okay, so let me just get your slide.
Thank you.
go. So I'll be your glamorous assistant. So
Thank you.
when you're ready to obviously skip on to the next slide and things like that, just let me know, and then we can do that.
Thank you, Chris.
No problem. So 2 seconds. So at the end of the session as well, one thing we've been doing throughout the whole day, I don't know if you've seen, is there'll be a quick fire round questions at the end. So be prepared. They are fun questions. They've got absolutely nothing to do about anything, but just something, just a bit of fun that we can throw in. So, right. So if I share my screen, here we go. Application window. Where's it gone? It's because I've got 2 of these open. Let's try that again. Oh, why is that not there? If I just share my entire screen, that might just make it a little easier. There we go. We're ready.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much for that, Chris. Welcome, everyone. My name is Pooja Sudera, and I'm a senior business psychologist from an organisation called Lexic, and we're joined here by my colleague, Head of Client Development, Georgina Kennedy, and you'll be hearing a bit more about her later on in the presentation. So I'll be talking to you about neurodiversity in the workplace and the impact it has on women and gender differences. Okay, if you can move to the next slide, please.
There we go.
Thank you. So in terms of what we're going to be talking today, I'm going to be explaining about the term neurodiversity. So you might have heard the term before and not too sure about what it means, but after today's session, you'll have a clear understanding about what neurodiversity is, how it first came about, and what are the conditions that fall under this umbrella term. And then I'm going to talk to you about Lexic's own story and how we got into neurodiversity, and talking to you a bit about our founder, and also we'll be joined by Georgina, who will talk about her journey and her story as well. And I'll discuss about gender disparity and also around the differences between male and females and how that's presented, the implications and where it stands now. We'll be looking at some familiar faces that we've seen in females and neurodiversity, and look about what support is out there and what you can do to enhance neurodiversity within your own workplace and organisation. Okay. So if you can move to the next slide then, please, Chris. Okay. So what is neurodiversity? Okay. So it is actually coined in the 1990s by a sociologist in Australia called Judy Singer. Okay. If you want to move to the next slide then, please, Chris, I can show a diagram.
Yep.
Okay. So it's essentially differences in how a brain processes information. And so it results in different thinking. Okay. As you can see from this diagram, there's a lot of conditions that fall under this neurodiversity term. Okay. So these are things like dyslexia, dyspraxia, also called developmental coordination disorder, or DCD for short, dyscalculia, ADHD, and autism spectrum conditions. So this shows you the variations in how people's brains function and the different thinking that can come about. Okay. We've also included acquired neurodiversity or acquired cognitive difficulties as well. So these are things such as a brain injury, stroke, or something that's happened to an individual where the cognitive process is not as what it was before. So it can be sometimes be labeled as an acquired neurodiversity. Okay. Mental health and well-being is also included, because what we commonly find is with these traits, sometimes secondary conditions can also include mental health. So it's estimated by research that sometimes when you have autism or ADHD, you're more prevalent to have a mental health condition as well. So it's important to highlight that for the appropriate support. So that's what neurodiversity is and what types of conditions fall under this terminology. It's important to know as well that according to ACAS, 1 in 7 in the UK population have a neurodiverse condition. Okay, so what this means is that people around you in your teams, people that you're personally friends with, there could be somebody that has a diagnosed condition or undiagnosed. There's more prevalence around you as well. So the more awareness that we raise about this, the more that we can put support in place. Okay. So if you can just move to the next slide then, please, Chris. Thank you. So when it comes to inclusion, so the term neurodiversity really refers to a world where neurological differences are recognized and respected as other human variations that we have. Okay. So instead of thinking about it, of labeling neurodiversity as a deficit or a disorder, a very negative connotation to it, neurodiversity brings a very balanced approach to this. And it's highlighting the individual strengths that neurodiversity brings, also understanding these challenges and how to minimize these challenges as well. So because we already value the different types of people can bring into our workplaces, and we understand the value in that. But what about the value about different types of brains and the different types of thinkings? How does that pan out in the workplace? How does that be illustrated? So what I'm going to talk you through now is what each of these conditions mean and how it can present in individuals. Okay, so first of all, we'll talk about dyslexia. So if you can go to the next slide then, please, Chris. Thank you. Okay, so dyslexia is classed as a specific learning difficulty. So it just highlights the specific nature of the condition. So it's a neurological difference, which means it is present from birth, but the way that is presented from childhood to adulthood can vary from the individual. Common myths around dyslexia is difficulties that they can't read, they can't spell, but when you look more closely into what dyslexia is, it undermines the acquisition of literacy and numeracy. It doesn't necessarily mean that have low intelligence, far from it. Majority of dyslexia is average to above average intelligence. It just means that the factors that how a person thinks, there's difficulties around short-term memory, for example. So that's holding a lot of information in, manipulating that and having the output. So when there's short-term memory difficulties, as well as phonological awareness and processing information, which means breaking down the sounds of words, when that's coupled in, then there's difficulties that you can see in the workplace around reading information. So you have to reread it just to take it in because of the short-term memory capacity can get full. And then there's areas around spelling and proofreading, especially under timed conditions as well. So that's why in exams you get additional time. But regardless of the different types of thinking, what neurodiversity brings is unique strengths and traits where you get bigger picture thinkers, entrepreneurial thinkers as well, good spatial awareness around knowledge, and be able to problem solve that unique thinking that some individuals might not possess. People with dyslexia do. Okay, so if you move to the next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about developmental coordination disorder, or you might have heard of it as dyspraxia. Okay, so these two terms are used interchangeably within the UK, but the consensus is that it's called developmental coordination disorder, which essentially means that it's difficulties around motor coordination and affects children, young people, and adults as well. It is evident from birth. But the severity and the way that it presents can differ in each individual. Okay. So essentially, when you talk about coordination difficulties, in adulthood, that could be presented as motor difficulties. So if you think about all the when you got up this morning, all the aspects that involve movement, brushing your teeth, combing your hair, putting the dishes in the dishwasher, all that involves coordination, so processing. And that can be difficult for individuals. So in childhood, there could be things such as doing physical activities, carrying a tray, handwriting, the coordination to handwrite at speed, so they might have messy handwriting, typing as well. So just the fine motor movements of typing at speed can be a lot of cognitive demands. So that's why they might be slower at keeping up note-taking while in a meeting. And then you also get non-motor coordination challenges as well. So that's where there is difficulties experienced with processing information. So commonly you find difficulties around organisation and planning, prioritising what's urgent and not urgent, and time management as well. And there's all the areas such as driving left and right, all that type of things that involve coordination is presented within DCD. But it's also important to note that within the areas of challenges, there's also unique strengths and qualities, as well as what dyslexia presents. DCD also presents with bigger picture thinkers, being very creative and thinking outside the box and having alternative solutions that others might not come up with is what you not typically see with DCD. Okay. So if we go to the next one then, please, Chris. Thank you. So you might have heard the term dyscalculia. Again, this is another specific learning difficulty with DCD and dyspraxia, and these conditions can overlap. Essentially, what dyscalculia is affects how an individual acquires mathematical and arithmetic skills. So what I mean by that, there can be difficulties understanding or confusing the multiplication signs, the plus and division signs, difficulty with learning times tables and remembering, recalling the numbers, transposing numbers as well. So that can affect data entry, working with spreadsheets. What you typically find is, that they can understand number concepts as well, but they can come up to a solution without correctly identifying the solution or understanding the reasons behind it, like the reasons why you would need to do certain steps to get to the answer. And you also find it impacts on their daily life. So in terms of understanding how spending money, when you're going shopping, working out different calculations. So generally some people find that they use bank cards to pay rather than using change because of difficulty of counting money at speed or calculating the change and if it's correct or not. So these are the types of areas around dyscalculia. But again, the strengths of dyscalculia is very good at verbal communication, really good wordsmiths, very creative, artistic, and linguistically have really good strengths. Okay, so if you can just move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So I mentioned about autism spectrum conditions, okay, or ASC for short. Okay, so it's defined as a lifelong developmental condition. It is present from birth, and essentially how a person communicates and relates to other people and the world around them. Okay, so it is a spectrum condition. Okay, so which means that people can vary in terms of how they relate to their traits and their condition as well, and it can vary in terms of the environment that they're in as well. You can say that if you meet one person with autism, it doesn't necessarily mean that another person that you meet will have similar traits that the other person is presented with as well. It can vary from person to person. So when you look at what the typical traits are, it's challenges around social communication, interaction, and imagination, which is sometimes called like a triad. So what I mean by that is social communication is challenges around reading emotion from social cues or understanding facial expression or body language, sometimes the tone of voice and interpreting that as well. So things like understanding jokes, metaphors, or social or making small talk. So when you got social interaction challenges, that's ability to follow social rules, not standing so close to a person, knowing when not to speak your mind, keeping eye contact as well. Sometimes some people find that quite invasive and overwhelming. And then you've got social imagination. So what I mean by that is predicting a person's behavior and being able to understand from another person's perspective or imagining situations outside your daily life. And with that, you may also get traits involving rules and routines. So generally, there's sometimes a preference for having a fixed routine. So when that's disrupted, managing change can be sometimes difficult. So like that set pattern is disrupted. So COVID, for example, may have caused a lot of disruptions in people's routines, and how to manage that support may have been additionally required. And then you've got sensory difficulties as well. So this is where there's overwhelming difficulties of noise. So it's not just slight noise, it can be quite large noises as well, makes it quite unbearable and distracted quite easily as well. And then there could be things like touch, just like having someone tap on the shoulder unexpectedly, or shaking hands. That's just the oversensitivity can make things overwhelming. Taste and smell as well. So just a slight smell in the office, for example, someone sprays something or bringing food in that's a bit smelly can really cause an overwhelmness and distraction as well in some individuals as well. Okay. So if you just go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So when we talk about ADHD, this is defined as attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and it's affecting how a person behaves. Okay, so things like this is inattention. So this is where I find admin tasks quite difficult to complete, quite boring, and get distracted quite easily by the environment. Then there's hyperactivity, which is a lot of high energy. So an event like this might be difficult to focus if there's not good strategies in place. A lot of dialogue going on, so that can impact the person's sleep patterns as well, to not be able to switch off. And distractibility as well, to jump from one task to the other. And then impulsivity is an area where they might interrupt in conversations, be impatient to wait in queues. What you see when in childhood is if handouts are given out, quite impulsive to wait their turn. And they could also engage in risky behaviours, or might be impatient and drive erratically as well. So those are the types of traits within ADHD. Okay. So if you just go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Okay. So what you see is the different types of thinking and how that could come across in the workplace or in the environment. But the unique thinking, the talents that neurodiversity brings, can bring an amazing competitive advantage. So I've already talked about the innovation, creativity, the hyper focus, where you can focus on a task at great lengths, can really be productive, and it can bring so much to a team and a workplace and an organization. Okay, so just for an example, a study by JP Morgan, they found that it took 3 to 6 months for autistic workers to complete a project on mortgage banking, compared to the 3 years it would have taken those that weren't having autistic traits. So they found in their CRPD report that they were 50% more productive. So that's just an example of how, when you harness these traits, being able to put them in the right environment, how much your workplace and productivity can soar. So what I'm going to do now is just talk to you about Lexic's story. So if you just want to go to the next slide then, please. Thank you. So if you go to the other next slide then, please, Chris. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. So where did Lexic come from and how did we get established? So we were established in 2007 by a lady called Anita James. Okay. And her own story inspired her to develop and start to run Lexic. So she was diagnosed with dyslexia in her last year of her undergraduate degree. Okay. And then the support that she received when she attended her master's, she found that changed her life. She struggled throughout education, from schools for university, with taking information in. She had a lot of support from her mother with proofreading her work, and struggled with getting her thoughts down on writing. So she was able to verbally articulate herself, but getting it down onto writing was a struggle, and that's a dyslexia trait. So the support that she got was understanding how to get her ideas across into mind mapping format, using assisted technology tools as well, also understanding the strategies that she can implement. That just made her soar, and her grades got so much better. Then she commenced into the workplace, and what she found was that support wasn't there. And that can really impact on someone's self-esteem, because if the support's not there, and you've had it when you was doing in education, that discrepancy, that difference can really impact on your own self-worth, but also impacts on how you develop and grow as well. So Nicola became a chartered occupational psychologist, and because of her experience and her journey, she founded Lexic 14 years ago. So Lexic was one of the first organisations to pioneer in neurodiversity to help adults in the workplace. So it was first just herself, and it was just first on dyslexia. So going and supporting adults with dyslexia, providing them with workplace solutions and coaching, and supporting organisations as well. But within the 14 years, it has grown immensely. So we've got a team of 25 psychologists, which is all in-house, and specialists as well that want to drive forward neurodiversity. Okay. So what it also shows is how we've grown and become specialised in other neurodiverse conditions as well. So it was just started off with dyslexia, but now it covers the whole spectrum of ADHD, autism spectrum conditions, dyscalculia, DCD, and mental health and cognitive functioning difficulties as well. So it was just started by one, and now we cover the whole of UK and Ireland as well. So if you just want to go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So what this means is, based on the ethos that we form and how it's established, we all have a vision. We're all a world where we want to promote a world where all minds belong. Okay. Our mission is to have a working environment where people are empowered, and the talents and the diverse minds and awareness is out there as well. So with that, we bring our lived-in experience as well. So not only do we promote that to organisations, we also track that talent in-house as well. Okay. So what I'm going to do is pass you on to my colleague, Georgina, who's going to talk to you about her journey and how she came across Lexic. And she's going to bring that to life in a moment. So I'll pass you on to Georgina.
Thanks, Pooja. Thanks very much for that. Chris, did you want to click to the next screen?
There we go.
Next slide. Perfect. Awesome. So, hi, everyone. My name's Georgie. I am the head of client development here at Lexic. I've been here for about 1.5 years. And the reason I'm here today is because I'm finally proud to say that I'm neurodiverse. It's not, I'm not embarrassed by it anymore. It's not, I'm not ashamed. And my life has done a 360-degree turn in the last 1.5 years. And I just wanted to share that story with other people. I find other people's lived experiences so powerful. I hope that potentially mine could be powerful for other people. So that's why I'm here. Next slide.
Oh.
So this is me when I was little. A mere kind of 5 years old. So my neurodifferences started when I was very young. Obviously, when you're a child, you're kind of mucking around with your siblings, and you're just being I guess a child, you don't really notice. You're not having to sit in with the civilization of a school or anything. So my neurodifferences weren't noticed prior to school. But when I went into school, that's when the traits started to kind of trip me up. So I was chatting to my mum about this, and I was like, Mum, how can I be described when I went to primary school? She's like, George, you didn't stop chatting, you didn't sit still, you had poor concentration, you really struggled to learn to read. And that's the kind of the lighter sides, but the darker sides of the neurodifference for me was I had insomnia from the age of 4, and that was 4 to 19 actually, and actually still happens now today. But I also had a really unhealthy and obsession and anxiety around death, and the fact that life didn't go on forever, and I couldn't get my head around that. And actually the reason why it's so prevalent for me to share that today is because I have many conversations with other parents of neurodiverse children, and they have the same issues and the same worries. And for me, it took over my life and was incredibly depressing to be, as you can imagine. So that was a massive challenge for me as a child. But it wasn't really until later on in the schooling life that it really impacted me in other ways. So when I started to do my SATs, and when I started to do the times tables, and I started cheating, because I was too embarrassed that I couldn't remember any of it. Do you want to move on to the next slide? Yep. So in relation, as I was saying, so I did awfully in my SATs in primary school. So it meant I started secondary school in really low sets. I couldn't retain what I was being taught. I just didn't get it, and I was easily bored, easily doodling, and basically I just wasn't achieving my full potential. And I found that I just really wasn't getting it, and so I reached out to my parents, and they started providing one-to-one support for me. So basically, my dad retaught me maths and science, and my mum would write my essays, because it was a really, really tough time. I think for me, just having to sit down and be still, and you'd be at school all day, and then you'd go home, and then you wouldn't learn anything, and then your parents would make you sit down and have to reteach you everything. It was exhausting. It was also really, really painful for me, and I found it really frustrating. But what I've realised now is that if it wasn't for my parents and the luck of having them there to kind of really kind of be my biggest supporters, I wouldn't be where I am now. I very quickly went from sets 3s and 4s up to 1 and 2, and also I passed my GCSEs from A stars to C grades. So in relation to how I developed, it's amazing from being in primary school, having no support, having no real understanding, to then moving into secondary school and really finding those challenges started to hit and affect me. My parents were absolutely incredible. I'm forever grateful to them today, and they're still my biggest supporters now when I need them. But yeah, next slide, please. So what I found is that in relation to education, even though I did well at school in the end, as I kind of moved into college, I found myself going into more creative areas. My strengths were within the arts. I was far more creative. So I moved away from home, and I went to Brighton University to study fine art sculpture. And one of the things, and the reason I love art, is because I find communication extremely hard. So actually, I could now communicate my ideas and thoughts in a 3D format, which was much easier for me to communicate. And for me, it's incredibly therapeutic. So there was a lot of repression potentially from growing up, and a lot of thoughts and feelings which I hadn't said. And when I got to uni, I was able to spout this out to the whole world and just present it in the way that I felt it needed to be presented. So that's incredibly, therapeutic for me. But what I noticed and realized is like, oh my God, I don't have my parents with me anymore. I've got a dissertation, I've got essays I need to write. How am I going to actually pass my degree? It's all well and good me making things, but if I don't pass my written, I'm not going to get a degree, and it'll be a complete waste of the 3 years. So actually at the time, Brighton Uni were absolutely chucking money at university. They were chucking money at diagnostics. And I had my assessment through the uni, and I was diagnosed with dyslexia with ADHD tendencies, and which didn't surprise me. I basically didn't sit still long enough to learn. And I then went on to then go and see the GP. And I said, I've been advised that I've got ADHD tendencies. Could I get a diagnostic test? And actually he laughed in my face and he said, George, I'm really sorry, but ADHD doesn't exist in adults. It's a childhood condition, and no, I can't offer you a diagnosis. So for me, that was a real kick in the teeth. And I think potentially there could have been additional support I could have gained at that stage, but it wasn't obviously available to me. But in the end, dissertation, I got all my adjustments through the university, which was the Apple Mac, the recording devices, assistive technology. I also had a one-to-one tutor who was an incredibly bizarre guy, but still he helped me pass, and I kind of managed to get a 2-1 in my degree, which for me was an incredible journey, because up to then it had been an absolute roller coaster journey, and it was a massive leap when that mark came through. Let's just say that. Do you want to go into the next slide, Chris, please? Okay, cool. So when I left uni, there was obviously a transition into the real world. And for me, I was absolutely petrified. And actually, I went into a spiral of depression. And for about a year and a half, I was in a really, really quite dark place. And I found my place in being in this world of, art was my thing. I loved being expressive. But actually, my dad said to me, George, to make money, you need a proper job. You need to go and get a proper job and move away from the arts. You've had a fantastic 3 years. There's now kind of time to crack on. So I kind of went off traveling for a while, and I came back and I faced life. And my father helped me put my CV together, and I was obviously applying for various different jobs. I remember at the time, my mum said to me, George, whatever you do, don't disclose to anyone that you're dyslexic. So she had worked in HR within the NHS, and she had talked about all the terrible times that she had not given people jobs because obviously the stigma around women who've just been married, people who are neurodiverse being more challenging. So there was a real negative, even though my parents had been my biggest supporters, there was a real negativity around being neurodiverse. So I was ashamed myself, and I never did share that with anyone. And luckily, I initially started, I got a graduate job, and I was able to try out lots of different areas of a job. And actually, I found my strengths came in the sales. I had the gift of the gab. I was super cheeky. I loved picking up my phone and chatting to anyone. And I managed. I kind of created these coping strategies that helped me get through. And, that was fine for a period of time. And my coping strategies worked for probably 5 to 6 years and maybe 8 years in my career. And I noticed the change around 2 years ago. And that was when I was transitioning from sales into management. Again, that's a new skill set that I didn't have. I hadn't disclosed I was neurodiverse because I was too embarrassed. And I couldn't juggle between management and sales. I miss selling. And in relation to that really impacted my work. And I think that was recognized clearly by my employee at the time. And actually, one of the most detrimental things for me, my company changed direction, and they changed what the product we were selling and how we're selling it. And for me, it wasn't a logical move, and I couldn't adapt to that change. And my boss turned around to me one day and he said, George, you're really good at simple sales. I actually know somebody who started a beauty therapy company. Do you want me to introduce you to them? And for me, that was an absolute smack in the face. And I was, it massively impacted my confidence. And I just felt like an absolute idiot, to be honest. And I felt maybe I'm just too simple to work in a complex environment. And again, it really affected my anxiety. And I actually started having CBT therapy because of the impact of that person on my kind of confidence in my role and my ability. And I later then had another person say to me, George, you're speaking too quickly. You've got to slow down the way you speak. And obviously having ADHD tendencies, I speak pretty fast at times. But also I found I spoke faster after I'd had this negative feedback from my boss at the time, because I just didn't feel that I was capable of doing that job anymore. But it moved on. I was absolutely miserable. I was absolutely anxious and feeling very depressed. But I cracked on, with my normal coping mechanisms. And actually, I was doing an event for the company, and I turned round and I saw the lexic stand. I saw neurodiversity and dyslexia I guess it's in one paragraph. I was like, oh God, that's me. Oh my God. And that was the first time I kind of really knew it. One, I didn't know what neurodiversity was. And two, it's the first time that I felt like, oh, okay, maybe it's not such a negative. And I remember I walked over and it was Sharon on the stand, and I said, Sharon, I'm neurodiverse. I'm a salesperson. If you need somebody like me, give me a sales job. And, I gave my details, and funny enough, a month later they called me and they said, actually, we are looking for a salesperson. We'd love to interview you. So that was the first time I disclosed, and that's the first time I felt comfortable and to do so. And I have to be honest, I was out and proud when I am a lesbian as well. I'm gay, and I was out and proud when I was around 18 in the workplace, and it never affected me. But for me, being 34 and only just disclosing then, wow, it was a major thing for me. And just that feeling of being essentially, let's just go back. I went through the interview process with Lex, and I got the job. And for me, just being able to be open and working in an environment where I could be myself and I worked in a team where everyone understood where my mind was working. Pooja, an expert in psychology, she's my proofreader. I've got various other people that kind of do things for me that are my weaker points, but it enables me to really thrive with my strengths. So yeah, being at Lexic for the last year and a half has completely changed my life and my mental health. And I couldn't be happier today than I am for a very long time. And it actually makes me feel quite emotional, but it's fantastic. And I think for me now, the most imperative thing I can do in my job now is to change the lives of people like me. There is no reason for anyone not to be proud to be neurodiverse, but also to not work in an environment where they can be themselves and be open about their neurodiverse condition. So yeah. Chris, would you like to move on to the next one?
Of course.
Thank you. So I think one of the key things for me is just highlighting some of the quirks and strengths. So in relation to me as an individual, my many strengths are hunter mentality. So I love going out and finding new potential leads. I'm very loyal and passionate. As you can see, hopefully my passion showing today. I'm very, very loyal to my employers. I'm very persistent. I'm one of these people that will be picking up that phone consistently until you pick up as well. In relation to my art and my creative side, I've got a creative mindset, and that's also ties in with my problem solving ability. I definitely think in a bigger picture thinker. I'm a bigger picture thinker, but I haven't got the process. I can't figure out the process how to get there, but I know what it is that needs to be done. And I think I'm quite highly emotion intelligent. I'm very good at reading a room and obviously seeing how things can impact people. And yeah, I think, so in relation to my strengths, they're probably balanced in relation to my quirks. My quirks are what I call my challenges. They're definitely balanced there, but my strengths definitely outweigh with my confidence and my support, my quirks. So my quirky sides, I speak too quickly and don't sit still. You probably see I'm moving constantly. I forget birthdays. So I met my wife, and the reason why I knew she was the one was because her birthday is the 29th of the 6th and mine's the 26th of the 9th. So I knew she was the one straight away. I can't relay information well. So when I was doing my vows, I couldn't recall my vows. So the lady was speaking to me and she had to do it word by word in the end, which was obviously thoroughly embarrassing. I don't always think before I speak. I'm incredibly impulsive, hyperactivity to smells, sounds and textures. I'm oversensitive in relation to how I interact with people, and I overanalyze many situations. I still count on my fingers and also count in dominoes in my head. And as I mentioned before, I find it much easier to communicate via drawing and art rather than I can't actually formulate my ideas in somebody, so I'd have to always draw it and write it down for them. So that's kind of the way my quirky mind works. Chris, just bring on to the last slide, please. So this is my family. Sadly, my brother John is cut off there. I think I'm just going back and relaying what Pooja is saying is 1 in 7 are considered to be neurodiverse by UCAS. And actually in my family it's 1 in 3. And I think it's one of the key things with my family is that so many people see neurodiversity as such a negative. And 2 of the people who are neurodiverse in my family are both doctors at PhD level. And actually 3 of the neurodiverse people in the family are gay as well. So, there's some correlations there potentially, but it's just to highlight that as more and more people disclose, more people talk about neurodiversity, I'm sure the number of neurodiverse people will increase, and it will just be seen as a normal, a normal thing rather than kind of a condition or a deficit. It's just part of general human variation. So that's cool. But thank you very much. That's my presentation. Thank you, Chris and Pooja.
Well, thank you, Georgie.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Georgie. Okay. So everyone, I'm going to move on now and talk about gender disparity in university. So where this comes from and implications around this. Okay. So if you can just move to the next slide then for me then, Chris. Thank you. So what are the gender differences that we've come across? Okay. So based on research, it's shown that with autism spectrum conditions or ASD, most studies have reported that approximately there's a gender ratio of 4 to 1 males being diagnosed with autism. With that, then you've got ADHD, and the ratio varies quite considerably. So some research say it's 2 to 1, and it can vary to 9 to 1 from male to female. And this just suggests that within the diagnosis of ADHD and autism, the females are being missed out, or they're not having their condition identified. And then I will discuss about why this could be. But also studies have also suggested that there are gender differences in dyslexia and DCD, where one particular study said that dyslexia is 2 to 3 more likely in boys than in girls, and similar research is found with dyscalculia. Okay. But with specific learning difficulties, it's important to note that this is also counteracted with research where generally females have a later diagnosis than males. So the Dyspraxia Foundation in 2015, they found that there was less females. So there were more females that were diagnosed later on compared to males as well. So it could be that within gender differences within dyslexia, DCD, and dyscalculia is just spotted a little bit later rather than getting a later diagnosis. Okay. So now that we've kind of established that there is a disparity between gender differences, why is this gender bias? Okay. So if you just move on to the next slide for me then, Chris, I'll just talk you through. Okay. So what does it suggest why females are missed out? So initial research, especially within autism spectrum conditions, there was a very comparison gender disparity, where in the early 1940s, when research was first done to understand autism spectrum conditions and what the traits were, there was more males than females being researched on. So there was more male behaviours that were identified compared to females. So when we look at the research and look at how many male to females were used, in comparison, there was, like, for example, one study used 8 boys compared to 3 girls. So there you can see that there was that disparity already there, that gender bias was already there. And then what that happens is the diagnostic criteria doesn't look out for the females, how females present these conditions. But recently we've had some changes, like, for example, with autism, it's no more defined with having autism or autism spectrum or Asperger's syndrome, for example. It's just labelled as on the spectrum. So that kind of is trying to highlight that, to look at the varying traits and how it could be presented in females. So earlier research is also the reason why some females are missed. Other reasons why is what we call masking or camouflaging. So what that refers to is that some individuals develop a conscious or even an unconscious strategy to mask their appearance of their condition. So, for example, with autistic characteristics, females are more likely to mask their difficulties around social settings. So what you find is, compared to males, where they might have difficulties in communicating with individuals and making friends, females learn more about the environment. So they might form friendships with the most popular person in school. So it's not really picked up that there's difficulties around social communication interaction compared to males. So that's some idea that there's masking going on as well. And females are more likely to display the right behaviours by learning from peers as well, learning from individuals. They may mimic facial expressions as well. And in terms of eye contact, they might be forcing themselves to maintain the eye contact. This could be things such as, which, when I speak to my clients, they say that teachers, parents always told them off to make eye contact. So they learn it from an early stage to do that within the communication. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's been developed. It's just because it's a learned strategy or masking technique. So what that can happen as well is you also find that in different social situations or different environments, females who feel particularly pressurized to fit in socially, adapt their behavior. And in these situations, it can alter and have a variance. So, for example, in the workplace, they might feel pressured to attend meetings, to maintain eye contact, to try to less be impulsive, less being distracted, and try to really focus and concentrate. So they do employ a lot of strategies which they might be unconscious or conscious, but at the end of the day, they might feel quite exhausted or overwhelmed because of these mechanisms that they developed over time to compensate. But then when it's a less pressurized environment, like in the home, then they're less likely to be pressured to develop these strategies and to do the overthinking. So that leads to a variance in terms of how they present in different situations. So when it comes to going through a diagnostic, then there is that discrepancy that's played there as well, where you're trying to outline whether there is difficulties around certain areas, but it's hard to pinpoint because of different social situations, different environments. Females have developed this masking and camouflaging techniques that they developed. So that's another area as well. But we also get cultural norms as well. So these are the misconceptions about what's happening in a person's environment that can be misconceived. So for example, an autistic trait is having a fixation on specific interests and traits. So in males, that's typically something like having a fixation on sci-fi genre, or fixation on trains, or electricity pylons. Okay. In females, that's similar, but it's more socially acceptable sometimes. So they might have fixation on popular topics like pop stars or fashion or horses. And in comparison to the male masculine interest, there is a difference, but it's more accepted. So it wouldn't be necessarily seen as something unusual. And that's where females can be missed out sometimes. But in terms of the general nature, it's still a varied interest and quite persistent. But because of the type of interest it is and how it's culturally acceptable, that's how the difference can be presented between males and females. And sometimes you get, if a female is having difficulty with socialization, just because of the traits around communication interaction, sometimes that's just described as shy or having social anxiety rather than actually having a difficulties with, say, for example, with autism. And equally with ADHD as well, females are more likely to be missed because of their masking and camouflaging techniques that they've developed. So one of the questions and comments that we've had was, is there an ADD, an ADHD? Yes. So ADD is classed as predominantly inattentive type, and that's where females are generally more likely to have that type, where they're less likely to be hyperactive. So the types of behaviors that they display is more around quite dreamy, preoccupied, so less disrupted compared to a male counterpart who might have a combined ADHD type or predominantly hyperactive. So there is where there might be difficulty sitting still, not being able to stop chatting. So it's more disruptive. So teachers will pinpoint that a lot more compared to a female. And equally with dyspraxia or DCD, what we find is that teachers' perceptions of dyspraxia or the condition is largely like a male disorder, so leaving girls overlooked. And it's also found that the girls also are simply better at developing mechanisms, so such as having assistance with their peers, they're having friends to help them with their handwriting, copying off the board. I find a lot of people saying that they had difficulties copying from the board because the handwriting was difficult, so they borrow the friends' books afterwards just to get the notes down. So females have more of the tendencies to develop these learned behaviours. Okay, so what are the impact? So Chris, if you could just move to the next slide for me then, please. Thank you. Okay, so the impact from this is because there is a miss of getting diagnosed or getting that support, the access to specialist support that can be provided is sometimes not there for females. So for example, the National Autistic Society, they said that when they looked at their stats, that they found that men and boys are 3 times more likely to access support from them in the adult services compared to females. So that's where you can see that there's evidence there that access to support individuals, females especially, is not there because of the lack of awareness or lack of understanding of that their condition means that it's neurodiversity rather than something else. Okay. And then that can also lead to education and employment outcomes as well. So what you find is, because it's not appropriately diagnosed or not properly identified, sometimes females can see an impact on their education where they're not reaching their education that they expected because the support's not there. Equally to employment outcomes as well, they're not might be in a career that's aligned with their strengths, or career development as well sometimes can be not there, because obviously they're not able to put strategies and coping strategies in place to alleviate those areas that they might pinpoint them down and not be able to get promotion or develop further. And then you get secondary mental health issues and misdiagnosis with the impact of not getting identified as well. So most commonly you find that because there's a misdiagnosis, it might be diagnosed as having anxiety or depression, and that's usually owing to not being able to have the coping mechanisms for the traits and symptoms of the neurodiverse condition. As I said earlier, that individuals are 50% more likely to have a mental health condition, so the impact is sometimes having mental health diagnosis or having stress, anxiety developed as well. Okay. So if you could just move to the next slide for me then, Chris. Okay, so in terms of familiar faces, when you think about neurodiversity and famous people, you might think about Richard Branson, a virgin who has dyslexia, but what about other females? I just want to look to the next slide then for me, Chris. Yeah, thank you. So we've got Greta Thunberg, who has autism herself, and she described her Asperger's as a superpower. So that might have supported her in becoming such an amazing advocate for the environment. We've got Anne Hegarty as well, who was diagnosed late in the 40s as well, and she's also said that she's developed and learned masking to appear that she's fine at socializing as well. So that's another famous person as well. And then you've got Florence Welsh as well, who's a singer and an advocate for neurodiversity, and who supported Universal Music in their own strategies around promoting neurodiversity as well. If you go to the next slide for me then, please. And there's others as well. And it shows you the strengths and talents that individuals have with neurodiversity, and how much, when their talents is nurtured, how much they can soar and how much you can be successful as well. Okay, so if you go to the next slide for me then, please. Thank you. So why invest in neurodiversity? So what support is out there? So I talked about the strengths and talents. So what is it that can be done to get support for yourself, but also in your organisation? Okay. So if you go to the next slide for me then, please. Okay. So I wanted to highlight this study that was done last year by the Institute of Leadership Management. And this was quite an interesting study, and it said that 50% of all leaders and managers report that they would not employ someone who is neurodivergent. And this just shows you that this figure shows you that the misconceptions around the incapability of someone with neurodiversity, and how that if you don't support them, they feel that they wouldn't employ them, and that lack of awareness and that stigma around neurodiversity as well. And given that we always said that that difference can make such a competitive advantage, it's important to bring this awareness out, because in our experience, neurodiversity is often untapped talent, and it can really help organisations soar. So if you can go to the next slide for me then, please, Chris. So what can be done, and what support can be done for yourselves and for your organisation? Okay, so Lexic support the individual. So there's things like getting a screening or diagnostic assessment to understand your strengths, your cognitive profile. Workplace needs adjustments as well, to get the adjustments recommendations to support you in the workplace. This could be access to assistive technology tools, reasonable adjustments, additional time to do tasks, and strategies to implement, and also coaching as well. So one-to-one coaching to really benefit in terms of how to structure your work. So you heard from Georgie, and I talked to you about our founder and how those strategies really impacted on them. So that's where the support can be done for individuals. Then we can empower teams as well. So if you talk about stats about 50% of line managers wouldn't employ someone with neurodiversity, it's dispelling that myth, making an understanding of what neurodiversity is, what support can be put in, and how to really bridge that communication to make things more harmonious. But then when you come to organizations, so the strategies are in place, the individual is got the support in place, but what if the organization hasn't got the structure in place to develop the individual, or about career development, retention, recruiting people in as well? Is that neurodiverse smart? Is that neurodiverse friendly? So it's thinking about what more can you do with your organization to have inclusive policies as well. And we worked with a lot of organizations as a trusted partner to support organizations to bridge this gap and develop neurodiversity in the D&I strategy as well. Okay, so if you go to the next slide for me then, Chris. Thank you. So what we found with internal research is once an organization implements these types of support in place, individuals report that they're supported, understood, they're engaged, they feel valued, and most importantly, they actually see that they're unique talents and what they can bring to the team as well. And so the ethos is always that I can do it as well. And this is based on internal research that we've done with a long-standing organization. So it just shows you the evidence is there that once you bring in these mechanisms, how much more talent, strength you can build into your organization to make it a leader in neurodiversity. Okay, so if you go to the next slide for me then, Chris. And what this leads to is greater performance, well-being and engagement as well between individuals, line managers and the organization. So if you go to the next slide for me then, Chris. Okay. So the benefits to the organization includes they're educated and informed, you get increased disclosure from individuals and increased engagement and morale as well amongst the team, reduction absenteeism, high performance, improved retention rates, reduced recruitment spend as well because more people are staying in the organization, and you're basically future-proofing the organization with innovative and diverse thinking to help your organization reach the next level in your whichever aims and missions that you've got. Okay, so if you go to the next slide then for me, please. Thank you. So that was the presentation around women and neurodiversity. So thank you for the time today and happy to answer any questions.
I was going to say, well done, Pooch. Sorry, Chris, a little bit over. Apologies.
No, you're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine. Let me just stop sharing there. There we go. No, thank you so much. And Georgie, again, thank you so much for telling your story. I know it's something we've been speaking about for quite some time. So yeah, really pleased that you chose this platform to do that. We've had some comments in the chat. So I know obviously you answered Julian's question in regards to ADD and ADHD, and how I think when Georgie was talking, you were describing his husband, but he's not autistic or perhaps not diagnosed, and also dyspraxia as well. Someone called SP said they have some questions, but they've not popped any questions in yet. So if they do have any questions, please feel free to drop in a question. I did have a message from Kerry. I don't know if Kerry's still on the chat. So this was actually via LinkedIn. So Kerry and I have known each other for some time, and Kerry was struggling for a long time with diagnosis for ADHD. And I think as you were talking, Georgie, she said everything she's saying is so like me. So you said when you were telling your story that obviously you hoped it would resonate with someone. It definitely has. And it's made an impact with someone there. So yeah, I don't know if Kerry, if you're on chat or online, if you have any questions or if anybody else has any questions, then please feel free to drop them in. We've still got a few minutes. Whilst we're waiting on the questions, oh, she's here. She says she's here. Do you have any questions, Kerry? Technology, isn't it amazing?
It really is.
And apologies for the banner that's running along the bottom of the screen, Pooja. It was supposed to change, but for whatever reason, we've had a bit of a glitch, and it's constantly running with Sophie. So that's free advertisement for Sophie, but we will put your details at the end as well.
Thank you.
Kerry's asking, what was your biggest challenge or fear, I suppose, when disclosing?
I can't, sorry, Chris, I really can't hear you properly.
Oh no. Can you hear me now?
That's why I can't, sorry. I can't hear.
Oh, no. If I put... Oh.
My internet's gone funny.
Oh, I think we're losing Georgie. You there?
Yeah, I really can't hear anything.
Fine.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What was that? It keeps going in and out. Apologies. What was that last bit you said?
So Kerry asked, what was your biggest challenge or fear when disclosing?
I think there was so much stigma around neurodiversity and being seen as kind of stupid or, as said, simple-minded or not intelligent, and people would see you as a challenge that, oh God, I've got to employ this person that's going to be an uphill battle to manage and to kind of support. And I just felt like a nuisance, really, because I'd known how much support I needed in the past from my parents in relation to kind of learning and understanding and being able to do work essentially and actually just get through school, that I just felt that if I was showing that weakness, I saw it as a weakness in the when I was looking at jobs, etc., and having interviews, that I just wouldn't be hired and they'd go on to the next person.
Yeah. And obviously you were quite well supported at university as well. So I think that was something that doesn't always happen, I don't think.
Again, my internet, it's gone again, Chris.
No, that's fine. I can post the questions and we can post the answers at the end.
Yeah, post the question.
Pooja, unless you've got like an answer for that. Obviously, some universities do really well with regards to the support for their neurodiverse students. Mm-hmm. But I suppose what more could be done to kind of encourage more support?
I think it's the way that it's identified as well. So sometimes some barriers is around getting that support as well. So universities having a stringent or really inclusive way for students to access the support, what's the diagnosis and the aftercare as well. So rather than, as Joy said, that she was just given a lot of support, but wasn't really informed in terms of how to use it and things like that. So it's the aftercare as well. It's really important. So this is technology, this is how you use it, and so you benefit from it, rather than left alone. Because I get a lot of clients like that as well. They've got everything, but don't know how to use it.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's just taking that extra leap, isn't it?
Yeah.
And kind of being brave. I mean, I worked at a university, so that's how I know Kerry, who posted the first question. And before I left, one of the biggest things I was talking about was trying to get a quiet hour introduced as part of a careers fair, for instance. And there was so much fear initially about actually having that 1 hour for people who were perhaps neurodiverse or had anxiety and things like that. But in doing that, I think they reported about 75 students turned up when they actually introduced to it, which is 75 students that may never have gone to a careers fair before and had that opportunity to engage with employers more than what they've ever done. So I think just taking that initial leap is so important.
Yeah.
So just before we bring on our guest, and thank you both again so much for taking time. We have a quick fire.
Thank you for having us.
Based on the internet connection, I might just direct these questions to Pooja, if that's okay. Yeah. So, what's your favorite band, Pooja?
Ooh, not exactly band, but more a solo singer. I have to say Beyonce.
Beyonce, love it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Favorite drink?
Ooh, it's a hard one. I'd say Prosecco. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. Favorite movie, if you have one?
Oh, The Goonies.
Oh, what a film! What a film.
Yeah.
Favorite TV show?
Oh, so many. The current one was WandaVision.
So good. Did you not just cry at the end?
Gosh, it's like today's Friday. What I'm going to watch now. So yeah.
There's a secret episode on tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a secret episode on tonight. Yeah, and we were actually talking about it earlier. So one of my next questions is favorite quote, and my favorite quote at the moment is when there's a scene where Wanda and Vision are on her bed when they're at the Avengers camp, and Vision turns to her and said, "What is grief yet love perceiving?" And I just thought that was like one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. When someone's dealing with grief, actually, it's a sign of love. It's not something to be sad about. It's something to be almost celebrated and kind of push through that. So beautiful. Do you have a favorite quote at all?
I think it's more around with Avengers. I love you 3000. You can't beat that. It just has so much meaning.
Love it, love it. Cat or dog or any kind of pet?
Oh, I don't have any pets, so
No.
I've only had a goldfish, so I'd go with that.
Goldfish is good. Goldfish is good. Favorite song, if you have one?
Oh, there's too many.
Too many. That's
yeah,
fine.
I can't think of one that I've got as a favorite one. No.
That's fine.
Do you have a favorite song?
Do I have a favorite song? Shaka Khan, Ain't Nobody.
Oh, what a tune as well. What a tune.
Racking tune.
Yeah. Favorite book? This can be for both of you.
Pooja, you go.
Is it sad to say like a textbook at the moment? Because I'm doing a lot of psychology reading.
Oh, I love that.
So mine's on stats. So that's my favorite textbook at the moment.
Oh, that's
research methods, yeah.
Good answer. And if you were to have one last meal, what meal would that be?
Nando's.
Nando's.
Yeah.
Georgie?
I like sushi. Probably sushi. Japanese of some kind.
Yeah, love it. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you so much again for taking part. I really appreciate your time. I know you're both very, very busy. Obviously, it's for such an amazing cause. Yeah, thank you again for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, everyone.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you so much, Chris. Lovely to see you. Take care. Bye-bye.
See you later. Bye-bye. And then we're right into it. We have Tora and we have Izzy. Hello.
Hello.
How are we doing?
I'm just waiting for Izzy to arrive. Hi. Not bad. How are you?
Good. I'm good. So before we start, we're just going to do a bit of an explanation because obviously when we did our trial a couple of days ago, we do have a bit of a delay with Tora with regards to internet signal. So if there is like a little bit of a gap in between someone speaking, then that's just the reason why. It's just technology at its best. But thank you both so much for joining us today. It's been a really cool day so far. We've had some amazing sessions running. We've had some fantastic feedback. The donations are coming through. So yeah, super, super happy about how today's gone. And thank you for allowing us to support you as well.
Of course, Chris. Thanks so much for hosting us.
Of course. So before we start, what we're going to do is see if you can share your screen first of all, and if not, I can be the guy in the background doing the share. It's worked for some, it's not worked for everybody. So if we just trial it.
No pressure, Is. You're usually a technology whiz, so let's hope it works.
You're there.
Awesome.
Awesome. So I'm going to leave you to it. I will be in the background, so if you do need anything, just give me a shout. But for the next 20 minutes or so, both Tora and Izzy are going to give us a bit of an overview about Freedom4Girls and the work that they do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chris. I'm just going to start off by saying thank you to everyone who's participated in the day and also got involved with learning about what the whole purpose of International Women's Day week is and why we do what we do is now what we're here to talk to you about. But as Chris said, please accept our apologies if Izzy and I sort of speak over one another. She's streaming in all the way from the States. I'm coming to you from Manchester. And we hope this is of benefit to you, learning kind of what it is that we do and why supporting causes that are associated with period poverty are just super important. So yeah. Thanks, Iz. You skip to the first slide. So a really quick overview in Freedom for Girls' practice. I think a lot of people who've been following the sort of women's rights campaigns, what we're calling like the third wave of feminism, since sort of the hashtag #MeToo campaign about 5-6 years ago, have recognised that there's been a really amazing trend in issues particularly that affect women and girls that are coming to the forefront of general conversations all the time, everywhere. And that's why events like this are really important, but it's also why we do what we do. And that is around looking at the reasons behind period poverty, but collectively why it is that as a society, across different cultures and communities, we don't really talk about periods. And so as a general overview, we'll start off by telling you what we do, and then we'll go along the route of why it is that we do that and what we actually mean on an academic and a ground level of what period poverty is. So as it says, we're a registered charity. We were set up in 2016 following the work that our founder Tina did in Kenya. But then we gained charity status in the UK because, as you'll learn, there was a lot of need for addressing period poverty with issues that were happening as a result of austerity and a result of more people going into general areas of poverty, food poverty, digital poverty, access to services poverty, and period poverty was involved in that. So the way that we tackle that is threefold. It is, number one, we look to support people who can't access period products by providing those that are donated to us, mostly by other corporate providers such as big brands and big menstrual product providers. Then we also have people on the ground, such as myself and Isabel, who were initially volunteers that collected period products and donated those to people in need via Freedom for Girls and their connections. The second thing we do is we run a bespoke confidence building education program that looks at really, again, just normalizing that conversation around periods. What do we mean by periods? Are they just the process of what happens every month for those 3 to 5 days for most women and girls, or is it much more than that? And then the last thing we do is we really look to promote sustainable periods. What is economically sustainable for women and girls and people who menstruate? And also, what is sustainable on an environmental level? So we run sewing workshops, and we do a lot of championing of the washable, reusable sewing pads and other types of menstrual products like cups and reusable underwear as well. Thanks, Izzy. Next slide, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So while we want this to be an informational presentation, we also want it to be a celebration of International Women's Day. So we put together a few trivia questions. So we ask if you could challenge yourself to answer these, and we will give you the answers at the end. So the first one is, what year were menstrual pads invented? And we ask if you try to guess to the nearest of 5 years. I was actually really surprised when I learned this answer. So it was earlier than I thought. In 1918, some women were allowed to vote for the first time, but not all. How old did you have to be to vote if you were a woman? And then the third one is, Marie Curie was the first woman to receive a Nobel Prize in 1903. What was this prize for? And then the fourth one is, how many periods roughly does a woman have in her lifetime? Give you a second, and then here are the answers. So the first disposable pads hit the market in 1896. I guess I should have said it was disposable, not reusable. And then in 1918, only land-owning women over the age of 30 could vote. And Marie Curie won the Nobel Prize in chemistry. Glad I didn't actually add that on the slide. And people who will have roughly 500 periods in their lifetime. It's okay, Tori. I got it up here, so it's okay. Okay.
Thanks, Iz. And it's a shame, really, because Izzy and talking about how we were going to run this presentation and talk to you about the work that we do. Because like this time last year, we used all of those quiz questions in like an International Women's Day games night where we were face to face. So yeah, doesn't have the same effect, but hopefully this time next year we'll be doing something similar in a face-to-face context. But yeah, so in terms of what we mean by period poverty, going back to the way that Freedom4Girls practice, when we were initially set up, the concept of period poverty itself was really alien to a lot of people who do work with vulnerable and disadvantaged communities generally. So people who are relying on food banks, for example, people who are accessing services for other needs. It was something, again, like I've mentioned, it's only been relevant to the recent kind of wave of feminism where we're in now. And that happened as a result of recognizing that young women and girls were missing school as a result of not being able to menstruate. When our founder Tina came back from Kenya, she learned that, talking about the reusable product campaign that she was running there, talking to her colleagues in public health in Leeds, they mentioned to her that similar circumstances and the impact of lack of product the same in the UK as it was happening in Kenya. So girls were dropping out of school in Kenya, and in the UK, girls were missing those relevant 4 or 5 days of school every month, because they weren't able to feel comfortable with their periods because they didn't have access to products. The campaign moved forward from that, though, and we started to recognise as a community and a group of activists that the concept of period poverty is much broader than that. There was more reasons as to why people were struggling with their periods, and it wasn't just to do with the fact that as women and people who menstruate, we have to pay for our period products, but it was also the general stigmas and societal taboos that exist around period poverty as well. Then when you link that in with the third reason, which is the lack of detailed and thorough and meaningful education around period poverty, it's pretty obvious to say that women and girls, people who menstruate, are suffering on a much broader scale than just not being able to access products. The definition there was born out of a report that is available online to anybody and everybody called Breaking the Barriers. And that is what coined the toxic trio of what period poverty is. And it's the exact way that myself, my colleagues at Freedom4Girls, and all of the menstrual period poverty activists look to addressed in their work day to day now. And just from that slide, you can see some of the stats that were taken out of that report from the surveys that was done. And I should say as well that as a result of the pandemic and the more economically vulnerable people that are within the UK now, another set of research was done in May last year, sort of peak lockdown for us. And those figures went from 1 in 10 young women and girls missing school to being unable to afford products, to 3 in 10 young women and girls being unable to afford menstrual products as well. So pretty awful times for people who menstruate when it comes to being able to manage their periods safely and comfortably.
So next we have a YouTube video. I think it will work. Okay. I apologize if there's any ads. I always get such weird targeted ads. It's always
working for me.
Okay. So while I let that kind of load for a minute, this video was made in association with Freedom4Girls by a film company, and it kind of explores the struggles that a young woman faces when she is unable to afford products.
Yeah, the buzz is coming, isn't it?
Alright.
You've got a mark.
What?
No, like a mark. You know, on your I weren't looking around. I just thought I'd tell you. Look here, just use this. Sorry. So, Sarah says you've not been in class for a bit.
I'm sorry, love. You know, I've been working doubles, but we had the meter need topping up and it's just a bit tight again this month, so. Chloe, I'm making do as well. We'll sort something next month. I promise.
Been away a bit.
Yeah, I've had stuff on.
Right, yeah, same. You'll be alright, yeah? My sister, she was like, you know, like the same. Anyway, don't worry about the jumper. Shut up. It's not my jumper. It's your cousin's jumper.
Oh, there it goes.
Great timing.
No. Let's see. Okay.
Thanks, Izzy.
Of course. Do you want to say anything more about that, Tora?
I think I was just going to comment on some feedback we've had on the video recently in the ambassador training along the lines of, we appreciate that as a message within the feminist world, it can appear slightly female victim, male savior, but we really don't want to detract from the message that regardless, this young woman, as someone who is menstruating, is experiencing something that no one should have to. And actually, it's quite a core message within our East African education projects that we encourage the young men and boys there to talk about periods being led by the females and their experience of it. So a big part of the work that we will repeatedly say it, is that normalizing periods and reducing the stigmas and shame associated with periods, whether you are someone who experiences periods or not, is something we all need to be better at. And I think I'll say the rest of that for the last slide, actually, Izzy, when we say how can people get involved.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, really quickly, and a bit of a repeat again, it's just about our core business areas and where we kind of focus the attention of our work, how we tackle period poverty. So as I've mentioned before, the product provision is the biggest arm of our service. And it is that way because we have requests for access to menstrual products all the time. There was the increase in the requests that we've had since the pandemic as well has been like 700%. So we would typically give out between 500 and 1,000 packets of period products every quarter. from the end of April until June last year, we gave out 7,000 packets of products, only across West Yorkshire as well, because we are a tiny team, and most of us are only volunteers, and it does again demonstrate that the idea of period poverty and as an issue on the ground is getting worse. And so anybody who can support by providing us with products that we can donate, whether that's in your own communities, and Izzy will talk to you a bit about how you could potentially do that later, or if it's via Freedom4Girls, this is something we really encourage people who have access and affordability for these products, how you can help. Education and empowerment, two massive words at Freedom4Girls. If I think we saw Chris asking one of the previous guests like what their one of their favorite quotes is, and ours we use in the East Africa work a lot of the time is one of my heroes. Nelson Mandela says that with education you can have the power to change the world, and we really do believe that. Talking about something and giving clear, thorough and correct narrative about the situation is what can both empower but also ensure that people can move forward with the relevant context of the experience. And that it's a double-edged sword of how we're approaching period poverty at Freedom4Girls. And then the sewing workshops, they've all been closed because of COVID, but we are still lucky to have two that run, one in Kenya and one in Western Uganda, where they make washable, reusable pads that are donated to the most in need people. And my pride with the Ugandan team is that they're starting to make their sewing workshop into a social enterprise. So they are able to support the women who are sewing the products as well, and they don't just rely on us to be able to do that. So high five to us for 2021 goals. Really quickly, just going to skim through these just so that you have a broader understanding of our background work. We also run projects that are really specific towards the cohort of beneficiaries that we focus on. This one, the Black Women's Menstrual Health Project, is something that Izzy and I both work on, we're very proud of, and it is to better support and assist women and people with female reproductive health systems to have a better experience of when they seek support for their menstrual health or reproductive health needs from healthcare. There's a lot of stuff going on in the media at the moment, social media and news outlets, in relation to the experiences of Black women and their maternal health issues around pregnancies. And we at Freedom4Girls, within the education programme broadly, we look at conditions that are menstrual health related and how these affect us holistically as women. So things like fibroids, endometriosis, PCOS, and so on. All of these obviously impact our menstrual health. It also can impact things like fertility, and later on in a woman's female reproductive health, things like menopause. And we recognise that there's a lot of research around specific female reproductive health areas that are showing Black women are treated 5 times worse than white women in these similar situations when seeking healthcare. And we're doing this type of project in order to raise awareness of those issues specifically related to menstrual health. So we really hope by the end of the summer we'll be able to share with you some amazing groundbreaking research that will evidence both how Black women feel about their female reproductive healthcare treatment from the medical profession, but also how healthcare look and view issues like inequality, racial inequality, and unconscious bias in their systems as well. So stay tuned for that. Period positive spaces. Again, this idea and our passion and philosophy about promoting a normalized period conversation, and also again looking at the holistic experience of what a period is. This project aims to assist any organisation that provides a public space, so whether that be an employer with a public office, a community building, a restaurant, a supermarket. What are you doing to support people who menstruate when they are in your space? And that could include anything from offering them access to products, but also if you have a responsibility and a duty for care for that person, what is it that you're doing to support their overall period health? And that again comes down to what we've just mentioned about the range of different symptoms and broad experiences that a woman or person who menstruate can have when it comes to their periods. So again, stay tuned for that. We're going through a consultation with the next steps for how we're going to develop that project at the moment. And yeah, this is our International Women's Day week excitement. We have had a book published and printed. As the slide says, it's been contributed to by over 40 women and girls, and they've each written a letter, and the book presents a collection of those letters as a letter to their younger selves. So they've written a letter of advice or a poem or some artwork that gives a message, where they've picked a younger version of themselves at a particular time in their life or of a particular age, where they've really needed some kind of support, like a big sister or a big best friend support in what they're going through. The book's ready to be released on Etsy next week as part of our fundraising arm for the charity, but again, an awareness raising tool to look at experiences of women and girls, like things that we need to make us feel confident and empower us. And it'll also be used. There's going to be a longer version of the book with all of the contributions. Not all, unfortunately, made the book, but all contributions will be put together in an ebook that will be used towards all the different elements of our education program as well. And finally, yeah, how can you help? So is now a good time for me to, because it comes up first on the slides, but can you talk a little bit about the ambassador campaign?
Yeah. So myself and the other student placement created, with Tora's help and supervision, of course, created the ambassador program for Freedom4Girls. So I think, yeah, I have more information here, so I'll just go on this slide. So this program is I'll just give a brief overview, is developed to help you, once you go through this program, kind of combat period poverty in your own communities. So you attend one of our hour-long information sessions where we go over like period poverty, kind of the negative consequences of it, kind of how you can help in your own community, which is by speaking to local charities and food banks and to see what kind of support they need, setting up donation stations, and also acting as an advocate in your community for people who menstruate who cannot afford products. So this project has kind of evolved to attending a training, then being kind of added to our ambassador group on Google Drive. And we're also creating an ambassador network so that you can connect with other people in your community who are also trying to do this, hopefully, after COVID is less of a pertinent and critical issue, of course. And we're kind of hoping that this can broaden our scope, because as Tora said, we're a very small charity, so we unfortunately cannot help everyone. So we're kind of trying to hand the baton off to volunteers. So if you're interested, we will give our contact information at the end, or you can go on our website or on our Instagram and contact us there as well.
But yeah, just to go back to this, other ways you can help is, like Izzy said, doing what you can in your own communities to support the concept of period poverty, predominantly by collecting products and helping other agencies that do the same kind of work in helping people in need, such as food banks, or big ones that really need support at the moment are women's centres, women's refuges, and other like-minded agencies. But then secondly, like, fundraising is a really big thing for us. So again, thank you to Chris and everyone who's been here today. Like, the pandemic has taken a really big impact on small grassroots charities like ourselves, because it's meant that larger funders and stakeholders are only being responsive to COVID-based work. And obviously we do so much more than just providing products, and we have our East Africa projects as well. So just here it says £7 a month means that you can support a young woman or girl in East Africa with 3 years worth of period supplies, meaning their mental health and self-esteem is much better. And it also gets to stay in school because they're not worried about any issues to do with their periods when they're at school, and they're a lot more comfortable and confident with them. And yeah, finally, just to round off, we want you to help by raising awareness, being part of this conversation now that is about women's issues related to periods and female reproductive health. It's so important that we encourage people who don't have the same experiences as women to also voice and advocate for us. we've all seen in the news this week that women have really been at the focal point in a negative way for a number of things. And we, you know, I don't want to speak on behalf of Freedom for Girls, but as a feminist, when we have this conversation about women versus men or feminists versus the rest of the world, and we say things like not all men, we still need enough men to talk about these things in order for there to be some kind of systemic change in how women and people with female reproductive health systems are treated. And so again, just massive hats off and thank you to people like Chris and D&I for doing stuff like this event. It's really important that we have these spaces to talk about these issues, but also just to kind of form that camaraderie and community to push us to the next step, like to make sure that, you know, issues that we were facing as young women and girls aren't for my children and their children as well. So yeah, thank you for listening. I'll stop rambling on now with my delayed internet.
No, thank you so much. And again, thanks so much for allowing us to kind of do this fundraiser today on behalf of Freedom for Girls. It means a lot to us and to someone who has two sisters. And it's never something I really kind of thought about before. And it's something that I do need to think about more. And we've had lots of conversations today about having more male advocates. And obviously we've spoken a lot about what's happened this week and obviously the position that males have to make that decision and to make that difference. As much as, so we were talking obviously about the unfortunate murder of the young lady this week. And it's as much as kind of walking behind someone and making that thought, actually, do I feel threatening to this person? And actually crossing the road and having that thought process to make sure that that person feels comfortable. Because I've not done it before, and it's something I'm more conscious of now. I mean, I'm 6'3". I'm a big guy. I've got a big presence, and if I was walking behind someone quite late at night, then it's quite intimidating. And I realise that now, so it's something I'm more conscious of, and make sure that if I am walking behind someone late at night, not that I go anywhere these days, but I make sure that I do cross the road and kind of make sure that person does feel that little bit more comfortable. So I know Tony's eagerly waiting in the wings to kind of kickstart her comedy sketch. So I hope you both have some time this afternoon to maybe log on to YouTube Live and watch Tony. I will say I'm going to bring her in now. Hello, Tony.
Hello. Hi.
Tony is absolutely hysterical, and that's no pressure on Tony for this afternoon.
Thanks.
But he is absolutely hilarious. And I just want to say as well, just before we go, so based on what we raised last week for the fundraiser for my birthday and what we've raised for today, we've raised £250 for Freedom for Girls collectively between the two. So
and
there's still time.
Thanks so much, everyone.
So everybody, please feel free to donate. The Eventbrite link is still in your D&I's bio. You can still buy a ticket, and the donation for your ticket will go directly to Freedom for Girls. So thank you so much for everyone who has donated.
Yes, thank you so much, Chris, for having us.
Yeah, massive thank you.
Much, thank you. And we will leave it to Tony to round off the day. Tony, thank you so much. I'll jump in about 5 minutes before the end. And yeah, thank you so much.
So you're leaving me in control, Chris? You sure about this? Okay then. Now I get to do whatever I like. Thank you to those of you that are here today, and I guess thank you to those of you that will watch this later online. So really pleased to be here with your D&I today and help raise money for Freedom for Girls. So one thing arrived to me today, and that was my census letter. Little bit menacing. Keep seeing on the television, census is coming. Like, all right. Then you get a message, the census is nearly here. It's the law. And then I've got a letter today. Your response is required by law. I mean, serious stuff. The census is coming for you. And I was talking to a friend who incidentally is working on the census this year. And we were looking at some fun facts. Fun fact, up until the early 70s, one of the questions on the census used to be, do you have an outside toilet? Today, you're asked, how many bathrooms have you got? And I think this is quite interesting because they'll be having a little look and a little judge about people. And the theme of what I'm going to talk to you about today is social mobility. And I think bathrooms is quite a good way to look at social mobility. So I grew up in a council house two parents, 4 kids, 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, downstairs toilet though, 2 toilets. But I know somebody today, she's got 4 toilets in her house. So when the census people have a look at that, they're like, wow, 4 toilets, eh? Got your number. Anyway, this is not a talk about toilets. This is about social mobility. And conscious we have had International Women's Day, been a bit of a week for it. And there's a hand signal associated with that, which is, I don't know which hand it is, this one. Not really on board with this hand signal. It's a bit meh. Last year was each for equal. Now I liked this because you can get a bit of a disco roll going on, and anyone else that was born in the 70s will remember doing like oops upside your head, sat on a sticky floor of a social club or a nightclub, when you were allowed to put your hands all over everything, slap the floor where people have been fag-ashing and spilling their beer, no problem, wipe them on the back of the person in front of you. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about where I've come from and where I am today. And I was born and brought up on a big council estate in Basingstoke, born in the mid-70s. And it was very much like council estates of its time. And for me, it was about 2 things, really. If I look back on it, you've got community and convenience. So real sense of community in that a lot of the families had children of the same age. All the houses pretty much looked the same. It's very uniform. So if you went in someone's house, it probably looked just like your house. And the convenience was in the form of everything was on your doorstep. So you didn't need to drive. You had primary schools, secondary schools, and a little precinct. Precincts where your shops were, and you had your pub. And my pub was the Three Barrels. Three Barrels, that's what they called it. It's closed now. So you had the Three Barrels, and you had a doctor's near the pub in case you got into a fight at the pub. You had a co-op before they were good with food. I mean, it only rhymes if you're Scottish. But good with food. So you had a co-op, you had greengrocers, you had a wool shop when everyone did knitting because they needed to do that to have a jumper before it was all artisan. And you had we had a dentist in case you had teeth knocked out. So everything was kind of there on your doorstep. And we were very much a working class family in that both my parents worked, but they both had low income jobs. And one of the indicators that you would probably use for how working class my family was the newspaper that they bought. And I say bought because it's not a reading newspaper. They used to buy the Sun. So every single day of my life, it's a big pair of BAPs on the breakfast table. Thank you very much, Sam Fox, for that. I mean, what a great role model. That's what you're supposed to look like. I mean, because it was a family newspaper, the Sun did do the decent thing. They waited until the day she turned 16 before they revealed Sam's breast to the nation. I mean, it's lovely, isn't it? Like, considerate of them. So you kind of had that going on the breakfast table. And at the same time, you had a woman running the country. You had Margaret Thatcher. So in terms of role models, it is a little bit like, what shall I be? Tits out or ruling the country with an iron fist? And I felt very much that we were kind of all the same on our estate. And we weren't a politically active family, but there are a couple of moments that I remember that kind of pointed out to me that maybe all of the families were not the same. And I think we probably all have a moment of realizing this in our childhood. But for me, there was a moment when right to buy came in, and that was the right to purchase your own council house. And depending on how long you'd lived in your house for, depended on the size of the discount you could get. So it was encouraged to get people owning their own properties, get them on the property ladder. So right to buy comes in. And I started to see that houses near us were starting to build walls around their front garden. And someone near to us put a couple of stone lions right at the front on pillars, stone lions, their front garden. I'm like, well, where are our stone lions? My parents were like, well, you see, they've got money, they have, so they get stone lions. And I was like, right, okay, evidently we don't have as much money as them. And then you got holidays abroad started to become more affordable, package holidays. And a friend of mine, she went to Spain on a package holiday, and she sent me a postcard. And she said, "Dear Tony, I love Spain. It is very hot. We have met some Spaniards." I don't know what a Spaniard is. I don't know. Is it a cross between, is it a Spanish onion? But she's gone to Spain to meet some Spaniards. And I said, why aren't we going to Spain to meet Spaniards? And they said, well, because they've got money. Her dad works on the forklifts, earns really good money doing that. So it sort of came to my attention that really perhaps we didn't have quite as much as some of the other families did that I went to school with. So when I turned 14, my dad did something that transformed our family fortunes. He died. Thanks for that, Dad. So I was 14 and 3 younger brothers who were between 12 and 3 years in age. And what I discovered there was the significance of the major breadwinner in your family dying when you are already in a precarious financial position. Has a huge impact, and these impacts continue for the rest of your life. So what did I do? 14 years old, I was doing my GCSEs, so I can relate to a lot of the children that are going through this situation at the moment, where they're like, well, thanks for cocking up my education. What did I do? Did I go Pride of Britain? Maybe. Helped do everything around the house, learnt how to bake, took on a shift at the local pub. Well, I did a bit of that. So a bit of helping out at home, a little bit of helping out with my siblings. But also, at the same time, there was drinking and smoking and drugs and generally putting things in my mouth that had no business to be there. So it's a bit of a distraction when you're supposed to be studying, and instead you've been given access to this whole new world of staying out all night. And at that point in time, so by the time I got to kind of 15, 16, there were lots of girls in my kind of peer group who were becoming parents or getting pregnant before they'd even finished school. So it would appear that whilst it was extremely easy to get your hands on drugs and alcohol, getting your hands on contraception was slightly more challenging. So I think my mum was a bit worried about this, because she's like, I've got this daughter who's, able to have children of childbearing age. And what am I going to do about that? Because, you can go send them down to doctors, put them on the pill. But I was a little bit young to go on the pill. But this happened instead. My mum got pregnant instead. So she took one for the team. And she remained a single parent and decided that I was going to be her birthing partner. So I'm telling you now that there is nothing like seeing precisely where you came from, exactly where you came from, to act as an extremely effective source of contraception. So as my mum's birthing partner, my little brother was born, and he was born with Down syndrome. And as he's grown older, he has a number of other complex disabilities. So social services became involved in our family. So we needed a fair amount of help. And one thing that springs to mind about social services was all the biscuits. Now, we used to like a broken biscuit. You could still buy these. If you've never had broken biscuits, you need to get on board with this. You can get them from like Mole Valley country stores. It comes in a box. You get a kilo for about £4. And the exciting thing is to look for the biscuit that isn't broken. So you get your custard creams and your bourbons and, nice mix of your classic biscuits. So we liked a broken biscuit. My friend who'd been to Spain, they used to, maybe have a chocolate digestive in their Tupperware biscuit barrel. They were never broken. But when we got social services involvement, well, they're like virtually breaking out the wagon wheels. I was like, this is good stuff. So we've gone from 2 parents, 4 kids, 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, to 1 parent, 5 kids, social services helping out. But I don't think my mum was very sure that I'd entirely got the message. So she got pregnant. Again, she thought I needed another opportunity to be a birthing partner. So when I was 18, my little sister was born, and I was there when she took her very first breath, which is really exciting, and also reminded me that I didn't want to have an early pregnancy. And I'm essentially now the family doula because I was there as my sister's birthing partner when she had my niece. So I'm just there. I've only had 2 kids, but I've been present at 5 births. So if you need me, I know what I'm doing. Give me a call. So by this point, we're now 1 parent, 6 children. It feels like there needs to be a 5 gold rings, and pretty chaotic circumstances. And I don't know if you know this actually, but you can get a copy of, under Freedom of Information, you can get a copy of the reports that social services holds on your family. And I was sent when I didn't request it. One of my relatives sent it to me. I think they thought, oh, Tony likes reading, we'll send that to her. And I don't know if you've ever read a social services report, but it's a little bit like being on This Is Your Life and on a terrible acid trip. And I can tell you, I've only been on one of those things, so it's quite a read. But I kind of came to a conclusion, having seen how extremely difficult it was for my mum. I made 2 decisions, and the first one was that I was never going to be poor, and the second one was that I was never having kids. And for those of you who've been listening carefully, I have had children. I reneged on that promise, but the first one I did keep, and I feel that I have made it because I have underfloor heating in my kitchen. I know. I mean, it's a big deal, right? So how does this happen when you've had an interrupted education, when you've gone off the rails, when you've left school with maybe 3 decent GCSEs? How do you achieve social mobility? How does that work? So for me, I thought, first of all, well, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to go out and get a job. So I started work on my 16th birthday at a fruit and veg shop. And then I realized that you cannot make the kind of money you need to achieve financial stability by selling bananas to bodybuilders. Fun fact, we seem to have a ton of bodybuilders in Basingstoke, and they lived off bananas, and they came to our fruit and veg shop to buy them. So unless you're getting off with the founder of Fifes, you're not going to make your fortune out of selling bananas. So realised that was not going to work for me. I got a second chance of education by going to college, sat my A-levels, resat my maths GCSE, and then they said, you could go to university. I'm like, I can't go to university. I'm never going to be poor. Don't throw a load of student debt on me because I ain't even got a financial safety net. So I went on a vocational course where I was taught to touch type, which not only made me immensely employable, it gave me a skill that freaks people out to this day. So I'll just sit there typing and I'll start looking somewhere else. You see people like, please don't do that. It's not normal. So I've got my second chance at education. I found that the wages paid in retail was not going to be enough to give me financial stability. And I have gone to seek my fortune. So I left home and I got a job at Reed Employment, which was staffed entirely by women, and Roger on the temps desk. He knew his place. But this is where I found my role models that weren't half naked or running the country. So it was there that I met women who were, they bought their own cars, they bought their own houses, they were earning commission. And the girl I was brought in to replace, because she'd been promoted, she had a BMW. I was like, oh my God, I want a BMW. So you could definitely get a BMW, Tone, if you start earning commission. So I'm thinking, right, okay, commission. This is the secret here. I need to learn to sell. And from there, I was also taught how to behave in an office environment, because I thought it was all right to sit on the floor and do filing. Turns out you're not supposed to do that. I was taught how to speak to people properly, not like I was having a stand-up row in a pub where someone just said, you want to get your kids under control, that's what you want to do. I have been present in one of those conversations. And basically, I got a window into what the world of work could be like for a woman. So things weren't quite progressing quickly enough for me at Reed, but I knew where I wanted to go. And they found me a job working for a freight company, which was staffed mostly by men. And what I discovered there was that you never, well, I guess they'd warn you anyway, but you basically didn't use the toilets because they kept pornography in there, or they would tell you what they had just done in there. Really interesting environment to work in. I learnt some new swear words, and I also learnt that you never, ever go on a riverboat Christmas do if you work in a predominantly male environment, because what will happen is the warehouse team will tell the marketing team exactly what they think of them, and then a fight is going to start. And you're not at a Christmas party anymore, you're at the scene of a crime, and you can't get off. And you're in the middle of the Thames and you're waiting for the police to arrive. So I kind of figured out that the world of freight was perhaps not for me, but a brilliant thing happened while I was working there. And it was that I was introduced to the man that would become my husband. So I was like, right, job done, move on. But there was a critical moment in meeting him and meeting his family that gave me something else that I needed to see. And I'd always been a real cuckoo when I was growing up, because it was when your house is really chaotic, you want to be somewhere that's calm. So I was always like, will you take me in and going to stay with my friends' families for a bit, and sort of, please adopt me. And I got to meet my husband's family, and there was a moment that will stick in my mind forever. So you'll see here, I've got some very groovy wallpaper. It's been working very hard over the past year. Never realised how hard working this wallpaper would be. And when I was a teenager and with my brother, through his disability, he wasn't always able to look after his own hygiene. And there were times when our mum wasn't always able to look after us. And there would sometimes be, and I don't think you're having your tea quite yet, so you'll be all right. Sometimes there was poo on the wall. Just going to have to put it like that. Sometimes there was poo on the wall. And so you had to check before you touched the wall to make sure that it was clean, right? And so I've gone to be introduced to my boyfriend's parents. And because I'm 20 and I've got silly shoes on, I mean, I don't wear really shoes. I mean, if I leave the house, I do at least put on a proper pair of shoes. I'm not yet going to the shops in my slippers, but I've got silly shoes on because I'm 20. They've got like platform heels on them. And unless you've been doing like 20 years of Pilates, you can't just like pick your foot up and take a shoe off. You need to get some balance. So I've gone to put my hand on the wall to balance myself. And my boyfriend has said, do not touch the wall. I'm like, is there poo? He went, no, it has just been decorated. I was like, I want to live in a house where you can't touch the wall because the wall has just been decorated. So that gave me that kind of idea of what kind of stability might I like in my family life. I wanted that situation where if you got a phone call, it wasn't an emergency. It was just a, hi, how are you? So decided that I needed nicely decorated walls. And it gave me something to strive of in terms of the kind of relationships that I wanted. So there we are. We've got second chance education. We've got a view of what money can do for you. We've got a view of how family life can be. But I wasn't making the kind of money that would give me that stability that I had wanted. It was still quite precarious, when you're young, and we were like, can we afford to pay the rent or fill the car with fuel? We were still finding it quite a struggle. We just moved in together. And then I ended up going to work for a company that sold IT hardware. So they sold servers and routers and switches and hubs, which sounds very boring. But in the 90s, these were very sexy because you could make some good money. But I didn't really know quite how much money you could make until
I went out on a works do, not on a boat, but went out on this works trip to Birmingham. And one of the sales guys has said to me, Tony, come and have a look at this. I thought, I've been asked this before, and this never works well, never works out well. You don't want a guy saying, come and have a look at this. I'm like, no, you're right. Thanks, Darren. He said, no, come and have a look. It's massive. I thought, no, I definitely don't want to look. He said, no, come and see. Come and look at the cash machine. I'm like, okay. He's at the cash machine. He's only giving me touching that with his fingers, hopefully. So I've gone to have a look. He's at the cash machine, and the balance, his bank balance, is on the screen. And it was massive. I don't know if anything else about him was, but I do know that he had a massive bank balance, and he had like 25 grand in his current account. And I remember thinking, that is the kind of money that gives you financial stability. So when you have no family financial safety net, it takes a lot of work, and it takes a significant amount of money to get yourself to a position of financial stability. So I saw his massive bank balance, and I thought the tech industry is where I want to stay then. That's where I need to be. And that's where I did stay. And I still work with tech companies today. So for about 20 years, I've been working either for or alongside IT companies. And for 10 of those years, I was working for Microsoft. So I went to work for a company, software company, who did something that was really important for anyone that cares about social mobility and how we make sure that the intake of people into industries is not just for graduates. So it broadens out to people who come through alternative routes. This was a really big lesson for me looking back. And that is the hiring manager, when she brought me in, I didn't have a degree, didn't go to university, couldn't afford to. And she asked for a personal reference. And so I gave her the name of a friend of mine, which was a risk because this is someone that I went to Faliraki with when I was 17. And I don't want her to tell people what happened there. We've got ammunition on each other. So I've trusted her to give this person an honest view of my character. And she chose to tell the hiring manager about a time when I visited her in hospital when she was really ill. And for me, my family were in and out of hospital my whole childhood. I was like a regular. They're like, oh, weren't you one of Julie's kids? And I was like, hello, Dr. Darmady, yes. So I was always in there. If I wasn't a birthing partner, I was accompanying someone else in for a kidney scan. So I'm okay with being in a hospital. And my friend told the hiring manager about all the times I went to visit, all the times I made her laugh, and how I had supported her. And the person that was hiring me said that gave her an insight into my character and into what I could bring, that meant that it didn't matter that I didn't have a degree. I already had some industry experience, and she could see some things about my emotional intelligence. So I was in, which is great. And then that company got bought by Microsoft, and that whole corporate experience, I mean, it is fantastic in many ways and maddening in others. But when I got there, it was just like, I have arrived. I was like, yeah. It was like Club Tropicana because all the drinks were free. I mean, you couldn't move for bloody coffee machines. And it's just fridges full of Cokes. I'm like filling up my handbag. People like, Tony, they're not going to disappear. They will still be here tomorrow. Okay. And this was a whole new experience for me. And the thing that you get from working in a corporate environment is you get that polish. So we had access to courses that I think organizations should be making more broadly available. Help with confidence, help with negotiation, persuasion skills. We had courses on meditation. When I was pregnant, we had a bump club, great maternity pay. I mean, it is just all there because they want to keep you there. And it gave me the polish I needed to operate in these other environments. So I can be very polished on the outside, but I'm still well rough on the inside. But all these life skills I developed. And one thing that occurred to me, and one thing that I have heard lots more about since leaving corporate life, is how people can feel out of place when they have come from a low socioeconomic background, and then they end up in an environment that is mostly staffed by middle class, university educated people. And I saw some of that in the corporate environment, because people would say, well, what was your degree in? I said, I haven't got one. And they look at me like, well, how the bloody hell did they let you in here? How have you got a blue badge which showed you were a permanent employee? Like, why are you not a contractor? So you'd get these situations where people would ask you questions, or they tell you about their weekend, or they tell you about their second property, or they tell you about the thousands and thousands in school fees, and you think, I've got nothing to add to that. And I did have a moment where I won a jacket. I won a jacket for being a good girl, but it was a sailing brand, Musto. So they're very expensive. The jacket's like 300 quid. And someone said to me, like, oh, do you sail? I like, no. And you realize that this is a bit of a one-way cultural exchange. So you are expected to learn all about, and I'm a curious person and I'm truly interested in other people. But when people say, yeah, I did the sailing and I went here and I did that and you kind of want to say, well, have you ever been to a meat raffle in a like community pub? Did you do it? Because that's what I did at the weekend, but people don't want to hear that. So I do think there's an argument to say we need a better cultural exchange here. It needs to work both ways. And then I left corporate life. So I had my children. I mean, you stay there and take your maternity leave because you'll get full pay for 6 months, which is at a time when women's careers are under pressure because of COVID, and when women are being penalised because of taking maternity leave or taking time out of the workforce. You know, that is when corporates are. I mean, it was a blessing to work there because I was properly paid throughout my pregnancies and when I had my children. And then I got the job I always wanted and I absolutely hated it. And I was earning all this money and you think, well, surely I've made it. I'm making this money. I've got my lovely kitchen. And I realized then that actually what I had achieved in creating that kind of career with that kind of financial stability was it gave me choice and it gave me the option to leave and create my own next career, which is what I do today. So I'm self-employed. I've been doing that for 10 years and I love it. And I get to do this, which is fantastic. But the thing that I have also discovered is that when you achieve social mobility, it can then create this situation where you're not sure where you belong. And certainly lots of organizations I work with, they talk about this, and our employees can't have this conversation about do you sail, do you ski? And then they go home and they can't speak to their families about, well, I did this, this, and this, because it doesn't feel right. And you get these issues around language. So certainly with my children, we had an incident that stands out in my mind where I took my kids back to see my family. And well, two things happened. One was a friend of the family said to me, you talk like a teacher. I was like, oh, okay. And I don't like teachers. Right, okay, not welcome here. And then we were going to have some lunch. I'd taken some lunch with me. And one of my kids says, Mummy, where is the cutlery? And you think, cutlery is a word. It's a word in the English language, but it was a C word in my family's house that day. What do you mean cutlery? What is wrong with saying knife and fork? So I have this situation where language is becoming a barrier and it's really hard to navigate. And when I kind of try and figure out my place in the world today, it can feel hard. You feel kind of stuck between two places. So now I live in this white, rural, largely middle class bubble. You know, we don't have much ethnic diversity. We do have economic diversity, but if you look at my life trajectory, where I should have ended up, this was never where I was supposed to be. And one of the things that I grew up loving, and one of the things that I found solace in when I was a teenager was rap music. Because of course, when you are a young white girl on a council estate, where are you going to look to? You know, where will you feel at home? And of course, you're going to feel connected to the experiences of young Black men who are experiencing police brutality and gang violence in LA, aren't you? Surely. So, I mean, rap music was, you know, very big in the 90s. So we were all like Public Enemy and Ice-T and Dr. Dre, and you know, got a little Cypress Hill album here as well. But I think hopefully then I shouldn't have to get my albums out. I'm going to do a little something for you in a moment that will kind of play to this. So we have, you know, who we were, or the qualities about us as we were growing up. And then we kind of have the people that we become. And I feel that I can share this with you, that I am partial to a little bit of Waitrose every now and then. I do like to go there. But when I'm going there, I might have a bit of Snoop Dogg in the car. And, you know, sometimes people worry about, there used to be this thing like your underwear had to match. I mean, I'm mid-40s now. I don't care. I mean, just putting on some underwear is a win. But it used to be, well, what if you have an accident and your underwear isn't matching? It's like, I really couldn't give a monkeys. What I think is, what if I had an accident and gin and juice is blaring out of my speakers, but I've got my Waitrose reusable bags in the boot? What is the ambulance crew going to think? They won't know what they're dealing with. So I think I've found a way to bring the two things together. And what I'm going to do for you is, deep breath there, a little Pilates breath. I'm going to do a rap for you. So, I'm cruising into town, the traffic's bumper to bumper. I got jigsaw jeans, I got a whistles jumper. The kids are in the back, my boy's a little prankster. We're off to Waitrose, yeah, I'm a middle class gangster. I'm rocking style in the aisle in my Dewberry boots. I'm here to buy French cheese and exotic fruits. I'm picking up the lilies, a £10 a bunch, and I'm picking up some sushi for my daughter's packed lunch. The vegetables I'm packing with are always organic, and if I can't find avocado, then I'm starting to panic. I'm buying quinoa and couscous and wild brown rice. I'm filling up my trolley and I'm not checking the price. My gully's like Prosecco, my Malac's Real, and to counteract the gin I drink, I'm juicing the kale. I take omega-3 for my brain potential, and I bought this truffle oil because the label said essential. I never shop in Tesco, it's too big, I'll get lost, and I never shop at Lidl because I never check the cost. I go up to the counter, my Waitrose card, and I get a free latte because shopping is hard. I'm a middle-class gangster, I'm a gangster for life, and if you try to step to me, I'll pull a Laura Ashley knife. I'd love to talk all night, but this is where it ends because I'm off a kitchen supper with my middle-class friends. Peace out. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. I know some people have said it's the whitest middle-class thing they've ever heard, but thank you for indulging me. And thank you for supporting Freedom for Girls. You're back here. Hello, Chris.
I was trying to come on without laughing, but the rap just gets me every time. I love you. Thank you so much, Tori. I think I hope it's given everyone a bit of a giggle on a Friday. Certainly, I mean, I've seen it before, but like I was just saying to Jack just now from Dink that every time I see you, I just laugh my head off because I just think you're wonderful. So thank you so much for taking part. And for anyone who didn't hear just before Tony came on, we've raised just over £250 for Freedom for Girls, which is amazing. Thank you so much for everyone who donated. You can still donate for the next 20 minutes or so through the link, the Eventbrite link. If you do miss that, then you can go to www.freedomforgirls.co.uk and you can make a donation through their site as well. Just a big thank you to everybody who took part today. I know we've been going for 6 hours, 10 minutes, which is a bit of a record. I'm knackered, but completely worth it for such an amazing cause. Obviously, we kicked off this morning with the chaps from Dink, and we also had Tom Finn from Edwards and Finn, who did a great session on soft skills, which is really useful, I think, for people who are perhaps going back into the job market or perhaps want to kind of think about how they approach different things within the workplace. Tom, I know you're watching, so hello. We also had Katie Neeves, who gave her story and her kind of journey through her transitioning and raising awareness for the trans community. Sophie from Yes She Can did a fantastic session on role models, and it's something that I think we're all probably role models, but it's something that's still quite difficult to kind of own a little bit. But her session was really good at kind of helping you own what that could look like. We had Lexic, who did a fantastic session on neurodiversity in women. And in particular, a big thank you to Georgie, who told her story. I know she was really nervous about telling her story, something we've spoken about for months. So really appreciate the fact that she felt comfortable enough to do that. Again, Tora and Izzy from Freedom4Girls, thank you again for all the information that you gave us during your session. And Tony, once again, just a huge, huge thank you for taking part. I'm looking forward to the days that we can do this in person. I'm looking forward to the next one. So we are going to be planning for a Pride Month charity fundraiser event. That's going to be our next as a charity committee. And then hopefully by the end of the year, we'll be doing this in person. So super exciting.
Can't wait.
I know, I can't wait. I can't wait to like hug people and like have a drink with people and all that good stuff. Yeah, just so cool. We're not far. We're not far now.
No. Well, you've earned a drink then, Chris, doing this all day, 6 hours. It's a long time.
Yes. Oh yeah, so the chaps from Dink got me a nice bottle of tequila for my birthday last week, so that will be getting but yeah, big thank you again, Tony. Thank you so much, and thank you everybody for watching. Thank you.
Bye.
Take care. Bye bye.